If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 26. Fine then, if that is what you truly wish. I hope you can be of some challenge, Itachi responded confidently. As he spoke, his Sharingan evolved from 1 tomo to 2, and then from 2 tomo to 3. Kazuki acknowledged the monstrous genius standing before him, far surpassing the Itachi from his past life. This 7 or 8-year-old Itachi possessed a 3 tomo Sharingan, earning Kazuki's respect. The mist reformed between them, signaling the beginning of a true clash between the two prodigies. Outside the battle venue, disappointment hung in the air as the view remained obstructed. The battle within the fog had been raging for almost half an hour, surpassing the initial display of skill. Even Hiruzen questioned if he had rushed his decision to allow the exhibition match. Fugaku's worry for his son intensified, realizing the intensity of such battles exceeded what most jonan could handle. The spectators stood shell-shocked, feeling the palpable intensity of the clash through the occasional glimpses of fire and water cutting through the fog. Experienced veterans recognized the use of A-class ninjutsu, leaving them in awe. Fugaku grew more perplexed, wondering where Itachi had acquired these advanced ninjutsu. He realized that his obedient son must have been secretly delving into the library to learn these techniques. Mentally noting to question Itachi later, Fugaku contemplated stepping forward to end the exhibition match. However, before he could act, the fog around the battle venue dispersed, revealing Kazuki stepping out with steady strides, carrying the now unconscious Itachi on his back. The outcome of the intense clash left the spectators in awe of Kazuki's capabilities. Kazuki exhibited only superficial injuries, and his custom-made battle outfit had proven its worth, maintaining its integrity despite the intense clash. On the other hand, Itachi bore the brunt of the battle, his clothes in tatters and his body battered and bruised. Fugaku rushed forward anxiously to assess Itachi's condition, with the tearful Suzuki by his side. Suzuki, overcome with emotion, sent a fierce glare towards Kazuki, holding him responsible for his brother's injuries. Kazuki couldn't help but chuckle at the young Uchiha's intense reaction. As Fugaku reached Itachi's side, Kazuki gently placed the unconscious prodigy on the ground. He's merely unconscious due to overexertion and chakra depletion. He must have pushed himself beyond his normal limits. Here, these are Nara clan specialties, they should help him recover in a day or two, Kazuki explained, handing 2 bottles of Nara clan medicine to Fugaku. Gratefully, Fugaku accepted the medicine, aware of its exclusivity and effectiveness. Fugaku, carrying Itachi, expressed his gratitude to the Hokage and bid farewell, leaving the venue with Suzuki and other Uchiha members who had come to support Itachi. Under Jin's insistence, Kazuki acquainted himself with some important members before collecting his graduation certificate and headband. His fame would undoubtedly soar after this impressive display of skill. With that, Kazuki and Jin departed, leaving a lasting impression on those who witnessed the extraordinary battle. A week after the special graduation ceremony, Hiruzen found himself in his office, immersed in the task of forming a team for Kazuki and Itachi. Despite numerous attempts to identify suitable candidates from the general roster, he couldn't find a third member for the team. Pondering the dilemma, Hiruzen decided to create a special squad with both Kazuki and Itachi, yet the question of who would serve as the jonan leader lingered unanswered. As he grappled with this quandary, a knock on the office door interrupted his thoughts. Enter. Tsunade Senju walked in, accompanied by a silver-haired ANBU who was carrying a sizable stack of records. Upon seeing the pile, Hiruzen couldn't help but express his concern. Tsunade, didn't you have a sealing scroll to transport such a load of records? Why burden young Kakashi here? The silver-haired ANBU, none other than Hotaki Kakashi behind his Kitsune ANBU mask, responded to Hiruzen with a quick nod. Oh, this kid was stalking around my home, and little Naruto even pointed him out as a stalker and pervert. I thought it's better to educate the little one, otherwise, he might stray from the path of good. Tsunade, having heard about little Naruto's complaint regarding a silver-haired ANBU sneaking into his room and recalling Kazuki's warning about perverts, decided it would be amusing to discipline the grumpy kid to loosen him up. Kakashi, upon hearing Tsunade's explanation, couldn't help but snort at her comment. Fine, do as you wish, just don't go overboard with the young one. Hiruzen conceded, recognizing Kakashi's current state. He believed that having Kakashi around someone like Tsunade could be beneficial for the young ninja. However, Kakashi wondered why no one had asked for his opinion. Sensei, the records contain all the information I could extract from the root. Although most of the members have been accounted for, some inevitably must have slipped through the net. And from the amount of money Danzo has embezzled, it's large enough to build a private army. So, I suggest you make him or the Shimura clan pay back the debt. Hiruzen remained silent, unwilling to provide any response. Tsunade, perceptive as ever, understood that Danzo had become a sensitive topic for her sensei, so she redirected her attention to the work Hiruzen was currently engaged in. It seems like you are stuck, sensei. What seems to be the issue? Tsunade directed her attention to the scrolls haphazardly strewn on the desk. Well, it's all because of your student and Itachi's recent show of prowess. I have decided to create a special squad with Kazuki and Itachi, but it's missing the third member, and I also have no idea about who should be their jonan leader. After pondering her sensei's words for a moment, Tsunade quickly turned to Kakashi. Hitaki kid, quickly put down those records and fetch me that black record that has the list of clan orphans here. Kakashi promptly put down the records and searched for a black book. Confirming that it was the one Tsunade was looking for, he passed the book over to her. Tsunade simply started flicking through the pages and stopped on a particular entry, then passed it over to Hiruzen. Here, sensei, this kid must match your requirements. The kid is far ahead of his peers, way more mature for his age, and should fit perfectly with the other two little monsters. Even among the recent root recruits, the kid was the cream of the crop. Hiruzen took the book and, going through the details, found the candidate to be a perfect fit. However, there seemed to be an issue. Tsunade, the kid is a good choice, and he's about the same age as Itachi, but with his Rinkaichu, do you think he will fit into the team? Though the kid was an excellent fit for the team, he possessed a Rinkaichu, a rare trait even among the Aberame clan. Haha, sensei, that kid Kazuki's Kekii Genkai makes him immune to poisons, and with his medical knowledge, even if there was an accident with the other members, he could quickly handle it. And this could be a life changer for the Aberame kid. It would be a shame if we couldn't nurture such a fine shinobi. Tsunade's words put Hiruzen's worries to rest. He knew how rare the Rinkaichu was, and not nurturing a shinobi with it would simply be a waste. Fine, with the third member settled, what about their leader? With the three kids' standards, I will have to assign an elite jonan, and I will have to look for the best even among them. However, it wouldn't be fair for the jonan ninja I pick, as no matter what, they would simply be leading a team of kids. Hiruzen shared his concern with Tsunade to see if she could come up with a solution. Why not look for someone recently promoted to jonan who is full of enthusiasm and spark, maybe even someone who specializes in taijutsu, so he can have something to teach the kids. Do you have someone like that on the list, sensei? Tsunade, who knew Kazuki, understood that the kid did not really need someone to teach him the ropes and would be good with anything. The only thing the other two kids really lacked was taijutsu, so finding a jonan specializing in taijutsu should be perfect. Being young and energetic, the leader should be able to handle the group of hyperactive kids. Hiruzen started thinking about the recently promoted jonan he could remember. However, a soft but steady voice cut through the office. I do know someone. Both Hiruzen and Tsunade were surprised when they realized who it was that spoke. Ah, so the Hitaki kid can speak. I feared that he might be mute behind that mask. Tsunade couldn't help but comment with a light chuckle. However, Hiruzen ignored Tsunade's comment and inquired. Who do you have in mind, Kakashi? Hiruzen asked, wanting to know who his choice was. Hokage-sama, it's Jonan Mato guy. He fulfills all the requirements that you are looking for. He is exceptional when it comes to taijutsu. I can personally vouch for his skills. Kakashi, though always reluctant to speak, thought about Guy when the Hokage was looking for someone specializing in taijutsu. Kakashi, are you referring to the kid who runs around the village wearing a green spandex suit and screaming youth? Tsunade couldn't help but ask Kakashi with a grin on her face. Kakashi couldn't help but nod after looking at Tsunade's slight grin. Ha 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 ha, Kakashi, I thought you had no humor in you. But who would have thought you were such a prankster? Sensei, Jonan Guy seems to be the perfect fit, Tsunade declared, still not being able to stop her laughter. She could already vaguely picture Kazuki running around the village in a green spandex suit, screaming youth. Hiruzen could understand why Tsunade was smiling. Upon thinking, he picked up the scroll with Jonan Guy's information, impressed. The young ninja had reached the level of jonan with sheer will and effort. Although the jonan had not even basic specializations in ninjutsu or genjutsu, he was a master of taijutsu and byokaijutsu, which the team currently lacked. Fine, sensei, carry on with your work. I have to meet with Kazuki and share this news. I can't wait to see his reaction. Oh, and I will return Kakashi after he is punished enough. Tsunade, followed by Kakashi, walked into the Nara family home. Yoshino happily welcomed them in. So where are the kids? I don't see them, Tsunade questioned as she sat down on the couch. Kakashi stood by her side, and Yoshino curiously observed Kakashi as if comparing the degree of resemblance between Kazuki and Kakashi. Distracted from her observation, Yoshino quickly answered the Sunin, Tsunade-sama, the kids are back in the study room. Kindly give me a minute, let me call them out for you. Tsunade, not bothering about the fact that it was the Nara home, followed Yoshino. Even the Nara family didn't mind the closeness the slug sage showed towards the family, as it was a great show of favor. Big brother, why should I learn about all this? Isn't it enough for us to learn what we already have in the clan? Little Shikamaru was questioned with an aggrieved tone. Kazuki had personally taken it upon himself to teach Shikamaru about seals. Shikamaru had recently undergone the chakra-enhancing ritual, so Kazuki decided to alter his training program and add Fuinjutsu basics to his schedule. By the side, even little Koji was holding a small ink brush and drawing on a scroll. When compared to Shikamaru, Koji was doing the assigned work diligently because Kazuki had promised to take him out to eat as long as he replicated all the symbols he provided without errors. Koji, not caring about his friend, was working hard like a child possessed. Originally, Koji had only come to find Shikamaru to play, but Kazuki caught him and made him take the lesson along with Shikamaru. Chapter 27. Kazuki, why not give the kids some break? We have a few important matters to discuss. Before Yoshino could inform Kazuki of Tsunade's arrival, Tsunade's voice filled the study room. Shikamaru, upon hearing Tsunade's voice, quickly seized the opportunity. Before Kazuki could refute, he dropped all the items and dragged the reluctant Koji out to play. Sensei, did you really have to do that? You know I am more than capable of multitasking. And please tell me why Kakashi-senpai is here with you. Kazuki was a bit annoyed but let the matter slide as Tsunade was his master and queried why she had paid a surprise visit. Ah, that. I just came back after meeting Sensei, and we just decided on your new team. Tsunade made a grand reveal, but Kazuki showed no particular reaction, so Tsunade couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Fine, kid. In that case, I'll keep that a secret for now. The other matter I came to find you specifically is about this kid here. Tsunade pointed to Kakashi, and even the silver-haired teen was confused about what the Sunin was saying. As you know, this kid is Minato's disciple, and recently, as he was taking care of Naruto in his own way, I observed something peculiar. Kazuki was keenly observing Kakashi, who was standing next to him. With the development of his Kekkei Genkai each passing day, Kazuki's senses had been growing sharper and sharper. He could sense a vague fluctuation in chakra flow in Kakashi's eyes, and Kazuki understood what exactly was peculiar about Kakashi's condition. Tsunade noticed that Kazuki had already started diagnosing Kakashi with his own methods, so she added, Jiraiya had once told me that this kid's potential was equal to that of Minato, but recently, upon closer inspection, I seem to have found something wrong with the kid. And with Jiraiya not taking any responsibility, I feel it's my duty to fix the kid up, if not, his talent would surely go to waste. Kazuki understood what his master was saying. In the original anime, Kakashi was a prodigy who became a jonan at 12, and although the Sharingan had given him benefits, it was more of a burden to his growth. Currently, Kakashi was still in the EMO phase, so he didn't know if Kakashi would accept help. But his master was not going to take no for an answer, as she felt she was helping Kakashi for Jiraiya's sake. After losing Minato and Kushina, the kid held little to no attachment to life, and Tsunade, as someone who personally experienced something similar, wanted to help him. Kakashi was aware of his own condition and knew that after getting transplanted with Obito's Sharingan, he had been feeling a shackle around him. However, he didn't get it diagnosed, nor did he seek any help, as it felt irrelevant. Now, with Tsunade trying to fix him up, even though he was reluctant about participating, he couldn't do anything about it as the Hokage had assigned him the task of following and assisting Tsunade. Yoshino had already left earlier to reprimand Shikamaru for running away from studies, so Kazuki gestured for the two to follow him, and they walked to a separate building at the edge of the Nara compound. This was Kazuki's personal medical center. When Kakashi entered, he was surprised. The room was meticulously prepared, and the equipment in the building was high-end. For a moment, he even doubted if Konoha Hospital had such facilities. Kakashi-senpai, please, Kazuki pointed at a designated table for diagnosing patients. Kakashi was reluctant and was about to refute. However, before he could say anything in protest, Tsunade punched the wall behind her and growled. Kid, if your doctor asks you to sit, you sit, no questions are asked. Hesitate one more time, the next punch will land on your face. Kazuki couldn't help but comment, Sensei, please hold back your strength, after you brought down the last room, we had to make sure to apply seals to most of the buildings, and it costs Ryo, you know. Tsunade simply snorted because her student did not lack money, nor did he have to find a sealing master. Kakashi, who watched this exchange, couldn't help but think about his old days with Minato and the others. He simply shook his head and took a seat as directed. Now that Kakashi was seated, Tsunade and Kazuki started earnestly examining Kakashi. The examination continued for almost 20 minutes. Kakashi was asked to activate his Sharingan, and surprisingly, Kakashi had already developed the Sharingan to the 3-tomo stage. But Kazuki knew that his Mangekyo had already been activated on the day Rin no Hara died. So what I suspected was right. The kid's eyes were put in haphazardly, and the medic who performed the transplant must have lacked experience. In addition to the incompatibility of the bloodlines, the feedback from the eye is causing a clash in his chakra network, stunting his growth in chakra capacity. Tsunade declared her verdict and was able to find the root cause of Kakashi's problem. However, Kakashi couldn't help but grit his teeth and clench his arms at the mention of Rin. There was one more reason why Tsunade had decided to help Kakashi. With Kazuki's help, she had already devised a new system for treating issues related to the mind, and Kakashi was going to be her first patient. Kazuki, what do you think? Tsunade questioned her little prodigy to gain his input. Sensei, fixing the eye is not going to be an issue, but Kakashi-senpai has missed the golden phase of his growth, and even now, he is using most of his chakra to maintain the Sharingan. By my observation, I see that he is not able to control the activation of the Sharingan, and it's always in an active state, proving to be a burden on his body. Kakashi-senpai, please follow me. Kazuki directed Tsunade and Kakashi to a small training area. Kakashi-senpai, which is your most dominant element affinity? Kazuki questioned the now baffled Kakashi. He was still in shock at the way the revered Sunin was treating Kazuki as her peer. That would be lightning, Kakashi stated, and Kazuki simply pointed at the large boulder in the training area and executed his strongest lightning jutsu. The barrier around the training ground was triggered, and Tsunade asked Kakashi not to hold back. Kakashi gave a quick nod and took a stance, rapidly forming hand seals, and a pale blue light filled his arm. Kazuki realized this was Kakashi's own creation, Reikari, an upgrade of Chidori. Kazuki had already mastered all the variants of Chidori and even their upgrades, so he keenly kept observing the changes in Kakashi's body. Kakashi launched the jutsu and pierced the boulder with little to no resistance, and the boulder was blown to smithereens. Kakashi, after executing his signature S-rank ninjutsu without holding back, was panting heavily. I was right, sensei. Out of the 100% chakra, almost 70% was passively wasted due to the clash. It's such a pity. If only senpai was not adamant and got proper medical attention after he returned from the battlefield, he wouldn't have to pant after executing a single jutsu. Although Kakashi knew Kazuki was right, his pride as a genius didn't let him be reprimanded by a junior for his lack of action. Kid, what do you know? This is an S-class ninjutsu. Being exhausted is normal when using such a high-intensity jutsu, Kakashi defended himself. Tsunade couldn't help but smile because she knew Kazuki had equally high mastery over all three of his chakra affinities. Although he normally uses Sutin during his spars, he never neglects the other affinities. Kazuki, would you like to show how much the kid is losing out from neglecting his own body? Kazuki understood that Tsunade wanted to provoke Kakashi's ego as a genius. After losing his loved ones, Kakashi had settled for mediocrity, and invoking his ego as a genius would help him find his path again. Fine, if that's what you want, sensei. Kakashi-senpai, excuse me for my rudeness, as I will be borrowing your jutsu. I will be using the exact same amount of chakra that you consumed to perform the jutsu. Even before Kakashi could question Kazuki on how he was going to perform his signature jutsu, what he saw made him speechless. Kazuki performed the one-hand seal for his signature jutsu, and black lightning clad around Kazuki's arm Raiden, Reikari. Kakashi couldn't take his eyes away from the magnificent display of jutsu in front of him. For a second, he thought Kazuki was the jutsu's creator, and as the creator, Kakashi could feel the inherent difference between the two executions. Kakashi had to admit that his rakery felt like a cheap imitation of the one Kazuki executed, and he couldn't help but sigh, thinking that if he wasn't being held back, maybe he could perform the jutsu with such intensity too. Kakashi, do you still think that your body is in perfect condition? It's okay to mourn for your loved ones, kid. But don't neglect yourself and put yourself in a position where you will regret it down the line. If you really want to honor them, fulfill their dreams for them. Don't simply waste away your life. Maybe someday, when you meet them, you can proudly say what you achieved. Remember, Kakashi, when someone you love becomes a memory, that memory becomes a treasure. Tsunade left Kakashi to contemplate her words and moved to where Kazuki was standing to discuss follow-up treatment. Before you say anything, I know why you brought Senpai here. You want him to undergo the chakra ritual to compensate for his lost time. Kazuki knew why his master had wanted to bring Kakashi here. With her medical expertise, fixing him would have been easy, but she wanted to fix him up completely, not take half measures. And Kazuki and Shikamaru had shared information about the chakra ritual as Tsunade had found out about the Nara jonan's peculiarities one after the other, whose chakras abruptly started increasing almost 4 to 5 times within a span of a few days. The last time, after examining Jin, she was sure about it, and with Shikamaru's permission, Kazuki told her about the chakra ritual. Although Shikamaru trusted the Sunin, he agreed to share information only after Tsunade signed a blood contract developed by Kazuki himself, which Tsunade readily signed. Tsunade gave a sheepish smile, as if she didn't know what Kazuki was talking about. The chakra ritual was something the Nara clan wanted to hold close to heart, and only a total of 3 people within the clan knew about it. Even most of the jonan who underwent the procedure were not aware that they had participated in a ritual, as they were knocked out during the process. Everyone who underwent the ritual had a curse seal that Kazuki personally placed on them, and even Shikamaru made sure to get one for himself just in case. The curse seal ensured that, no matter the circumstances, the information would be absolutely secure. Even if the Nara fell into enemy hands, no matter the method employed, the information was well protected. In a war-ridden world like the shinobi world, Shikamaru and Kazuki chose not to take any chances. Fine, sensei, but you will need to speak to uncle personally about this. I was already aware of the intention of having you, elder sister Shizuan, and Naruto go through the ritual. Adding one more is not going to make a difference to me. But all of you will have to agree to the curse seal. As for Kakashi Senpai's slot, you will have to get uncle's permission. Kazuki simply shared his thoughts. He really was only taking precautions, and with how complex the Fuinjutsu ritual was, Kazuki believed that there wouldn't be another soul capable of performing it. Aren't you worried about your Nara secrets being revealed? Shikamaru even made me sign a blood contract, remember? Chapter 28. Ah, you don't have to worry about that, sensei. None of them will remember that they were ever subjected to such a ritual. Ha 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 ha. Kazuki laughed in an evil way because he had no intention of sharing the information with the others. Tsunade was the only exception. Do you want some help regarding senpai, sensei? Kazuki directed his gaze towards Kakashi, who was still silently contemplating Tsunade's words. To be honest, kid, I feel like his condition is similar to mine. The kid is lost after losing all his loved ones, just like I was after losing Nawaki and Dan. Shizuan was what kept me going, and Kakashi still has a lingering attachment to Naruto, acting as his guardian, so he is not beyond help. He just needs assistance, and the kid is not willing to seek any, so it's better I intervene to prevent him from wasting away his life. Tsunade had a nostalgic and sad tone when she mentioned Nawaki and Dan, but Kazuki realized that even though she was sad, she had moved on. Fine, sensei, I will see what I can do from my end. And about my team, who are its members? Kazuki agreed to help Tsunade with Kakashi's matter and inquired about his teammates. Not telling, kid. Find out for yourself. Tsunade simply ignored Kazuki and walked back to Kakashi, leaving the Nara home without disclosing any more information. Kazuki's life continued following the same routine of training and more training, and it was always poor little Shikamaru and Koji who got caught in the crossfire. Today, however, was a rare day of leisure because it was Shikamaru's day off. Shikamaru and Shikamaru were playing on the exquisite crystal shogi board that Shikamaru had bought earlier. Kazuki watched from the side, munching on the snacks Yoshino had made for them. Shikamaru, who was only 3 years old, was now already aware of most things around him, and Shikaku found it comfortable to teach his son while playing shogi, the exquisite crystal board being a part of the reason. "Father, is there going to be another war?" Little Shikamaru jumped into the heart of the matter as murmurs about the war had been increasing among the villagers. Both Iwa and Kumo had strengthened their forces along the border, and even the Leaf had strengthened its patrols, with Hiruzen yet to retract the war-ready state. "No, not yet. I don't think the conditions have deteriorated to such a state yet. Unless one of the villages does something major, I don't think there will be war," Shikaku answered Shikamaru while making his move on the board. "Father, from what my big brother tells me, Old Man Hokage is the strongest Kage currently. So why doesn't he subdue the other villages just like the Shadame did back during his time?" Shikamaru, even though he was only 3, wanted to grow strong to support his big brother. He was lazy, but not reluctant to learn. After one day of listening to Kazuki and his father's conversation about Kazuki's parents, he tried his best when big brother Kazuki asked him to train. Sandaime-sama is a man who knows the true worth of war. According to him, the most disadvantageous peace is better than the most just war. That is why he always looks to resolve conflicts through peaceful dialogue. But sometimes, not everyone reciprocates such thoughts. Shikamaru started digesting the answer, and Shikaku continued. "Do you know what happened to the third Reikage?" Shikamaru simply nodded, and Shikaku continued. "Sometimes one man's strength is not enough to stop a war. Although Sandaime-sama is an extremely strong shinobi, he is not at Shodame's level. Contrary to what everyone believes, it was not just kindness from Shodaime-sama that kept others at bay but also his strength. So what does one truly fight for, father? Wouldn't it save lives if one party were to simply give up without fighting? Won't it be better to share everything equally?" Shikaku raised his brows at the question raised by little Shikamaru and turned his gaze towards Kazuki, who was still munching on his snacks. "What do you think, Kazuki? Care to share your thoughts? Sharing equally, such a glorious dream. Tell me, little brother, if tomorrow you could avoid a war with an enemy by simply sharing your wealth equally, would you agree?" Shikamaru simply nodded. Even Shikaku was curious to know how Kazuki viewed the world. "And the next day, the same enemy comes and asks for your lands, and the next day he comes for your women, and the next, your children, and in the end, everything you hold dear. Would you still be willing to part with it, little brother?" Little Shikamaru pondered deeply the weight of Kazuki's words and shook his head. "Greed is an inherent nature of humans, Shikamaru. Don't naively believe the world is white and black. You asked uncle, why should we fight if we can achieve peace by sharing? A true shinobi fights not because he hates what is in front of him but because he loves what is behind him. Wealth and other resources are something that you can part with, but not the lives of your loved ones. Sometimes you have to fight to protect what is dear to you." Kazuki simply shared his thoughts, and Shikaku was really impressed with Kazuki's thoughts. He added, "It's not like sharing always brings about positive changes, Shikamaru. You should know there was a time when the Leaf controlled all the Baijuyu except for the one-tailed. Shodaime-sama, as a gesture of goodwill, shared it among the major villages. He looked for coexistence by sharing power, and do you know what happened after Shodaime-sama's passing?" Shikamaru simply nodded because he was well aware of the history. "Without like-minded people, coexistence is simply a dream, Shikamaru. Even if it's achieved by force, it is only temporary." With that, Shikaku made a move, ending the game. However, Shikamaru didn't react, still absorbing the information that his brother and father shared. "Uncle, has there been any response from Kumo and Iwa? I heard from Sensei that recently a Chunin team with a Yamanaka was captured and killed near the borders while performing a mission," Kazuki questioned Shikaku, as now they were talking about war. "Yeah, that was unfortunate. It seems like Iwa still holds the grudge they had against Yandere. The team was brutally tortured before they were killed, and the Yamanaka girl. We could barely recognize the girl when her body was brought back by the ANBU. And there have been talks about Kumo sending a team to handle peace talks, and unlike last time, the meeting will happen in Konoha." Kazuki contemplated the timeline, realizing that the Kumo delegation was a bit early compared to what he remembered. In the original anime, no such events were unfolding. It seemed like this world was somewhat different from what he knew, hiding many more secrets. Kazuki couldn't wait to explore them all. He had already received the items promised by the Hokage during the exchange, and the two techniques he chose from the Scroll of Seals were Edo Tensei and Hiraishin no Jutsu. Originally, Hiruzen was hesitant about providing Edo Tensei, fearing that Kazuki might follow in Orochimaru's footsteps. However, after a week of discussions with Tsunade, Kazuki finally obtained consent. Tsunade, adamant about helping her student, personally vouched to keep an eye on Kazuki and prevent him from going astray. As for the Kage Bunshin Jutsu, it was one of the earliest techniques Kazuki learned after arriving in this world. Without it, he wouldn't have had time to master all these skills in just 3 years. Currently, Kazuki is working on learning and mastering his own variation of Hiraishin. Much like how Minato created the Raise Nan, Kazuki wanted to incorporate his own style with the Hiraishin. He chose Kenjutsu as his base, drawing inspiration from the Demon Slayer. Kazuki planned to integrate the thunder-breathing art as a new form of Kenjutsu with his Hiraishin. His spatial awareness, due to his Kekki-I Genkai and control over shadow and darkness, was unrivaled. Kazuki intended to take Minato's Hiraishin one notch higher by creating seals for his teleport points by materializing shadows and darkness, and his Kekki-I Genkai made this possible. This would eliminate the need for physically throwing special kunous with Hiraishin seals. As Kazuki could physically materialize and give form to shadow seals, he wouldn't have to worry about light dispersing these shadows as well. Kazuki understood the degree of complexity that he had envisioned, so he estimated that it may take anywhere close to a year or two to completely master, even with his level of mastery over Fuinjutsu. Kazuki, have you been assigned to your new team? Any idea who your jonan sensei is going to be? Shikaku inquired as Kazuki casually enjoyed some snacks while pondering. Yes, uncle, master has informed me about it. It looks like I'm going to have an interesting team, and my jonan sensei will be Madogai. Kazuki shared the news he had acquired from Tsunade, having put in considerable effort to extract the details from his master. Uncle, we need to be prepared for the Kumo team. I'm sure they aren't coming with good intentions, Kazuki expressed his concerns to Shikaku. Yes, I feel they might have ulterior motives. But Sandaime-sama doesn't want to let go of a chance at peace, even if the chance is inherently small. Any guesses about what their true intention might be? Shikaku asked, relying on Kazuki's insightful perspective. I'm sure they are coming for my head, or rather, the Seal Masters. Their priority will be to find my identity. In addition, Kumo has always envied our Kekki-I Genkais, so I'm sure their targets might also include the families that possess Kekki-I Genkai. I'll have to remind Master about Naruto and keep an eye on him during Kumo's visit, Kazuki speculated, outlining his thoughts on Kumo's potential motives. Shikaku contemplated the information shared, acknowledging the possibility of Kumo's nefarious deeds, given their history. Well, in that case, I must discuss a few things with Hokage-sama. The meeting with the Kumo delegation might take place within 2 to 3 months from now. It's better to start making preparations ahead of time. Oh, I almost forgot, the Uchiha clan leader has asked our Nara for a personal favor, Shikaku mentioned before leaving to meet the Hokage. Kazuki, still munching, raised his brows in question. Fugaku wants to employ the help of the master who built our Nara clan compound. He specifically mentioned that price was not going to be an issue, and he has also offered an option of exchange, Shikaku informed Kazuki about the Uchiha clan's request. Kazuki was contemplating what to do about the Uchiha clan's request, considering the additional workload it would bring. However, Shikaku wouldn't have brought up the topic without a reason, so Kazuki patiently waited for his uncle to elaborate. Well, I was thinking of getting a few of the Uchiha clan genjutsu in exchange for the fire ninjutsu that you acquired. Helping them with their new home's design would be in our favor, Shikaku explained his reasoning, recognizing the strategic advantage of expanding the Nara clan's jutsu repertoire. Fine, let the little kid do all the work. Ah, it's such a drag. Maybe I should learn how to be lazy from my little brother, Kazuki commented, tacitly agreeing to help the Uchiha clan as per his uncle's request. The next day, Kazuki made preparations to start his life as a shinobi. He was officially going to meet his teammates and his jonan leader. The meeting place was decided to be the number 10 training ground. When Kazuki reached there, he saw that Madogai and Torun were already waiting. However, Torun was consciously making sure to stay away from Guy, and his outfit covered up almost his entire body to avoid unintentional physical contact with others. Ah, if it isn't Chibi Kakashi, come meet your new teammate. This is Torun Aberame, he has a special trait. I'm sure Tsunade-sama has already mentioned it. Tsunade-sama will also be present today, just as an added precaution while we carry out the tests later, Guy announced. Chapter 29. Even though Tsunade had informed Hiruzen about Kazuki's poison immunity, Hiruzen wanted to make sure that there would be no complications later on. Therefore, he had asked Tsunade to oversee and perform a few tests to ensure that the ring kaicho would not be an issue for the new team. Come now, Guy-sensei, can you stop calling me that? I really am not directly related to Kakashi-senpai, Kazuki politely greeted Torun, who was standing in a corner. He knew that Guy had decided on his nickname, so there was no changing it for now. As a few more people walked into the training ground, Itachi, accompanied by Tsunade and Kakashi, were the new arrivals. Guy warmly greeted Tsunade and started teasing Kakashi, suggesting he was there because he was worried about his brother. Both Kazuki and Kakashi couldn't help but roll their eyes at him. Kid, come here, let's carry on with the tests. Don't worry about harming little Kazuki, he can handle himself. And you should know about me, right? So go on. Tsunade subtly encouraged Torun in her own way. Guy and Itachi were curiously watching to see if Kazuki was truly immune to the ring kaicho poison. Torun removed his glove and extended his arm with hesitation. However, Kazuki simply shook his hand without any hesitation whatsoever. Torun instinctively wanted to retract his arm, but he couldn't, as he felt that his hand was gripped by a vice-like grip. Tsunade and the rest keenly observed the process that unfolded. There was no visible reaction or discomfort on Kazuki's end. As seconds passed, Torun calmed down, as the ring kaicho were literally trying to avoid Kazuki's arm like a plague. So that's how it is. Your Kekii Genkai literally corrodes and devours any ring kaicho that tries to poison you. No wonder you are immune to most poisons, the poisons are simply being corroded and devoured by your blood. Kazuki, can you consciously control this? Tsunade, with her medical expertise, quickly noted the reason for Kazuki's immunity and questioned him curiously for additional details. Yes, Master, I can consciously control it. Even if someone in my team is poisoned, I can use my Kekii Genkai to corrode and devour the affected part. With Iryo Ninjutsu, I can simultaneously heal them, so the others in the team don't have to worry about the ring kaicho. Kazuki shared his confidence in handling Torun's special trait. With practical proof of his claim, Torun was relieved, and he believed that he could also have a team that would not be harmed by him. Just as he was thinking about Kazuki's claim about treating others who were affected by ring kaicho, Guy stepped up, extending his arm. All right, little one, let's see your claim in action. Give it a shot at me. He encouraged, showcasing his trust in Kazuki's abilities. Kazuki looked at Guy with a slight smirk, understanding that Guy was testing his skills to the limit so as to put Torun's worries to rest. After a brief hesitation, Torun placed his finger on Guy's arm, and the moment their skin came into contact, the ring kaicho started spreading on Guy's arm. As Torun retrieved his finger, Kazuki stepped up and placed his hand on Guy's arm, and with a controlled release of his Kekii Genkai, he targeted the specific area where Torun's ring kaicho had been introduced. In a matter of moments, the corrosive and devouring effect of Kazuki's blood neutralized the ring kaicho without causing any harm to Guy. Guy, though unaffected, couldn't help but feel a bit impressed. Not bad, Chibi Kakashi. You really have a unique set of skills there. This team is shaping up to be quite interesting. Tsunade nodded approvingly, satisfied with the results. Well done, Kazuki. It seems your abilities will indeed be an asset to the team. Now, let's proceed with the rest of the introductions. As the testing continued, Tsunade explained the roles of each team member. Guy, being the jonan leader, was responsible for the overall guidance and strategy. Itachi, as the team's prodigy, was designated the role of tactical support, utilizing his exceptional intellect and Sharingan abilities. Torun, with his unique Aberme techniques, would play a crucial role in information gathering and tracking. Kazuki, with his intellect and versatile skill set, was positioned as the team's frontline fighter and medical support. Tsunade stressed the importance of teamwork and cooperation, emphasizing that each member's strengths would contribute to the success of the team. The meeting continued with Guy sharing his enthusiasm for intense training sessions to build camaraderie and enhance teamwork. Despite the initial teasing and Guy's eccentric personality, the atmosphere was lively, and the newly formed team began to take shape. After the tests, Tsunade and Kakashi left to let the team bond. As the others departed, Guy turned to the three kids with a broad smile, and Kazuki couldn't help but have a bad premonition, having already come prepared. Guy began talking about their special squad, and as per the Hokage's instructions, the special squad would only deal with missions of B rank and above. Initially, Guy had hesitated about subjecting kids to such a harsh life immediately, as the youngest in the team was barely 6 years old. However, after the Hokage shared information about the little one's true prowess, Guy had to agree that subjecting them to low-level tasks at such a crucial time, where war was looming, would be a waste. Kids, I know we just got together today, but the village is stretched thin with the Leaf Shinobi being deployed to the Iwa and Kumo borders. Hokage-sama has personally assured me of your levels, and I believe him. We have been assigned to a mission. Don't worry, little ones, it's okay to make mistakes. Don't worry, I am here. I will fix things if something goes wrong. Guy enthusiastically shared his thoughts with the new team. Well, now that we are a team, as your sensei, I need to take care of you guys. So, as my first contribution to making you cherish your youth, we need to get you comfortable training clothes. So here you go. Guy pulled out 3 brand new green spandex suits in front of his team with an eager glint in his eyes. Guy-sensei, not that I dislike your training clothes, but my current outfit is much more comfortable, and it's much easier to train in, Kazuki pointed out. Guy unconsciously nodded, acknowledging Kazuki's preference, and then turned to the other 2 members eagerly. Torun understood his new sensei's enthusiasm and quickly followed in his teammates' footsteps. Guy-sensei, my clothes are custom-made to help with the Rinkaichu, so I think I should stick to my current outfit, Torun explained. Guy realized that what Torun said was reasonable and eagerly turned to his last student. Itachi had a dumbfounded look, and both his teammates stood aside as if they had no relation to this matter whatsoever. After the short drama, Guy was not able to convince Itachi, and he had to finally let go of making his students wear the green spandex. Guy then informed the team that they would meet at the village training grounds every day in the early morning hours and asked the team to make the necessary preparations for the upcoming training sessions. ___ Fire Country Border. In the midst of a heavy downpour, enveloped by the darkness of the night, a trio of shinobi took refuge in a cave near the border of the Fire Country. Eagerly anticipating the return of their comrade, Torun reported to their sensei, "He is back, sensei. He should be here in a minute or so." Torun had strategically deployed numerous bugs to scout the surroundings, ensuring they would be alerted to any potential threats. Shortly after, Kazuki stealthily entered the cave, skillfully avoiding the traps set up as a precaution. He shed the rain-soaked cloak and, in response to Itachi's inquiry, shared the gathered information. With the Uchiha clan now reintegrating, Itachi carried a lighter burden in this life, devoid of the mystical and emo persona from his previous existence. Even their leader, Guy, awaited Kazuki's report. Originally assigned to eliminate a group of bandits hindering resource transport during wartime, the team, upon initial surveillance, discovered peculiarities that raised concerns shared by Kazuki and Itachi. Trusting their instincts, Guy decided to investigate further rather than launch an outright attack on the bandit camp. Kazuki confirmed their suspicions, revealing, "Yes, we were right. The bandit camp is merely a decoy, the true base is the nearby town. It's not a haven for ordinary bandits, rather, it appears to be a covered outpost of Kumo. The entire town is under their control, monitoring all individuals entering and exiting. I'm afraid they have hostages, sensei." Despite having an Aberme on the team, Kazuki's unique Kekii Genkai made him more suitable for stealth operations, allowing him to approach the enemy base unnoticed. The cover of night further facilitated Kazuki's infiltration. Guy pondered the information received and swiftly questioned Kazuki, "How many shinobi are we dealing with, and any insights into their levels, Kazuki?" "We've been keeping an eye on the bandit camp, and from our observations, there are approximately 10 shinobi led by a jonan, with the rest comprising chunin and genin." Itachi shared the intelligence gathered during Kazuki's absence, adding, "They also have hostages in the bandit camp. It seems Kumo has taken extensive precautions." Itachi's mind was already formulating mission strategies. Based on their chakra fluctuations, the exact number is 63, including 2 elite jonan, 11 regular jonan, and the rest being chunin and genin. "So, what are your orders, sensei?" Kazuki, standing by, reiterated his previous response to Guy's initial question. Guy, still in thought, considered the implications of the new information. Their original mission, initially classified as a B-class extermination of bandits, now took on a different magnitude with the involvement of Kumo shinobi and the outpost. It seemed the mission had escalated to at least an A-class challenge. Although Guy led a trio of formidable shinobi, he understood the need for caution in the face of a challenging situation. We will not be launching a head-on strike at the moment. As much as I love it, the situation is not favorable. We might have to fall back or call in reinforcements. Guy, known for his love of direct confrontation, wasn't one to underestimate the gravity of facing close to 6 dozen shinobi with just 4. Itachi, displaying foresight, proposed an alternative. Sensei, we don't necessarily have to fall back. Before starting the mission, I checked the map for nearby leaf strongholds. We have a leaf outpost about 80 miles from this location. We should be able to gather at least a dozen or more shinobi as reinforcements. Guy swiftly formulated a plan, retrieved a scroll to relay the message, and then turned to Torun. Torun, have your insects deliver this scroll to the outpost immediately. In the meantime, we can't stand idly by until reinforcements arrive. We need to ensure the completion of our primary mission. Guy handed the scroll to Torun, who summoned a few insects that quickly enveloped the scroll and flew away. While Torun was renowned for his rinkaichu, being in a bear may meant he could command various other insects. Kazuki chimed in, suggesting a strategy to weaken the enemy while awaiting reinforcements. Why don't we soften our targets, Sensei? Our primary objective is to rescue the hostages. However, we need to be cautious, as I've noticed a couple of Kumo shinobi disguised as hostages. I have a few seal tags from my family, they might come in handy, Sensei. As Kazuki began unpacking various items from his pouch, the others, understanding his intent, retrieved their items. The multitude of items Kazuki revealed caused the eyes of the 3 leaf ninjas to twitch involuntarily. Even Itachi and Torun, known for their calm demeanors, couldn't help but react. These should be enough for now, Sensei. Let me explain the workings of these specialized tags. Kazuki distributed the items among the team, including the highly coveted medical scrolls and medicines of the Nara clan. In dangerous and unexpected missions, such life-saving means were crucial. Chapter 30. With this, Sensei, we may be able to soften the enemies considerably. I suggest we split up and take care of both sides rather than just one end, Torun offered his opinion. Although still reserved, he had warmed up to his team in the past couple of weeks. Yes, Sensei. How about Kazuki and I infiltrate the town and bandit camp separately? We'll act as insurance in case Kumo plans on using the hostages. Sensei and Torun can identify sentries and scouts from both the town and the bandit camp. Itachi shared his plan. Guy contemplated the matter, infiltrating both the base and camp seemed plausible, and with the items on hand, they could retreat if necessary. Understanding Torun's current combat prowess, Guy assigned him a less dangerous position. Torun, you will support Itachi from outside the bandit camp. If possible, pick out any isolated Kumo ninja. Itachi, infiltrate the bandit camp, prioritize the hostages, and keep an eye out for Kumo infiltrators. Prioritize your safety, if exposed, don't hesitate to fall back immediately. Guy then turned to Kazuki, who was packing items for his teammates in various sealing scrolls. Kazuki and I will handle the town. I'm not very skilled at infiltrating in such situations, so, Kazuki, we'll have to rely on you for the safety of the hostages. I'll try to take out a few targets if possible. After swiftly making a decision, the team divided their roles. Torun assumed the responsibility of communicating with the incoming reinforcements. To facilitate information exchange, he also left a few bugs by Kazuki's side. As Torun and Itachi stealthily made their way towards the bandit camp, Kazuki and Guy maneuvered through the shadows, heading towards the town. Did you know the recent batch of loot has been quite substantial? The commander has decided to send out the collected resources back home immediately, a Kumo shinobi disguised as a civilian said to his comrade, both casually smoking while on sentry duty. The commander has never broken his schedule. The last batch was only sent a week ago. Don't we normally send out supplies once a month? Why is the commander in such a hurry? The other Kumo shinobi inquired, passing his smoke over. I am not sure about the exact details, but I heard a team recently found ancient ruins, and the findings were substantial. So the commander wants to send back the resources at the earliest, the first shinobi shared in a hushed tone, emphasizing the confidentiality of the information. Do you have any idea what they found? It must be something really important or valuable to take such hasty actions, the second shinobi pressed, eager for more details. I was only able to find out so much, and it's only because I am related to the vice commander. By the way, aren't you being too talkative today? Before the first shinobi could continue, the other shinobi expressed disappointment. Sigh, I thought you were some kind of big shot when I saw you earlier with the elite jonan. What a disappointment. I think you are of no more use. Before the Kumo shinobi could grasp the situation, a Tonto blade pierced his neck from behind, severing his spine. The bizarre aspect was that there was no one physically behind him, the Tonto seemed to be manipulated by shadows. The second Kumo shinobi made a hand gesture, and in an instant, Guy appeared by his side. Kazuki, did you find anything? Why is the entire town brimming with such activity at an unusual hour? Guy inquired, while the second Kumo shinobi reverted to his original form. He placed a black tag on the deceased shinobi, and a pitch-black flame erupted, swiftly consuming the body without emitting any light. Meanwhile, Kazuki began explaining the information he had obtained from the fallen shinobi. Guy and Kazuki had already discreetly eliminated 4 chunin and 3 genin who were out on patrol. They carefully selected their targets to avoid drawing attention, taking advantage of the heightened activity in the town as the Kumo ninja prepared for the imminent shipment. On any normal day, the missing ninjas would likely have been spotted, but tonight, the attention of most Kumo ninjas was focused on the upcoming deployment. Kazuki, whatever they must have found must have high significance if they are so hasty. We must intercept the shipment, Guy advised, sharing his decision with Kazuki. Kazuki simply nodded and transformed himself into the now deceased Kumo shinobi. Guy-sensei, I am going towards the hostages. I will leave things out here for you, sensei, and I will try to delay the shipment as much as possible. If not possible, maybe I will blow it up, ha ha ha, Kazuki said with a mischievous expression. Guy couldn't help but shake his head at the kid's antics during such a critical time. Kazuki merged with the shadows and vanished after handing Guy a scroll containing approximate locations of the Kumo shinobi and the layout of the village. Guy, after referring to the new details at hand, moved to eliminate the next target. Meanwhile, in the bandit camp, outside the perimeter, Torun waited patiently, concealed from sight, as he carefully monitored the surroundings. His focus was on the 2 Kumo shinobi disguised as bandits, seemingly enjoying their time sharing drinks. If Torun hadn't known beforehand, he might have believed they were genuine bandits. He marveled at how Kazuki and Itachi had been able to discern their true identity as shinobi. The 2 Kumo shinobi leisurely savored the night with drinks in hand, oblivious to the super tiny bugs stealthily making their way into both of their bottles. Torun manipulated his poisonous bugs to taint the drinks. Meanwhile, Itachi had already departed to infiltrate and rescue the hostages. Despite the camp being populated with numerous bandits, only 10 of them were shinobi. However, caution was paramount, especially with Kumo jonan leading the camp. If discovered before reinforcements arrived, it could spell significant trouble for the team. Within the heart of the bandit camp, a makeshift prison had been erected to confine the hostages. A dozen ruthless bandits, overseen by 3 Kumo shinobi, all of chunin rank, stood guard. The atmosphere reeked of despair as the captives, tormented and abused, faced the brutality of their captors. The women, in particular, suffered unimaginable cruelty and were subjected to inhumane acts of torment. Pleas and cries for mercy echoed through the confined space, unheard by the callous perpetrators. The gang of bandits reveled in their sadistic display of power, taking perverse pleasure in the suffering they inflicted upon their defenseless captives. The air was thick with anguish and fear as the hostages endured unspeakable horrors. Unbeknownst to the tormentors and their victims, a pair of piercing red eyes observed the unfolding atrocities from the shadows. These eyes, filled with a mix of rage and determination, carefully scrutinized every action within the grim confines of the prison. In the oppressive silence of the makeshift prison, Itachi waited patiently, suppressing the anger that simmered beneath the surface. His rationality prevailed over impulsiveness, allowing him to observe the unfolding scene with a focused mind. Amid the torment and chaos, a peculiar moment caught his discerning eye. As one of the regular bandits reached out to pull a woman from among the hostages, a chunin swiftly intervened, sternly reprimanding the bandit. "You better not touch that woman. The leader has specifically chosen her, and you know how the leader is," the chunin warned, his words carrying a weight that commanded obedience. The bandit, seemingly intimidated, hastily retreated as if the woman were a forbidden entity. Itachi's keen eyes honed in on this abnormality. Something about the woman had drawn the chunin's protective attention. Intrigued, Itachi observed her closely and discovered that, aside from superficial wounds, the woman remained mostly unharmed. This anomaly raised questions in Itachi's mind, adding a layer of mystery to the already tense atmosphere within the prison. Meanwhile, Kazuki, flawlessly disguised as a Kumo chunin, strategically placed sealing tags around the village without the knowledge of the Kumo shinobi, ensuring that none would be able to escape once the conflict commenced. After completing the intricate sealing arrangement, Kazuki strolled in the direction where other Kumo ninja were hastily preparing the convoy. "Oi, Jin! What are you doing there? Come give us a hand. The commander has asked us to make sure that the convoy leaves before daybreak." Kumo jonan, burdened with heavy boxes for the convoy, noticed Jin walking about leisurely and called out. Kazuki had gleaned some information about the original Jin, someone related to the vice commander, and an elite jonan. Although the real Jin wasn't an exceptional chunin and lacked brightness among the Kumo ranks, his status was relatively higher. Kazuki decided to play his part and approached the jonan, hoping to discern the contents of the convoy. He was puzzled about why such a significant discovery required a large convoy for transport. Why go through so much trouble arranging for transport? Why not send a team out with sealing scrolls carrying the items? Kazuki questioned the jonan, who handed him a hefty box while picking up another. The weight of the box only deepened Kazuki's confusion. "Jin, why do you always ask such stupid questions? Do you think the commander didn't think of such simple things? It's not that we don't want to, it's just that we can't. Whatever's in these boxes interferes with our storage scrolls," the jonan explained, revealing the limitations of Kumo's sealing scrolls. "Just so you know, sealing scrolls aren't easy to produce, they're strategic resources. Only a limited number are made each year. I sometimes wonder how you even reached Chunin rank, lacking all this essential knowledge, Jin," the jonan added, expressing a mix of frustration and respect for Jin's connection with the vice commander. Kazuki's earlier confusion was clarified. When he attempted to probe if he could store the boxes, he found that he could do so if he intended. This meant that the quality of Kumo's sealing scrolls was subpar, unable to store items emitting strong chakra fluctuations. From his earlier probing, he discerned the identity of the mystery material. Each box was filled to the brim with the highest quality chakra metal ore Kazuki had encountered in his short life, each box weighing at least a couple of 100 kilograms each. As Kazuki assisted the other Kumo ninja, he covertly took measures to sabotage the convoy. A rough estimate revealed over 100 sealed boxes, with many more yet to be loaded. It became clear to Kazuki that Kumo had discovered a vast chakra metal ore mine, a substantial one, given the volume of ore harvested in just a few days. "General, the vice commander has asked for you to report to him immediately at his place," a chunin informed Kazuki, who seamlessly joined the others in place of Jin. Armed with the gathered information, Kazuki headed towards the vice commander's residence. Upon reaching the vice commander's residence, Kazuki casually walked in and entered the study, where a stern man with features resembling Jin was engrossed in documents. "Uncle, did you call for me?" Kazuki inquired. Before the vice commander could respond, a sudden explosion reverberated, alarming the entire town and prompting all Kumo shinobi to prepare themselves for battle. "Jin, quickly go to where the hostages are. Make sure they are not harmed. You know how important those people are," the vice commander urgently directed, rushing towards the commander's location. However, just as he stepped out of the study, instincts kicked in, and he deftly dodged a rising water blade that narrowly missed him. "Who are you? What did you do with Jin?" The elite jonan, now on full alert, surrounded himself with a protective layer of lightning-infused chakra. Kazuki observed Jonan's lightning armor closely, simultaneously erecting a barrier around the house to avoid drawing attention. The jonan quickly detected the ceiling of the house and reacted swiftly, flickering behind Kazuki to strike a fatal blow. Instinctively, Kazuki dodged, and the vice commander retreated, realizing that shadows were ready to strike if he continued forward. Chapter 31. You're a leaf shinobi from the Nara clan. Is the leaf declaring war on us? Do you think Kumo won't retaliate for such blatant aggression? The elite jonan sought to identify the mysterious assailant, correlating the shadow manipulation with the Nara clan. However, Kazuki responded with a blank expression, treating elite jonan's words with apparent indifference. "Did you take a blow to the head as a child? You're stealing from the fire country, killing innocents disguised as bandits, and yet you question why we're attacking." Kazuki, unimpressed by jonan's hypocrisy, decided not to waste time, suspecting that Gai-sensei might have been discovered and initiating combat. Raiden, Resurgence, lightning rat violent quake, the Kumo jonan released a lightning attack as Kazuki began responding to his question. Suden, Sujin Haki, water release, water formation wall, Kazuki countered by creating a large water wall to defend against the lightning attack. "Amateur," jonan scoffed, but the anticipated outcome did not materialize even after a few seconds. The expected electric discharge did not follow, leaving jonan momentarily confused. Kazuki had anticipated the electrical shock after using the water manipulation, and jonan's miscalculation led to his failure. Kazuki couldn't resist mocking his opponent. "Ha, waiting for me to get electrocuted, now are you? No wonder your nephew was so dumb, it seems like it runs in your family," Kazuki taunted, realizing jonan's lack of understanding of water properties. The elite jonan regained composure and resumed the assault, unleashing another lightning technique, Raiden, Hibashi, with a force close to that of an A-rank technique. Kazuki acknowledged his proficiency in jonan's lightning manipulation but couldn't help mocking him. "Not bad, though your lightning manipulation is not as good as mine, it can be considered somewhat decent. Do you want to see what a real lightning attack looks like?" Kazuki initiated a counter, prompting the jonan to retaliate with kunous rigged with explosive tags. However, Kazuki effortlessly dodged the projectiles and used his shadow to shield against the ensuing explosion, preparing for his next move. Raiden, Chidori. Kazuki's hands crackled with pitch-black lightning, accompanied by the distinctive sound of chirping birds. To his surprise, the jonan exhibited intense reactions upon seeing the black lightning. "Who are you? How are you able to use black lightning?" The elite jonan's chakra intensified, adding more lightning currents to his attack. Undeterred, Kazuki continued to wield his chidori, tearing through the opponent's lightning attack. The jonan managed to evade, but the structural integrity of the wall behind him bore the brunt of Kazuki's assault. The air crackled with lightning as the elite jonan initiated the next move, releasing a barrage of electrified needles with the technique Raiden, Ration, Lightning Release, Thunder Needle. Shadows danced around Kazuki as he gracefully navigated through the incoming onslaught, his movements fluid and precise. Responding swiftly, Kazuki erected a colossal wave of water with Sudden, Kyojin Nami Shouchiki, Water Release, Gant Wave Crash, meeting the incoming electric storm head-on and tore through the lightning needles as if the attack were nothing. The clash of elements painted a mesmerizing tableau against the canvas of the night. But Kazuki wasn't merely a dancer, he was a tactician. His shadow stretched, seeking the jonan, attempting to bind him in Kagyo's no jutsu. The elite Kumo jonan, skilled and nimble, evaded the encroaching shadows and the wave. With Raiden, Hibashi, Lightning Release, Electromagnetic Murder, the jonan sent forth a wave of lightning, attempting to engulf Kazuki. Yet, the Nara prodigy dispersed his shadow, avoiding the imminent danger. Kazuki executed Raiden, Shisha Shibari, Lightning Release, Four-Pillar Bind, lightning-infused shadows converging upon the elite jonan, ensnaring him in a crackling prison. The night echoed with the sizzle of electricity as the shadows pulsed with the power of the storm. Amidst the chaotic skirmish, the elite jonan, battered but unbroken, managed to break free from the entangling shadows with a burst of lightning-infused strength. He acknowledged the severity of the battle and the necessity to adapt. The surroundings bore witness to the ferocity of their clash, most of the house within the barrier was now in ruins. On the other side of the town, the thunderous onslaught of Madogai echoed through the air. Engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Kumo jonan commander, Gai's unleashed power left a trail of destruction in its wake. The Kumo jonan struggled to match the relentless assault, his lightning armor was strained against the relentless strikes. Gai's rampage disrupted every attempt to encircle him, forcing the Kumo shinobi to re-evaluate their tactics. As the Kumo jonan commander grappled with the onslaught and frustration etched across his face, he barked orders to his subordinates. The urgency in his voice was palpable as he sought the whereabouts of his deputy, Taiki. The relentless attacks from Gai and the unexpected confrontation had thrown their plans into disarray. The Kumo shinobi found themselves caught in a pincer, with Gai wreaking havoc in the heart of their operation. As Gai continued his onslaught, the Kumo commander swiftly made a strategic decision. Recognizing the urgency of securing the convoy and hostages, he ordered a tactical retreat. The majority of Kumo forces were redirected to expedite the withdrawal, emphasizing swift and decisive action. The Kumo commander understood that the element of surprise had been lost and their base within the Fire Country had been compromised. "Quick, retreat! Escort the convoy and ensure the hostages' safety. Cut down anyone who obstructs your path," he commanded, his voice cutting through the chaos. The Kumo shinobi, while still engaged in skirmishes with leaf reinforcements, adhered to the directive. The retreat commenced, leaving behind a battlefield strewn with the aftermath of elemental clashes and the lingering echoes of Gai's unyielding assault. The Kumo commander, though facing the relentless assault of Madogai, maintained his composure. He remained determined to hold his ground, buying time for the safe withdrawal of the convoy. Amidst the intense combat with the Kumo vice commander, Kazuki maintained a keen awareness of the unfolding events outside, using the shadows. Sensing abnormal movements among the enemy shinobi, he deduced their strategic retreat. With a decisive decision, he disengaged from the clash with the elite jonan, creating a calculated distance. Retrieving a totem-like item, he plunged it into the ground, setting in motion a series of intricate hand signs. The previously buried ceiling tags around the town responded, glowing in unison with the totem. The Kumo jonan, recognizing the urgency to interrupt Kazuki's technique, fortified his lightning armor and charged forward. Yet, in the midst of his assault, an unexpected force immobilized him, pinning his feet to the ground. Trapped in a phone technique, he launched various jutsus to break free, succeeding just as an imminent threat drew his attention back to Kazuki. With the final hand sign, a huge barrier encased the whole town. With the barrier now active, Kazuki brandished a blade, signaling his intent to conclude the encounter. Calmly, he announced, "This is something I just started learning, so forgive me if I am clumsy." Ichi no kata, Buridosenk, first form, Volt Flash, Kazuki vanished from Kumo jonan's perception, leaving only a lingering sense of impending danger. The elite shinobi, relying on honed instincts, narrowly evaded a potentially fatal strike, sustaining only a light cut on his neck. "Tch, it seems I need to speed up the attack more," Kazuki remarked casually, undeterred by the close call. Even with restrictions, his opponent had dodged the attack, prompting Kazuki to consider more practice. Dismissing the confrontation, he expressed nonchalance about the ongoing battle. "You just got lucky. There won't be a next time. I will make sure that you are buried here today," the elite jonan declared, attempting to regain composure. However, Kazuki's nonchalant demeanor seemed to provoke him to launch a counterattack. To his surprise, he found himself unable to move, paralyzed both physically and in the use of his chakra. A realization struck Kumo jonan: he had been poisoned. Panicking, he struggled to understand how such a poison had taken effect so swiftly. Kazuki approached, the shadows from his techniques constricting the immobilized jonan. "Poison," the Kumo elite jonan gasped in disbelief. "It's impossible, I am an elite jonan with my current level. Even the poison of the fabled Cho of Sand Country will not act so quickly. How and who are you? There hasn't been such a potent poison anywhere before." The Kumo shinobi was completely in shock, because before this, no matter how strong the poison was, he still could retain most of his fighting prowess even under poisoned status, but the opponent in front of him poisoned him with a shallow cut and was able to paralyze an elite jonan like himself within a few seconds. Just when he shared his thoughts, Kazuki had already stepped next to him. "Ah, so you are not a complete fool after all. You shouldn't have let your guard down," Kazuki remarked, closing in. The jonan, still in shock, questioned how an elite shinobi like himself could succumb to such a potent poison. Kazuki explained the nature of the poison, and as jonan's consciousness faded, Kazuki began the delicate process of modifying his memory. "I cannot have others know about my true prowess yet, so I need to modify a few things before I take you back to the village. I am sure your head costs a hefty bounty for being an elite jonan and all." Following that, Kazuki started altering jonan's memory with his fuinjutsu arts. Unless Kazuki personally intervened, he was confident that no one else would be able to tell that Kumo jonan's memory had been tampered with. Intricately using his fuinjutsu skills, Kazuki altered Kumo jonan's recollection of the battle. He crafted a narrative in which he captured the elite shinobi after poisoning him, ensuring that the true extent of Kazuki's abilities remained hidden. As the memory manipulation took effect, Kazuki prepared to take his captive back to the village, his true prowess shrouded in secrecy. "Now, let's go on a hunt, shall we?" Kazuki thought to himself as he shifted his form to that of the vice commander. Ensuring every detail was in order, he meticulously obliterated all traces of the recent battle, reducing the building to ashes. On the outskirts of the town, the Kumo shinobi escorting the convoy with the chakra medal encountered a sudden commotion. The jonan in charge hastened to the front, berating the others for the delay. As he approached, a perplexing sight unfolded: the carts, laden with valuable cargo, were halted by an unseen force, a transparent barrier obstructing their path. "What the hell is this? Attack the barrier and bring it down. Where are the hostages we need to transport?" The jonan barked orders, prompting the Kumo shinobi to assail the enigmatic barrier. Meanwhile, Might Guy found himself impressed by the efficacy of the medicines Kazuki had provided. Internally acknowledging their effectiveness, Guy continued to keep the jonan commander and the remaining Kumo forces under relentless pressure. Employing hit-and-run tactics, he exploited his superior speed to target a weaker Kumo ninja. The Leaf reinforcements, numbering around 24, strategically divided their forces, with a portion dispatched to attack the bandit camp. The battle unfolded in the Leaf's favor, with Guy's seemingly inexhaustible stamina wearing down the Kumo commander's resolve. Growing increasingly frustrated and anxious due to the lack of information from the forward team tasked with escorting the shipment, the Kumo commander contemplated drastic measures. His concern escalated when he noticed his deputy and another Kumo jonan approaching, both visibly battered from a recent clash. "We were ambushed. There seems to be a barrier surrounding the town, all our troops and the shipment are stuck. We need to resolve this fast. There might be more enemy reinforcements coming," the deputy reported urgently. Without hesitation, the newly arrived combatants joined the fray, and the commander swiftly issued commands to encircle Guy once again. The Kumo commander, sensing an opportunity, devised a strategy to encircle Guy once more. A trio of jonan and the deputy coordinated their attacks, attempting to box in the Leaf powerhouse. The commander, confident that this would be the turning point, focused his chakra for a decisive blow. Chapter 32. Just as Guy found himself at a momentary disadvantage, surrounded by skilled opponents, the Kumo commander launched a powerful lightning-infused punch aimed at Guy's midsection. However, just as the attack was about to land, a sudden scream from the Kumo jonans caught the commander's attention. In the chaotic turn of events, the Kumo commander's attention was diverted by the shocking betrayal within his own ranks. The deputy commander, seemingly loyal until that moment, swiftly executed one of his comrades, while the jonan by his side ruthlessly dispatched the remaining Kumo shinobi. The jonan commander, initially focused on the threat posed by Guy, now found himself faced with a different form of treachery. "Traitors!" The commander's roar echoed on the battlefield as he grappled with the sudden betrayal. His mind raced to comprehend the motives behind such an unexpected act. The chakra signatures matched, there was no sign of external manipulation. The only conclusion that surfaced in his bewildered mind was that their own comrades had defected, turning against their own village. The commander's intent to charge at the deputy and the other Kumo jonan was momentarily halted by the emergence of a looming danger. Guy, taking advantage of the commander's distraction, seized the opportunity to elevate the intensity of the battle to a whole new level. "Hiradora! Daytime! Tiger!" Guy's voice thundered as he unleashed the devastating technique. The air crackled with the raw power emanating from Guy's unleashed chakra. The Leaf powerhouse, propelled by the might of the 6th gate and the partially opened 7th gate, became a force of nature. The technique, named after the fearsome beast, struck with unparalleled force. Caught off guard and momentarily stunned by the internal betrayal, the Kumo commander, clad in his lightning armor, was ill-prepared for the impending onslaught. The sheer pressure and impact of Guy's ferocious attack tore through the commander's defenses as if they were mere illusions. Lightning flickered, and the commander was tossed like a ragdoll, his body contorting in response to the devastating assault. As the dust settled and the echoes of Guy's ultimate attack resonated across the battlefield, the Kumo commander lay battered and defeated. The betrayal within his own ranks and the overwhelming power of Guy had turned the tide decisively against the Kumo forces. Guy, having brought down the Kumo commander with his formidable technique, shifted his focus to Kazuki, gesturing in a relaxed manner. "Kazuki, is everything on your end sorted out? Have the hostages been rescued?" Guy's inquiry carried a mixture of concern and confidence, his eyes reflecting the unwavering determination that defined the seasoned ninja. Kazuki, though impressed by Guy's ability to pierce through his disguise, returned to his original form before responding. Nearby, the jonan under Kazuki's influence retained their Kumo appearances, seamlessly blending in with the remaining Kumo genin and chunin, who were still engaged in skirmishes with the Leaf reinforcements. Guy, curious about the disguised jonan, awaited an explanation, but Kazuki merely smiled, deeming it inappropriate to reveal the intricacies of his strategy at that moment. "Yes, Guy-sensei. The hostages are secured," Kazuki affirmed, his voice carrying a sense of accomplishment. "The remaining Kumo ninjas are still attempting to break the barrier I erected around town. Once we regroup, we should be able to eliminate or capture everyone." With the Kumo commander defeated, the morale of the Kumo forces dwindled rapidly. Guy wasted no time and swiftly issued orders for the Leaf ninjas to regroup, preparing for a counterattack against the remaining Kumo shinobi, who persisted in their efforts to breach the barrier. Regarding the hostages that Guy had inquired about, they found refuge in a corner of a dimly lit warehouse, their faces edged with expressions of fear and gratitude. Among them, palpable tension lingered as their eyes darted nervously towards a seemingly innocuous yet eerily cute black wolf pup. The memories of the recent chaos were vivid in their minds. The wolf pup, an unexpected savior, had torn through their captors with a ferocity that defied its adorable appearance. A black puppet, standing stoically in a corner, contributed to the relentless assault on their oppressors, leaving the once confident Kumo shinobi reduced to tattered remnants. Even among the hostages, a Kumo chunin who had hidden his allegiance dared to catch an innocent hostage and brandish a threat, hoping to regain some semblance of control. However, the cute-looking pup had other plans. With a sudden and efficient motion, the wolf pup dove out of the shadow of the chunin, emerging almost instantly to bite off the chunin's head before he could comprehend the impending danger. The black puppet, having fulfilled its role in the chaos, stood silent witness to the swift justice meted out. Amidst the bandit camp, Torun patiently awaited the arrival of the leaf reinforcements, hidden from sight as he monitored the surroundings meticulously. Unbeknownst to the bandits, the two Kumo shinobi on external guard duty had already succumbed to the poisoned drinks strategically administered by Torun. While the bandits assumed their comrades had merely passed out, the timely demise of the Kumo shinobi went unnoticed. Upon the reinforcements' arrival, Torun swiftly briefed them on the situation, providing a detailed account of the bandit camp's layout and potential threats. The leader from the Leaf outpost, demonstrating decisive leadership, opted to personally lead the assault on the bandit camp. Within the confines of the camp where the hostages were confined, an abrupt and tumultuous noise from the external surroundings immediately seized everyone's attention. A chunin, breathless from his dash into the camp, conveyed the urgency of the situation to the jonan in charge. The Leaf shinobi are attacking as we speak. Maintaining composure, the jonan inquired, how many assailants? Any recent updates from the commander? In a concerted effort to gauge the scale of the unfolding events, the jonan also summoned a small rodent, entrusting it with a scroll containing vital information. Approximately 8 enemies, the chunin replied. However, we cannot accurately assess their strength. Even with our numerical advantage, we are struggling to hold our ground. Acknowledging the urgency of the situation, the jonan swiftly issued orders to his subordinates. Quickly, everyone! Move out to support the others. I will remain here with a few to guard the hostages. In response to jonan's directive, the majority of the bandits, along with the disguised Kumo ninja, hastened to reinforce their comrades engaged in combat. Left behind were the jonan, 2 chunins, and a handful of bandits, forming a small contingent tasked with safeguarding the captives in the heart of the bandit camp. However, in an unexpected twist, the enemy had infiltrated deep into the bandit camp, catching them off guard. Seizing the opportunity he had patiently awaited, Itachi sprang into action as most of the shinobi left to engage in the ongoing battle outside. Katon, Senketsu Beni, Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Flower Nail Crimson. Itachi unleashed a devastating volley of shuriken, infusing them with fire chakra mid-flight. The flaming shuriken, strategically directed to target all the bandits, caught them off guard. Most regular bandits within range were set ablaze and burned to a crisp. Only a few managed to react in time, and the number of enemies Itachi faced dwindled to a mere half-dozen. However, his attack failed to take down any of the Kumo ninjas, who had reacted faster. You, who are you, kid? Do you have a death wish? The Kumo jonan, maintaining his bandit persona, sought to catch Itachi off guard. The 2 remaining chunin and the remaining bandits closed in, attempting to corner the Uchiha. Katon, Gaki no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Itachi launched a massive fireball directly at the Kumo jonan without giving any indication. The jonan, searching for an opening, instinctively used a lightning jutsu to counter the incoming attack, considering the fireball too large to dodge casually. Raiden-dan, Ibuki, Lightning Release Bullet, Power Breath. A seasoned veteran, the Kumo jonan unleashed a full-powered lightning breath to counter the intense fireball. Meanwhile, the remaining bandits intensified their assaults. The battle grew increasingly intense. Itachi, relying on his keen instincts, effortlessly dispatched the regular bandits. The Kumo jonan, with his considerable prowess, proved to be a formidable opponent. Itachi strategically employed explosion tags provided by Kazuki, setting counter traps during the fight. One chunin miscalculated the explosion range and got caught in the blast, sustaining injuries. Seeing his subordinate in peril, the jonan moved to intervene, but Itachi reacted swiftly. Katon, Hisekish, fire release, ash pile burning. Itachi employed the burning ash technique to engulf the injured Chunin, ensuring he couldn't escape and obstructing the enemy's vision to prevent them from anticipating his next move. The Kumo jonan, understanding Itachi's plan, countered by unleashing a stream of lightning attacks. Raiden, Kangekiha, lightning release, wave of inspiration. Intent on preventing Itachi from igniting the ash and using the smoke as cover, the Kumo jonan attacked. However, he didn't anticipate Itachi's next move. A severed head soared into the air, revealing that Itachi's true target had been the other Chunin from the beginning. Just as the Kumo jonan thought the attack had concluded, a sudden explosion tore the injured Chunin to pieces. How? The Kumo jonan couldn't comprehend the rapidly evolving battle and questioned Itachi, confusion filling his mind. Itachi remained silent, watching his opponent closely. However, in the next moment, a blade pierced through Itachi's back. The Kumo jonan couldn't resist smirking, remarking, "You are still too young to be on the battlefield, kid." The assailant was the woman hidden among the hostages. But Itachi's expression remained unchanged. As the jonan observed, Itachi's eyes shifted from normal to 1 tomo and all the way to 3 tomo Sharingan. At that moment, the jonan realized his chest had been pierced through by a blade, and a woman stood behind him with a confused and fearful look. The jonan understood they had fallen under the kid's genjutsu. With blurred vision, his last sight was of the woman being beheaded by Itachi, who leisurely walked towards the hostages. The jonan whispered his final words, "Uchiha." After Itachi successfully rescued the hostages at the bandit camp, the remaining enemies faced a swift and decisive defeat. The Kumo jonan, being the highest combat power among the bandits, couldn't withstand the combined force of the Leaf Shinobi, especially with Itachi joining the battle. The scales immediately tipped in favor of the Leaf Shinobi. Regrouping, the leader from the Leaf outpost left 2 Chunin behind to safeguard the newly rescued hostages. He departed with the rest of the force, heading back to reinforce the ongoing battle in the town. Back in the town, Guy and Kazuki, accompanied by the remaining Leaf Shinobi, initiated a relentless assault on the Kumo Shinobi, attempting to breach the barrier. "Guy-sensei, can you keep going? Aren't you tired yet?" Kazuki couldn't help but wonder, marveling at Guy's seemingly limitless stamina. Despite taking Kazuki's medicines, Guy showed no visible signs of fatigue, handling immense pressure since the incident began. "This is called youth, kid. Soon enough, I will teach you guys too, haha. By the way, Kazuki, how will the others from the bandit camp enter the town with a barrier around it?" Guy, intrigued by the barrier's resilience against the combined attacks of powerful jonan with lightning attributes, sought clarification on whether their allies could enter. "No worries there, Guy-sensei. It's just a one-sided barrier. One can enter, but they can't exit. So, if our shinobi from the bandit camp wants to enter, there will be no issues," Kazuki explained confidently. Just as he finished explaining, a dozen Leaf Shinobi, including Itachi and Torun, approached. Without waiting for further instructions, they seamlessly joined the ongoing assault against the Kumo Shinobi, reinforcing the Leaf Shinobi's efforts. The battlefield became a chaotic tableau of intensified combat as the new wave of Leaf Shinobi joined the fray. Kazuki, who had been holding back, discreetly intervened using the shadows whenever any Leaf Ninja faced fatal danger. He refrained from deploying his shadow puppets and summoning creatures as he observed that the Leaf side was gradually overwhelming the Kumo Ninja. With no proper chain of command and the unstoppable force of Guy wreaking havoc, the Kumo Shinobi could only accept the inevitable fate that awaited them. Chapter 33. As the battle raged on for another hour, the last Kumo jonan finally fell. Despite the more than 60 Kumo Shinobi present in town, the Leaf Ninjas emerged unscathed. The veterans among them were surprised by this unexpected outcome. Little did they know that, without Kazuki's covered assistance, the Leaf would have undoubtedly lost several of their own in the fierce clashes. The town, once echoing with the clash of lightning and the shouts of battle, now fell into an eerie silence. The Leaf Shinobi, despite their victory, remained vigilant, aware that the dust of conflict could settle only temporarily. Guy, still brimming with energy, couldn't help but commend his team. "Great work, everyone. This victory is a testament to the strength of youth and teamwork. Tenma-senpai, your reinforcements were invaluable. Without your assistance, we might not have been able to complete this mission." Kazuki also warmly conveyed his thanks to the Hyuga outpost leader for the timely assistance. However, he concealed the extent of his involvement, maintaining the illusion that the Leaf Shinobi's success was solely due to their prowess. The Shadows, his trusted allies, melted back into the darkness as the town began to reclaim its original calm. After the intense battle, the Leaf Shinobi managed to capture only 2 Kumo ninja alive, a Chunin and a Jonan. Kazuki, however, chose not to disclose the fact that he had captured an elite jonan. The spoils of the recent conflict promised significant contributions, and although they would be shared among the Leaf Shinobi for their combined efforts, Kazuki decided to keep the credit for capturing the elite jonan for his own team. He planned to later hand him over to the old man directly, leveraging the benefits he had provided Hiruzen with in the past for a bit of selfish gain. With Tenma Hyuga, a seasoned jonan, taking temporary leadership, various arrangements were made to secure the town and the precious cargo. Guy and his team were tasked with taking inventory. During the inspection, Kazuki discreetly examined the contents of a larger box compared to the others and, without hesitation, sealed the box inside his own scroll. Itachi, witnessing Kazuki's actions, merely gave him a bland look, opting not to question his teammate at the moment. Tenma, having organized a sensor team to survey the site from which the chakra ore was originally extracted, received their report with evident delight. The chakra metal ore was found beneath old Senju ruins, and the mine itself yielded the highest quality chakra metal. Its size was astounding, dwarfing even the largest chakra metal mines discovered in the Land of Iron. Tenma understood the strategic importance of such a discovery. No wonder Kumo had covertly taken control of an entire town. Possessing such a vast and rich mine would be reason enough for any country to wage war. However, this mine was found in the heart of the Fire Country, and Tenma knew that this remarkable achievement would secure him a higher position, contributing significantly to his chances of promotion. Upon further investigation, it was discovered that the hostages originally being transported to Kumo with haste were none other than people living near the ruins. These individuals had Senju ancestry and constituted a branch of the main Senju line. Their ancestral duty was to take care of the ruins, but even the original residents were unaware of the vast chakra metal mine hidden beneath their ancestral grounds. Upon receiving this new information, Tenma requested additional reinforcements to secure the mine. The village promptly decided to dispatch a sizable force to defend the mine. Hiruzen also issued orders for Team Guy to act as escorts, bringing back the chakra metal ore and the remaining Senju people to Konoha. The team could only wait as a new convoy was being arranged for transport. Upon discovering the Senju ruins, Kazuki requested permission from Guy to explore them, and Guy readily agreed. Traveling at a leisurely pace, Kazuki reached the Senju ruins. He noticed 4 Leaf Shinobi already guarding the site, and upon his arrival, they approached to clarify the reason. After a brief explanation, Kazuki moved in the direction of the ruins. Upon reaching the center of the ruins and ensuring no other eyes were on him, Kazuki quickly performed a series of hand signs and placed his open palm on the ground. Kokiyos no Jutsu. Summoning Technique. Out of a puff of smoke, a pitch-black wolf pup was summoned. It quickly rushed and jumped on Kazuki upon seeing him. "Hey Kuro, how are you?" The little wolf pup was special, belonging to the Hell Beasts clan, with whom the Nara clan had signed a contract. However, little Kuro was exceptional even among the Hell Beast clan. Its bloodline was so pure that it nearly rivaled the bloodline purity of their current sage, the oldest entity in the Hell Beast clan. Due to its high bloodline purity, Kuro had an uncanny affinity for yin nature, endowing the pup with special abilities in addition to the characteristics of the Hell Beasts. After summoning Kuro, Kazuki began exploring the ruins with care. He copied every detail he deemed significant. After nearly 4 hours of searching, Kazuki retrieved close to a dozen antiques, of which only 2 were intact. While examining the items, Kuro howled to grab Kazuki's attention, as Kuro was not yet proficient in human language. Kazuki followed Kuro, and after 10 minutes, they reached a small rocky outcrop. Amidst the rocks was a small opening leading underground. Without Kuro, Kazuki might not have found such a place, and with Kuro leading, Kazuki went down the hole. After following the dark hole, both Kuro and Kazuki reached a vast underground cavern. To Kazuki's surprise, the cavern was illuminated by crystals embedded at the top, covering the entire space. A barrier surrounded the cavern, and its complexity gave Kazuki goosebumps. Despite its strength, the barrier had succumbed to the test of time, showing signs of malfunctioning in various places. With some effort, Kazuki, accompanied by Kuro, bypassed the barrier. Inside, he was greeted by a breathtaking sight. A massive withered tree lay uprooted, bound by numerous golden chains, many of which were broken. Kazuki immediately recognized the tree's similarity to the god tree, known for bearing chakra fruits. Approaching cautiously, he examined the tree. After ensuring there was no immediate danger, he poked one of the golden chains, causing it to lose its luster and turn to ash. Woof woof. Once again, Kuro sought Kazuki's attention and directed him further into the cavern. Upon arriving, Kazuki was met with another astonishing sight, a colossal wooden construct. Referring to it as a construct would be a mistake, for it emitted a faint vitality, as if the wood itself were alive. After carefully probing the entity, Kazuki realized what it was, resembling an Asura with 3 heads and 6 arms. Its size was comparable to that of the 10 tails. The main distinction Kazuki noted was that unlike the tailed beasts, which were entities of chakra, the wooden aura was an entity made entirely of nature energy. Kazuki turned to Kuro and inquired, "Kuro, how did you know something like this was here?" Through various gestures and his connection to Kazuki, Kuro conveyed a response. "So you mean to say that there is something like this back at your home too? They smell the same but, at the same time, feel different. What is that supposed to mean?" Woof woof. Kuro confirmed that Kazuki understood, and without answering Kazuki, he continued exploring the cavern. Kazuki, on the other hand, examined the colossal wooden Asura. Its size was so immense that it took hours for him to carefully inspect the entire entity. After the examination, he observed that the wooden construct was damaged at many places, adorned with huge scars as if it had survived a massive battle. Driven by curiosity, Kazuki placed his hand on the construct, but a sudden burning pain shot through his arm, forcing him to retract it. To his astonishment, the entire Asura began to glow brightly, as if preparing to explode. Drenched in cold sweat, Kazuki braced for the explosion, closing his eyes instinctively. However, the expected devastation did not occur. Kuro's repeated howls prompted him to open his eyes, revealing that the Asura construct had vanished without a trace. Kazuki probed the area using his senses and discovered a human skeleton in the place where the construct was. Though old, the skeleton's bone structure resembled crystal, edged with various fuinjutsu. Careful not to touch it directly, Kazuki promptly sealed the skeleton away in a scroll. After sealing the skeleton, Kuro eagerly dug at the same spot and pulled out a small, palm-sized wooden construct. It resembled Baby Groot from Kazuki's past life but had 3 heads and 6 arms, similar to the Asura entity. Despite its appearance, the small entity seemed to be in a state of suspended animation, radiating a faint vitality. Understanding the significance of the newly discovered place, Kazuki meticulously collected everything of importance. Storing the withered god tree was an immense burden, draining most of his chakra and almost knocking him out cold. Fortunately, thanks to the fuinjutsu ritual and his medicines, he managed to recover his chakra to an acceptable level quickly. Returning to the town after 2 days early in the morning, Kazuki found the convoy ready to depart. He had stayed in the cavern for 2 whole days, exploring its depths. Although he shared some details about the ruins, Kazuki kept the information about the hidden cavern a secret for now. Over the past 2 days, he gathered every piece of information about the sealing barrier he could find, gaining substantial insights. Additionally, he retrieved a few intact golden chains that had bound the god tree. Of course, Kazuki also made sure to collect every last piece of the god tree he could find. It took the convoy 5 full days to reach the village. Although Kazuki had ways to seal the boxes in his scrolls for transport, he couldn't subject the poor Senju remnants accompanying them back to the village to such discomfort. If his master found out about any attempt to pull such a stunt on people from the Senju lineage, he knew he would get a severe beating. During this week, the entire shinobi world became aware that the Fire Country had come into possession of the largest chakra metal mine, and the quality of the ore was top-notch. Every major village stirred after getting the news, especially Kumo. The Reikage sent a letter to the Hokage, claiming that Leaf Ninja had ambushed their Kumo shinobi, who were exploring the Fire Country in peace, and demanded compensation for the dead shinobi in the form of handing over the mine. Even Hiruzen, who was usually calm, tore the letter to shreds after reading it. He knew the Reikage was shameless, but he didn't expect him to fall so low. Iwagakure also increased the troops on the border after hearing about the Fire Country acquiring a huge chakra metal mine. The troops dispatched to secure the mine had already been involved in more than a dozen skirmishes launched by various missing nins and other forces. The Leaf Village had to send a second dispatchment to reinforce security, and plans for a massive war fortress surrounding the mine were underway. The Fire Daimyo himself went out of his way to fully fund the project and even approved a war fortress in place of a regular town to be built, even before Hiruzen could suggest it. Even the Land of Iron, which always boasted about its neutrality, couldn't resist its greed when it came to the mine. Their approach, however, was more diplomatic. The daimyo of Iron sent an envoy team to the fire daimyo to discuss taking control of the mine, arguing that a neutral country like theirs should hold control to avoid unnecessary conflicts. From various sources, it was confirmed that the fire daimyo had simply flipped the table upon hearing the shameless request from the Iron envoys. The envoy team was promptly sent packing after the meeting ended. Chapter 34. The Land of Iron held a complete monopoly over high-quality chakra metal, and the newly discovered ore was even of better quality than what the Land of Iron could offer. Their entire economy was based around weapon manufacturing and related industries. Every other shinobi village had to agree to the Land of Iron's requests, no matter how steep, because chakra weapons were a boon for every high-level shinobi. While jonan and chunin might not see much difference, once a shinobi reached jonan level, the need for a chakra weapon became immense. A jonan with a chakra weapon held a significant advantage over a jonan without one. During the escort trip back, Itachi approached Kazuki to inquire about the box he had stolen earlier. Before Itachi could question him further, Kazuki simply stated that he would provide him with a few custom-made weapons personally modified by the Fuinjutsu Grandmaster, who had connections with the Nara clan. Itachi was dumbstruck. Understanding the significance of the promise, he chose not to question Kazuki further, and he mentally made a note to mention the promise of weapons to his father. He had already learned about the presence of a Fuin Grandmaster in the Leaf Village from his father, Fugaku. With Itachi's intellect, he guessed that Kazuki must have a direct relationship to the Fuin Grandmaster, especially after the items Kazuki had shared with the team during the mission. Itachi personally believed that Kazuki had been taken as a disciple by the Fuin Grandmaster, so he was given special privilege. Even with Itachi's high intellect, it never crossed his mind that Kazuki himself was the Grandmaster, a 6-year-old Fuin Grandmaster. One would have to be crazy to think of such a thing. Kazuki, can I have one more weapon custom made in addition, and I don't mind paying for it. Itachi made a sincere request to his teammate because he knew that after he shared the information with his father, he might not be able to get his hands on one of these without a significant contribution to the Uchiha clan, even though he was the Uchiha clan heir. Kazuki was confused, but after looking at Itachi's awkward but sincere look, he agreed without asking any further questions. As the team reached the Leaf Village, Kazuki saw his master, the Slug Sage, personally waiting to welcome the Senju remnants. Kakashi and Shizune followed her quietly. There were a few other jonin accompanying the Sunin. Guy quickly concluded the handover process and then proceeded to report to the Hokage building before the other two departed. Guy had specifically asked the trio to meet up at the training site in the evening. Kazuki, however, chose to follow Guy, as he had to hand over the elite Kumo jonin that he had captured earlier. As Guy and Kazuki approached the building, it seemed to buzz with increased activity. They entered only after receiving permission. Inside, Hiruzen was engrossed in paperwork, surrounded by a sizable stack of neatly arranged documents. Ahem, Hokage-sama, we are here to report on the recent mission, Guy announced, interrupting the Hokage's intense focus. Hiruzen, fatigued and weary, set down his pen and looked up. Ah, it's you guys. You surely know how to make an old man work extra hours. After your recent discovery, I've been handling almost 10 times more documents than I used to on any regular day. Well, never mind that. You guys did a great job out there. I've personally upgraded your original mission rank to S-Class, and the return mission for escort has been listed as an A-Class mission. Now, Guy, why don't you sit down and explain in detail what happened out there? Hiruzen set aside the documents, eager to hear the specifics. Guy proceeded to provide an exhaustive mission report, even detailing their daily meals since the day they left. Kazuki, standing next to Guy, couldn't help but sweat at the level of detail. Even Hiruzen questioned if Guy had misunderstood his request but chose not to interrupt, allowing the young man to describe the mission with vivid details. By the time Guy finished, both Hiruzen and Kazuki were relieved. Guy was content that he fulfilled the Hokage's request. Good, good. The mine will help us prosper, and with the new mine, we can break free from the weapon monopoly of the Land of Iron. I estimate a large influx of new people coming into Konoha in the name of business, so we need to be prepared, Hiruzen stated. Guy was confused, but Kazuki understood that the words were directed at him, signaling the need to expedite the plans for designing new defenses. I heard that you managed to capture 2 Kumo shinobi alive. With them, we might find out who helped them infiltrate the Fire Country so deeply. Without aid from the inside, I am sure they wouldn't have been able to set up such a town inside the Fire Country. Hiruzen, though old, wasn't naive enough to believe Kumo achieved the infiltration without internal assistance. Well, old man, honestly, I feel you need to capture that old dog, Danzo, and hand him over to the torture and interrogation team. I am sure he had something to do with this, Kazuki expressed his suspicion. Guy was surprised at the blatant disrespect shown towards a village elder, but he remained silent as the Hokage had yet to respond. Kazuki, I understand your disdain for Danzo, and I acknowledge that he may have engaged in questionable actions in his pursuit of power. However, I firmly believe that under no circumstances would Danzo betray the village, Hiruzen stated with clarity. He recognized that he could question Danzo's character, but he couldn't cast doubt on his loyalty to the village. Hiruzen also grappled with a sense of responsibility, wondering if he bore some blame for Danzo's transformation. Whatever, keep telling yourself that, old man. However, in the future, don't come crying to me when he stabs you in the back again, Kazuki nonchalantly retorted as Hiruzen tried to defend Danzo. Guy stood by like a bystander, unaware of the underlying tension. Kazuki addressed the Sandaime as if he were a next-door grandfather, displaying a level of disrespect that left an awkward silence in the room. Hiruzen sighed, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Kazuki, I respect your concerns, but we must approach this matter cautiously. Accusing someone without concrete evidence could lead to unnecessary conflict. While Danzo's methods may be questionable, I believe he remains loyal to the village. Kazuki huffed in frustration, clearly dissatisfied with the response but choosing not to escalate the confrontation further. Guy, sensing the tension, interjected, attempting to shift the conversation. Hokage-sama, is there anything else you need from us regarding the mission, or are there further instructions? Guy asked, maintaining a respectful tone, trying to divert attention away from the escalating dispute. Before the Hokage could begin, Kazuki remembered his original purpose for the meeting and pulled out a scroll. Oh, I totally forgot. Here, old man, this is a gift. This was a personal exploit of my team, and I don't want it shared among the others, just my team. With that said, Kazuki spread out the scroll and undid the FNY no Jutsu, enclosing technique, to release the captured elite jonan. Both Hiruzen and Guy were taken aback by the appearance of the unconscious Kumo shinobi, who had been sealed using half a dozen Fuinjutsu tags. Guy, initially surprised, quickly reached for his bingo book to identify the Kumo shinobi, but Hiruzen stopped him. No need, Guy. He is an elite jonan from Kumo. I have no idea how you managed to achieve this, but you guys have earned yourselves a significant amount of contributions. Sandaime-sama, I had no involvement in capturing this shinobi. I think you should just hand over the contributions to Kazuki. Guy, always straightforward, didn't want to take advantage of a 6-year-old kid and voiced his opinion. However, the Hokage waved his request away, knowing that Kazuki wouldn't have made such a request if he didn't intend to share the contributions with his team. Old man, no one knows that I have captured him, so it's better to take extra precautions. It's not every day you can take an elite jonan alive. I don't want to hear news stating that the prisoners were assassinated under lock and key, Kazuki commented, and Hiruzen couldn't help but sigh as he understood the implication the kid still blamed Danzo. Tora! The Hokage signaled, and a white-robed ANBU with a tiger mask appeared next to Hiruzen, taking a knee and awaiting orders. He is a high-value prisoner. Make sure there are absolutely no accidents. I want every bit of information that you can extract from him. Inform the Yamanaka clan head that I asked for him to personally read his mind, and you will be personally in charge of this. I do not want even a bit of information to spread about this. Is that understood? The Sandaime ordered the ANBU, who, from the corner of his eyes, noticed the bound Kumo shinobi and recognized the famous elite jonan. He flinched, but quickly composed himself. Understood, Hokage-sama. The white-robed ANBU stood up, approached Kazuki, and received the scroll. Kazuki passed it over, and the ANBU performed the enclosing technique again. The ANBU was surprised by the quality of the sealing scroll but received a nod from the Hokage. He vanished from sight, with the prisoner now secure. Old man, that scroll was expensive, so it's going on your tab. Remember to pay me back later, Kazuki remarked, causing Hiruzen's mouth to twitch. However, he couldn't say anything, knowing the kid's penchant for money. Oh, and by the way, I might have taken a couple of boxes from the original Kumo convoy, old man, so don't worry about it. Before he could finish, Guy jumped up to reprimand him. Kazuki, you cannot do that. Those resources belong to the village. How can you steal those? You should hand over those boxes immediately. Ah, come now, Guy-sensei. Look, even the old man is okay with it. Quick, let's leave before he changes his mind. Hiruzen couldn't help but get a headache while dealing with this little demon. Sometimes, he even felt like giving the kid a good beating to straighten him up. But then he sighed. Guy eagerly looked at the Hokage, expecting him to reprimand his student. However, the Hokage simply waved for them to leave to avoid further headaches. It's okay, Guy. Let the kid play with those. It's just a couple of boxes, so it's not a big deal. I will deal with that matter. You guys can leave. Guy left the Hokage building, followed by Kazuki, still pondering the fact that there were countries ready to wage war for the chakra metal, and their Hokage was giving it to a child for play. Guy couldn't help but doubt himself, thinking that he must be really dumb, just as his rival Kakashi always stated. As Kazuki reached home, the news of the mission stirred Yoshino into a frenzy. She expressed her concern about Kazuki being just a child and how Shikamaru had seemingly forced him into the life of a shinobi. Initially, Yoshino had hoped Kazuki would attend the academy and gradually grow into the role over the years. Caught in the middle, Shikamaru shouldered the blame while Kazuki nonchalantly recounted his recent exploits. "Uncle, do we have any master craftsmen in our clan?" Kazuki inquired, realizing he possessed a significant amount of chakra metal ore that could be forged into weapons. Once forged, he could personally modify the weapons to suit his needs. "No, Kazuki, master craftsmen are quite rare. I do know about 2 master craftsmen within the village, but with the recent discovery of the mine, I am sure we won't be able to place any commissions soon." "Why? Are you in need of a weapon?" Shikamaru, seizing a momentary respite from Yoshino's scolding, redirected the conversation. Chapter 35. "Well, I was thinking of getting a custom-made blade using a rare meteorite fragment that I recently acquired." Kazuki shared his thoughts with his uncle, explaining the purpose behind his search for a master craftsman. "Oh, well, you could ask Tsunade-sama about it. The Senju had various families affiliated with them before their decline, and quite a few of them were weaponsmith clans. Even though they are fully integrated into the village now, they might still have a few master craftsmen among them," Shikamaru suggested, drawing from his knowledge of the village's history. "Uncle, here, take this and store it in the clan treasury. It has about a ton or so of chakra metal ore. It's up to you how you use it. And Yoshino, I am going to meet my team. I'll only be back later at night." Kazuki casually pulled out a large box from the ceiling scroll and left to meet his team, as Guy had called for a meeting at the training grounds. As Kazuki reached Guy, the other 2 teammates were already waiting. With Kazuki's arrival, Guy led the trio on a light sprint towards the top of Hokage Rock. Confusion marked the faces of the 3 young shinobi. If Guy intended to train, there were far more suitable places. Sensing their confusion, Guy quickly explained. "We are not going to train today." Guy sat down on the top of the Hokage monument, facing the village, gesturing for the trio to join him. Kazuki and Itachi exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why Guy had brought them here. Torun, a bit slower to catch on, was still uncertain about the context. "Guy-sensei, are you doing all right? Did you take a blow to the head on the recent mission? I can help you examine for injuries," Kazuki offered jokingly, concerned by the unusual deviation from Guy's typical enthusiasm for training. "We are just going to talk today and not train. Tell me, how are you kids feeling?" Guy asked, his tone softer and more solemn than usual. Itachi and Kazuki quickly grasped the significance of Guy's question, understanding the weight behind his words. Torun, still catching up, answered about his physical condition. "No, kid, that's not what I wanted to know. I mean, how do you guys feel after killing someone?" Guy asked, maintaining a serious tone. He acknowledged that this recent mission marked the first large-scale conflict for the team, and it's possible that some of them had taken their lives for the first time. "I know we've only been a team for less than a month, and this might have been your first experience with such matters. So, I just want to know how you really feel about killing. You don't have to answer me according to the shinobi code, just share what you genuinely feel." Guy's intention was to gauge the state of the young minds under his guidance. Despite their exceptional abilities, they were, after all, still children. He wanted to create an environment where they felt supported and understood, beyond the formalities of the shinobi world. The trio exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the discussion and the openness Guy was encouraging. As Kazuki pondered Guy-sensei's question, he realized that this was indeed the first time he had taken someone's life with his own hands. It was a realization that hadn't fully settled until Guy-sensei brought up the topic. Deciding to answer honestly, he spoke up. Well, Guy-sensei, it was my first time killing someone. Strangely, I don't feel any deep remorse or regret about it. However, it's not like I cherish the feeling of taking someone's life. Guy listened intently to Kazuki's honest response before turning his attention to the other two students. Itachi, who was seated, hesitated for a moment before sharing his thoughts. This wasn't my first time killing someone. My father took me to the battlefield during the Third Shinobi War. Honestly, I don't like killing, but I understand that sometimes, to defend the things we love, we must resort to violence. Guy's composure shifted to a more somber tone upon hearing about Itachi's experiences on the battlefield at such a young age. He recognized that, in a shinobi clan, such early exposure to violence was not uncommon. It was the norm in their world, where the weak often got trampled on. Guy turned to Torun, curious about his perspective. I was raised by root for a year, sensei, so what do you think? I was barely able to retain my emotions after a year with them. All I know is that I don't regret my choice to join them because my decision helped avoid such a life for little Shino. Honestly, I don't know how one should feel when killing. Torun, despite being released from root, still carried the mental scars of his time with the organization. What he didn't realize was that Kazuki had already rendered the curse seal on his tongue ineffective long ago, a fact even Torun himself remained unaware of. A brief silence settled over the group, accentuated by the wind that swept through as if echoing the gravity of their conversation. After the prolonged silence, Guy spoke again. I almost puked my gut out after completing my first kill. I couldn't sleep for a couple of days after that. Only after carefully contemplating the reason why I had to kill was I able to return to a normal state. However, you kids have much more stable minds than most shinobi out there. I've seen so many shinobi who keep killing with a smile on their faces, reveling and cherishing the act. I don't want any of you to turn into such monsters. Guy shared his experiences and concerns, shedding light on why he had brought up this topic. Honestly, even now, I wonder why Hokage-sama assigned me as your jonan sensei. All three of you are monstrous geniuses, and I am someone who is only proficient in taijutsu. To be honest, I believe that with enough hard work and dedication, one can excel in taijutsu, unlike ninjutsu and genjutsu. Sensei, so why did you agree to take over the team? Torun was curious to know why Guy had chosen to lead the team, knowing his limitations. Itachi answered instead, because there are more things in a shinobi's life that one should learn, which at some point in our lives might have more weight than ninjutsu or genjutsu. Kazuki couldn't help but smile, realizing the depth of Itachi's words. Although Guy might not be able to teach the trio advanced techniques, there were essential life lessons they could glean from him. Yosh, I am someone who never gives up. I am Mato Guy, Konoha's blue beast. My name will someday be revered across the whole shinobi world, and I will make sure to raise all three of you to be the finest shinobi. With a burst of energy, Guy jumped up after sensing that the kids had grasped his intent. From the top of Hokage Rock, he declared. Well, enough talk. Let's go 50 laps around the village. The trio exchanged bland looks when Guy declared 50 laps. Sensei, didn't you say no training today? Itachi couldn't help but remind their sensei. However, Guy simply waved it off and urged the trio to follow him through the village, his enthusiasm infectious. The blend of seriousness and Guy's indomitable spirit created a unique atmosphere as they continued their journey through the village. The next morning, with a week off from Guy-sensei's training, Kazuki found himself teaching little Naruto, Shikamaru and Koji about the intricate arts of Fuinjutsu at his master's place. Shizuan, on the other hand, was engrossed in studying Iryo ninjutsu records personally penned by Kazuki. In the entire village, besides his master, only Shizuan had the privilege to access these records. With the Slug Sage now actively participating in the efforts to restore the Senju clan, Shizuan had managed to carve out more time for her personal pursuits. Naruto, what are you scribbling? Look at Koji, see how neatly his characters are done, Kazuki advised, his demeanor shifting between strict and encouraging. The little ones, now 3 years old, felt as though they were being tormented by the seemingly relentless Kazuki. Big brother, this is so hard. Why should I learn all these? Can't you just teach me some super strong ninjutsu so that I can send Shikamaru flying the next time we fight? Naruto complained, looking up at Kazuki with a pout. Kazuki, hearing Naruto mention a fight, unconsciously turned towards where Shikamaru was sitting, diligently working on a basic fuinjutsu tag. The mention of a fight brought a sense of anticipation to the young Shikamaru. Damn that Naruto's mouth, now big brother is going to ask me about the fight, Shikamaru thought to himself, determined to keep his eyes focused on the fuinjutsu tag he was crafting and avoid drawing attention to himself. The dynamics among the young ninja in training promised both challenges and amusement for Kazuki during this unexpected break from their regular routine. Shikamaru, care to explain what Naruto is talking about? Why did you guys fight? Kazuki questioned, squinting his eyes as he noticed Shikamaru trying to conceal himself. Ah, that, Kazuki-ni-aizen, we were just sparring, not a fight, I swear, Shikamaru quickly replied, attempting to appear innocent. However, his attempt at a facade was shattered by Naruto's unfiltered words. Well, it was a fight, all right. You told me that if you won the fight, then you didn't have to run 50 laps around the training ground in the morning. You even asked me and Koji not to tell big brother Kazuki that you were sleeping instead of running, Naruto blurted out, revealing the entire scenario before being prompted. Koji, you were a part of this too. Kazuki turned his attention to Koji, who was diligently working on his phone characters and munching on chips simultaneously. Shikamaru promised me that he would buy me a lot of snacks if I deliberately lost and kept my mouth shut about his sleeping, Koji responded, his multitasking skills on full display. What, Shikamaru? You cheated. We're going to have a rematch right now. Little Naruto, fueled by a sense of injustice, flared up and got ready to confront Shikamaru once again. Come now, Naruto. Let's not fight. And Shikamaru, should I tell Aunt Yoshino about this? Kazuki couldn't help but smile, an evil smirk playing on his face. Shikamaru unconsciously gulped at the mention of his mother. He knew he was in for one hell of a scolding if Yoshino found out about their little escapade. Kazuki, stop tormenting the little ones, will you? I don't know why you enjoy doing such silly things. Shizuan, who had been observing from the side, came to the defense of the trio. Fine, big sister Shizuan, I will let them go for your sake. By the way, did Master tell you what time she would be back? I have a matter to discuss with her, Kazuki said, letting the trio's matter slide with Shizuan's intervention. It was harmless, and he also needed to talk to Tsunade about the master blacksmith. Master said that she would be back before lunch. So, she should be back soon, Shizuan shared the details she had about their master's return. After waiting for about half an hour, Tsunade returned with Kakashi diligently following her. The current Hitaki was in a much more stable state after Tsunade started helping him with his mental trauma. Like promised, Kazuki had already begun working on a phone seal to help Kakashi consciously control the use of his Sharingan, resolving his chakra drain issue. Ah, kids, you are all here. What a surprise! What made you visit this princess? Tsunade greeted them with a happy mood, always fond of the little trio. Princess Tsunade, big brother Kazuki was bullying us when you were away. He even threatened me with my mother's name. The cunning little Shikamaru seized the opportunity, causing Kazuki's eye to twitch. Chapter 36. Did he now? Don't worry, I will make sure to punish him on your behalf. Now, go along and play tag, and make sure to take that silver-haired guy with you. Tsunade casually assigned Kakashi the task of looking after the kids and sat down on the cushion. Shizuan dutifully poured a cup of tea for their master. Ah, such a tiring day. Who knew that being the clan head was so much work? Tsunade lamented tiredly. After finding remnants of the Senju main line, Tsunade decided to rebuild the Senju clan from the ground up. Among the survivors, most were only civilians, and only 2 were old shinobi. However, she was happy that she was not the last remaining Senju anymore. With the little kids now joining the academy, the Senju clan might flourish again, but to do so, she needed manpower and people she could trust, willing to integrate into the Senju clan. She couldn't ask everyone for help. She had already obtained the consent of the Kato clan patriarch to add Shizuan to the Senju clan registry, and Shizuan happily agreed. Although Tsunade wanted to add Naruto too, she decided to wait until he grows up and makes his own decision. The Senju clan now consists of a total of 23 individuals, including myself and Shizuan here. I just have to assign someone among these to an elder position to maintain the clan on my behalf. It's such a headache when none of them are strong shinobi because they will have to represent the Senju clan in the future. Tsunade shared her recent concerns with her students. Sensei, why not ask Jiraiya-sama to take on the role of a guest elder within the clan? With him being a civilian ninja and having no allegiance to any other clan, I am sure you will have no problem. And if you really ask him, I am sure he would even be willing to add his name to the Senju registry, Kazuki suggested, offering a solution to Tsunade's dilemma. Shizuan, who heard her junior's words, couldn't help but smile at Kazuki's subtle hint. Kid, are you looking to die? Why would I agree to add the pervert's name to the Senju registry? But the role of a guest elder seems feasible. I can throw all the work over to him while I relax. I heard from Sensei that he has sent a message to Jiraiya to return to the village, as there is no point in pursuing that slimy snake, and with a war looming over us, it would be better if he returned to the village. Tsunade shared her thoughts about Kazuki's suggestion. Oh yes, you could also ask Kino to join the Senju clan. Him being an orphan and with a Mokuton user by your side, the Senju clan will gain a lot of prestige again. Kazuki suddenly remembered Kino, who had been rescued from Root and was currently under the direct supervision of the Sandame himself, acting as his subordinate. Kid, you really have a bright mind, you know that. Why didn't I think of such a thing before? It would have saved me so much headache. Tsunade gave out an evil laugh, as if she had won a gambling bet. Well, that aside, did you have anything important to speak about? Didn't you just return from a big mission? I thought you would be resting. Tsunade understood that her little prodigy wanted something from her, otherwise, the cunning kid would not be waiting for her in the morning. Yes, sensei, recently I chanced upon some special materials and some chakra metal, so I was thinking of forging a blade for myself and, if possible, requesting additional services. Uncle Shikaku told me that the Senju clan might have a few secluded masters under their affiliated clans. I am looking for a veteran master craftsman, and I surely wouldn't complain if you could help me find a grandmaster. Kazuki shared his thoughts about finding a craftsman with Tsunade in an innocent and casual manner, as if he were looking for a shop to buy groceries. Kid, you are a greedy one, aren't you? Asking about master and grandmaster class artisans as if they were next-door neighbors. But luckily for you, your master happens to know a few veteran master blacksmiths who have retired and are currently living peacefully in Konoha. Perhaps if I personally make a request, they might be willing to reignite their forge. Tsunade proudly shared about the connections of the Senju clan. The veterans Tsunade was talking about were people who had reached the master stage during the reign of Hashirama, and the current stage of these old experts was something even Tsunade did not have a clear estimate of. Sensei, in that case, why don't you introduce me to the best craftsmen among them? I also have a few designs that might interest you. I know you like using your fists, so I am sure you will like them, Kazuki cheekily shared, saying that he would help Tsunade design a personal weapon to align with her fighting style. Everyone who was acquainted with Kazuki knew how novel the kid's ideas were, and anything he designed would blow one's mind. Kid, now you are simply bribing me, aren't you? Well, if you are looking for the best, then I do indeed know someone. He used to personally forge my grandpa's ninja tools back then. Well, why don't we go and have a look to see if that old man is willing to forge again? Tsunade also wanted to meet the old man she hadn't seen for a long time, and with her rebuilding the Senju clan, these kinds of connections would also help her clan down the line. Shizuan, stay with the kids. I will take this kid away for some time. And would you like a set of weapons? I am sure little Kazuki here wouldn't mind designing a set of weapons for his senior sister too. Tsunade always held a soft spot for Shizuan, and now that Kazuki proposed to offer her a design for a new weapon, she couldn't forget her first apprentice. Sensei, I wouldn't mind getting a new set of senbons, and I also use a Tonto blade. Shizuan, who was now familiar with Kazuki, did not hold back and declared the weapons that she wanted. Kazuki simply nodded with a smile because, most of the time, Shizuan never asked for anything, even from Tsunade. Even during the time when they were wandering outside the leaf, Shizuan never bothered the Sunin with any requests. Tsunade and Kazuki were walking along Konoha Street towards the village outskirts. Sensei, I have already checked all the barriers and defenses. I have to say Mito-sama's knowledge of Fuinjutsu surely surpasses my current knowledge. Even after so many years, the formations and barriers that she laid are functioning perfectly. I have just added a few more upgrades and add-ons without altering the original defenses. From my knowledge, the Senju clan compound's defenses should currently be as good as the Nara clan, if not a bit better, Kazuki shared his insights. Tsunade had made a personal request to her student to look into the Senju clan's defenses because they had been unattended for a long time, and with new residents, she wanted to ensure security because even now in the shinobi world, the Senju bloodline was coveted, so she did not want to take any chances. Good, kid. Now I can rest assured about those defenses. So, how goes the design of the village defenses? Have you made any progress? Tsunade, now assured about her clan's defenses, inquired about the huge project that Kazuki was working on. Ah, the old man asked me to do my best, so I am putting my all into the project. I have come across a significant problem while designing the defenses. Most of the Kekai don't stop space-time ninjutsu, and even our current village cannot detect it when space-time ninjutsu is used. If it was a small area like a clan compound, I wouldn't have any issue, but incorporating such a space-sealing barrier over the entirety of the village seems to be an issue. Kazuki shared the progress of the project that he was working on. He was taking into consideration future plots while designing the new Konoha defenses. Kid, you are quite an ambitious one, aren't you? As far as I know, there are no large-scale barriers that can detect or restrict space-time techniques. And by the way you speak, one would think that the new Senju defenses can stop space-time techniques, haha. Tsunade couldn't help but laugh out loud at how ambitious her little prodigy was trying to be. But when she looked at Kazuki's wide smile, she couldn't help but freeze her step. Kid, don't tell me that you incorporated such a barrier over the Senju compound. Tsunade knew the significance of such a kekai. Why was Minato feared by the whole shinobi world? Because his hierarchy had no counters, the respective cage of most major villages declared their shinobis to run away when they met the famed yellow flash on the battlefield. The kid here was casually stating that he had built a barrier to counter such a technique. Although one simply referred to the area as the Senju compound, Tsunade knew how large the area was. If the other clans knew that Kazuki could achieve this, then they would literally beg in front of the Nara clan without any care about their faces. Ahem, it's not a big deal, sensei. I am just being cautious, and with you taking Naruto to live with you back at the Senju compound, I have also ensured that the barrier is sturdy enough to take quite a beating. I am sure that even if a meteor lands, the barrier around the Senju and Nara clans should hold. Kazuki shared a few pieces of information about the extent of defenses that he had applied around the two clans and the extent he was planning for the village defenses. Kid, no wonder you asked me to acquire such rare items. Be honest, kid, is it really necessary to go to such an extent? The last space-time ninjutsu user that I know of was Minato. What are you not telling me, kid? Although Tsunade was always a jolly character, she had keen instincts. When she heard of Kazuki's plans for the village defenses and the precautions that he was taking, it hinted that the kid knew more than he was sharing. After a brief silence, Kazuki spoke. Tell me, sensei, how much do you know about the day of the Nine Tails attack? Well, though the village has now cleared the suspicion on the Uchiha clan, everyone seems to have forgotten to ask the most important question. Tsunade, still walking, pondered for a second about what she knew about the day of the attack. That's when she realized. No one truly knows who caused the disaster, and Minato, who engaged the enemy directly, did not share any details before sacrificing himself. So you mean? She wanted to probe how much her student truly knew and from what source he was able to discern such information that she was sure no one in the leaf was aware of. You never know, sensei. The shinobi world is vast, and I am not even sure if anyone has entirely explored the world to its full extent. And maybe I am being simply overly cautious, but it's never a disadvantage to be overly prepared. Kazuki didn't directly share the information that he had from his past life because he didn't want to rely on his knowledge and jump to conclusions. But he wouldn't neglect the advantage of the information that he had, so he was simply preparing beforehand. After catching up, Tsunade chose to disclose the matter she was there to discuss. Old man, I am rebuilding the Senju clan. I am sure you must have heard about it. And as the current Senju clan head, I would like to personally extend an invite to your clan to reintegrate back into the Senju lineage, just like the old times. Tsunade sincerely shared her reason for her visit to the old man's clan to join the Senju. Chapter 37. Tsunade Heim, are you asking for my family to become Senju vassals again, even after forgetting about us all this time? The old man's tone was plain, so no one could discern the old man's mood. After the decline of the Senju clan in the Leaf Village, Tsunade did not care much about any of her responsibilities and simply ran away. These little clans, who were once vassals of the famed Senju, took the brunt of the blow and had no one to rely on. They had to settle for mediocrity to survive and merge with the village. Even though they had superior skills, without the Senju clan's support, they were ruthlessly suppressed, they fell and dissolved little by little. Tsunade couldn't help but put her head down when she heard the old man's words, as she knew what the old man said was true, so she had no words to refute. Senju clan head, do you know how long I have been waiting to hear these words? I am glad that you asked. I and my clan are willing to become the Senju clan's vassals once more and help rebuild it. The old man's words brought relief to both Tsunade and Kazuki. No one in the old man's family refuted his decision because, even since childhood, their clan elders had shared with them about their glory days. The Senju clan head placing the request to reintegrate was like breathing new life into their now declined clan. Tsunade, still with her head lowered, couldn't help but smile at the old man's response. She understood the weight of the history that bound their clans, and the fact that he and his family were willing to embrace the Senju name once more was like a balm to the wounds of time. She looked up, her eyes filled with a mix of gratitude and determination. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. Your willingness to join me in this endeavor means more than words can express. Together, we shall rebuild not just the Senju clan but forge a stronger, united community within the Leaf Village. The old man's family members, witnessing this exchange, were moved by the emotion in the air. The prospect of restoring the glory of their once proud clan resonated deeply with them. It was as if the dormant embers of their heritage were being gently fanned into life. Kazuki nudged his sensei gently while she was immersed in the emotional exchange. Tsunade composed herself, regaining her aura as the Senju head. Old man, this is my student, Kazuki Nara. The other reason I came here is to ask for your help in forging his blade. The kid's requirements were too high, and yours was the first name that came to mind, so here we are. The old man, still beaming from the decision to join the Senju clan, shifted his attention to Kazuki. He studied the young Nara with discerning eyes, a silent acknowledgement of the trust Tsunade had placed in him. Little one, you should be really lucky to have gotten the Senju princess herself as your master. Cherish this relationship, and I hope that you bring glory to your master's name. The old man's words were a mixture of blessing and expectation. Kazuki accepted them with a nod and a genuine smile, understanding the weight of the old man's experience and craftsmanship. This is not the place to talk about work. Let's go to my workshop at the back. With that, the old man stood up, the little girl still clinging to his leg, her eyes filled with admiration for the Sunin. He made a silent gesture towards Tsunade, seeking her approval for his great-granddaughter to follow along. Both Tsunade and Kazuki nodded, recognizing that the crafting process might involve confidential details related to the client. The old man led Tsunade and Kazuki to a tiny forge situated behind his house. Despite his advanced age, the old man moved with a vigor that defied time. Kazuki couldn't help but wonder about the wealth of experience and the secrets the old man might hold, having lived through the era of the first Hokage. Just out of curiosity, may I know if you have reached the realm of Grandmaster in your craft? Kazuki, intrigued by the old man's expertise, couldn't resist asking. The prospect of having a weapon forged by a Grandmaster was indeed a blessing. I've been forging weapons all my life, kid. I crafted weapons for the likes of Shodame-sama and Madara-sama themselves, and that was half a century ago. I was already a master blacksmith back then. Just so you know, I've never neglected my blacksmithing skills to date, and I practice diligently every single day. So, what do you think my realm in blacksmithing is? The old man's words revealed a depth of experience that Kazuki hadn't fully grasped. While blacksmithing might not be as intricate as Fuinjutsu, reaching the realm of Grandmaster in any field was a significant achievement. Kazuki suddenly realized he had underestimated the old man. The respect he held for the skilled craftsman deepened as he comprehended the true extent of the old man's mastery. So tell me, kid, what kind of weapon are you looking for? Although my clan might have declined, I still hold a notable number of masterpieces that I have personally forged. I do have a few weapons here. Would you like to look at them? The old man paid extra care because this was a request personally placed by the Senju clan head, and with them now reintegrating as their vassals, he had to strive for the best. He retrieved a huge scroll and released the enclosing technique, revealing a dozen beautifully crafted blades that were neatly arranged in front of them. Even Tsunade, who only used her fists, couldn't help but admire those blades. As for little Tenten, she started reciting the names and properties of the blades one by one. The old man must have cherished the girl very much to let her near such treasures. Kazuki, meanwhile, carefully observed each piece. After scrutinizing every blade displayed, he couldn't help but shake his head. The old man, who saw this, couldn't help but feel his ego bruised. "What, kid? Are you going to tell me that even these weapons are not up to your standards?" "Well, it's not about the craftsmanship but about the material itself. I am not sure if the blade will handle the stress. I do not want my weapon to break in the middle of a fight, and this weapon might accompany me forever." So. The old man was a bit angry and frustrated as Kazuki questioned the durability of his masterpieces and interrupted him. "Kid, do you believe me? If it wasn't for Tsunade being here, I would have already thrown you out of my house. Every single piece here was meticulously crafted, and each weapon has a minimum of 60% pure chakra metal in it." Kazuki sighed after realizing how the old man would react, so he thought of explaining his requirements to the old man. "Do you have any blades among these that you are okay to part with?" The abrupt question startled the old man. Even Tsunade raised her brows because Kazuki's words were like a challenge to the old man's creations. "I will pay for it, but I just want to make sure because I wouldn't want to destroy a beautiful weapon just because it was not compatible with me." Kazuki's steady words made the old man realize that the kid was not playing around. He hesitated but chose to follow his gut instinct. The old man walked into a nearby room and brought another finely crafted blade. This might not be a masterpiece, but the durability and the chakra metal quantity should be the same as the others, and he wouldn't mind if he lost this one. He passed the blade to Kazuki. Although the length of the blade was longer for his small stature, he still handled the blade with finesse. "Do you have a place where I can test this blade? It's better if it was somewhere secluded." Kazuki made a request to the old man, and the old man thought and replied, "We can test it in the training yard in the back." However, Tsunade, who knew Kazuki's character, quickly interjected, "No, we will test it near the forest. We are near the outskirts, so it's better to test it out there." Though the old man was confused, he didn't question Tsunade's decision, and everyone made their way to the forest to test the blade. As the test site was set, Tsunade took precautions to keep a safe distance from Kazuki and made sure to keep little Tenten behind her for safety reasons. Kazuki additionally deployed a barrier to restrict the destruction because, even though this was the outskirts, it was still within the village barrier. He didn't want to cause a commotion. Once everything was set, Kazuki drew the blade and admired it one last time. He re-sheathed it and took a quick draw posture, preparing to launch an attack. The entire atmosphere around Kazuki quickly shifted, with black lightning dancing around him. The old man couldn't help but admire the pressure the little kid was emitting. Kazuki unleashed his blade, and the air crackled with electric energy as he assumed a stance for his first attack. "San no kata, Hikayarki Zanki. Third form, Thunderclap Echo," he exclaimed. The blade sliced through the air with incredible speed, leaving a resonating echo in its wake. The aftershock literally ripped through the trees in the surroundings. The old man's eyes widened in amazement, and even Tsunade couldn't help but be impressed by the sheer power and precision of Kazuki's technique. Little Tenten peeked out from behind Tsunade, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Not wasting any time, Kazuki smoothly transitioned into his next form. "Shi no kata, Inajima but." Fourth form, Lightning Waltz, he declared. His movements became a blur as he danced gracefully, incorporating lightning-infused steps into his agile maneuvers. It was a mesmerizing display of speed and finesse. As the lightning danced around Kazuki, the old man nodded in approval. "Impressive footwork," he muttered to himself. Tsunade wore a proud smile, knowing that her student was showcasing his mastery. Little Tenten was now completely captivated, her admiration for Kazuki growing with each passing moment. Kazuki wasn't done yet. He took a deep breath, focusing his lightning chakra and Kekii Genkai, and infused the blade for the next form. "Go no kata, Hatankiri. Fifth form, Discharge Slash," he declared. The air around him crackled with intense energy as he unleashed a powerful slash. The blade cut through the air with a charged, devastating force, creating a shockwave that rippled through the surroundings. The shockwave was so strong that, by the end of the attack, not a single tree within the barrier was standing. The old man marveled at the destructive force of the technique. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction, reassured that the blade could handle the stress of Kazuki's powerful techniques. But the old man thought otherwise and kept his silence. With the demonstration complete, Kazuki sheathed his blade, and the electrifying atmosphere around him gradually subsided. The old man wore a satisfied grin, acknowledging Kazuki's skill. "Kid, it seems like the old man's blades were durable after all, you might have to apologize to him," Tsunade mentioned so as to provide a way out for her disciple, but Kazuki simply walked up to the old man and passed the sheathed blade. The old man carefully examined the blade, and while it appeared pristine to an untrained eye, his experienced gaze revealed a subtle issue. His expression turned somber as he shared his honest confusion. "But, how? The blade should have been strong enough to handle the level of chakra transformation and manipulation, but it's like the blade itself has been corroded from the inside. If the blade is subjected to such intensity, it might break down after a dozen clashes." Chapter 38. Kazuki, understanding the cause, responded, "Honestly, it's not the blade's fault. It's just because of my Kekii Genkai that the material of the blade tends to corrode from the inside. Kid, if this is the kind of stress you are planning to subject your blade to every time you fight, even a blade made of the highest purity chakra metal cannot handle the stress," the old man cautioned. After the demonstration, the party returned to the forge. Kazuki then pulled out his storage scroll to release the box containing the unique meteorite fragment. He also handed the old man a scroll with a detailed design of the blade he wanted. The old man marveled at the design's intricacies, appreciating the depth of the details. Kazuki opened the box, revealing a pitch-black metal with red veins running within it, a remarkable meteorite. The old man eagerly examined the wonder metal, understanding why Kazuki desired to craft a weapon from it. However, a new challenge surfaced. The meteorite fragment was too large to forge into a single sword, and Kazuki understood that the old man wanted a piece of the material. Kazuki chuckled at the old man's sheepish smile. "Well, the core of the ore will be completely for my sword. If possible, I would like it forged purely out of the core with no other additions," Kazuki stated his request. The old man agreed, noting that with a fragment this size, the core alone should be enough for a blade and a bit more. Kazuki made a request for a short blade from it. Kazuki then generously offered a part of the material for the old man to use for his family as payment for the forging. He then provided blueprints for the various weapons he wanted, including those for Tsunade and Chizun. "Well, we might have one more issue to address before we proceed. Although I have means to refine the material, none of the flames that I currently hold can refine the material to top-notch purity, so this might lower the quality of the final product," the old man shared his thoughts after carefully observing the material fragment that Kazuki provided. "Oh, that's not going to be an issue. I hope you know the flame sealing technique," Kazuki responded. Upon hearing the old man's concerns, Kazuki pulled out a scroll, and the old man nodded, stating that he knew how to seal flames using Fuinjutsu. As Kazuki released the scroll and partially undid the enclosing seal, a pitch-black flame appeared in the middle of the Fun circle on the scroll. Everyone except Kazuki in the room couldn't help but unconsciously take a few steps back away from the flame, feeling like the flame would literally devour their souls. "Old man, you need to be absolutely careful when you handle this. As a craftsman myself, I know the inherent curiosity for knowledge, but I am warning you not to underestimate the potency of this flame. I am sure this flame should be enough to refine the material," Kazuki shared a word of caution. Only Kazuki knew the true source of this flame. It was something gifted to him by the Hell Beast clan. Even he had to handle this flame with extreme caution. Kazuki quickly resealed the flame and passed the scroll over after getting the consent of the old man to handle the flame with the utmost caution. Tsunade wanted to know where Kazuki got hold of such a potent flame but chose to question him about it later, when they were in a more private setting. "I am grateful for your consideration. Upon checking your requirements and designs, it should take me somewhere close to a month to get the blade done. As for the other weapons, I can only finish those after that," the old man estimated. Kazuki nodded, having already passed all the weapon blueprints he needed crafted. Additionally, he planned to keep the remaining material in the Nara clan treasury, as the fragment was more than enough to forge a lot of weapons. "And before I forget, if there are any Fuinjutsu rituals or seals involved during the crafting process, I would like to be informed beforehand," Kazuki declared. Tsunade smiled, not offering an explanation, and the old man agreed without much hesitation, understanding that such requests were not uncommon when crafting high-end weapons. "And now that the weapon forging work is settled, Kazuki, why don't you tell us why you were interested in the little girl? I am sure you were simply not just admiring the child." Tsunade couldn't help but question her student because she knew how Kazuki would act most of the time. Kazuki created a barrier around the tiny forge and simply pulled out a blank paper tag from his pouch, gesturing for little Tenten to step forward. With her great-grandpa's nod, she stepped up. I see that you have already started refining your chakra. Can you pour some of your chakra into this tag? Kazuki extended the paper tag to little Tenten, who did as instructed. After a few moments, the empty paper tag started filling up with various symbols, covering almost 4/5 of the empty tag. No wonder, Kazuki couldn't help but mutter to himself while observing the tag's reaction to Tenten's chakra. Kid, stop acting all mysterious and tell us what's going on, Tsunade, unable to handle suspense, shouted at Kazuki to reveal the information. Sensei, you know that I have an affinity for space-time ninjutsu, and the little kid here is the same. I believe, by my estimate, her affinity is strong enough to match that of Yandere. Kazuki's statement threw a curveball at both the adults who were curiously waiting for his reveal. Both knew the significance of this revelation. Only earlier today, Tsunade was discussing the rarity of space-time affinity users, and now a little girl has the talent to match Minato. Tenten's grandfather couldn't help but involuntarily gulp and quickly look around to make sure that no one was eavesdropping. He was grateful that Kazuki had raised a barrier before starting this conversation. Nara kid, are you sure that Tenten has space-time affinity? As per my knowledge, there isn't any way to test space-time affinity accurately, so if this is some kind of joke, you better stop it. You should know how dangerous this information could end up being for little Tenten, the old man shared his worries. Do you think I would disclose my space affinity if I was joking and paint a huge target on my back willingly? Kazuki countered. Every village knew the true terror of a space-time user in the form of Minato Namikaze, and if any other village were to catch wind of the news that the Leaf currently had not one but two such talents, then Konoha would be filled with bounty hunters and assassins tomorrow. Old man, Kazuki might be mischievous sometimes, but he is reliable. I can vouch for his words. Tsunade, who knew about Kazuki, affirmed that he wasn't joking and that the little girl was truly a remarkable talent. I understand, Tsunade-sama, but I fear if this news is spread out, then little Tenten's life would be in danger, the old man shared his worries. In that case, now that you have agreed to become the Senju clan's vassals, why not relocate your clan to the Senju compound? The compound should be able to accommodate all of your clan members, and with you becoming a new vassal, no one would question the reason for moving, as it is normal. Also, Tenten will have a safe environment to grow up in. Tsunade directly provided a quick solution to the old man's dilemma. The old man, after weighing the matter in his mind, gave a quick nod. I have a request. If possible, I would like to teach little Tenten about Fuinjutsu personally. In the future, if she can keep up with the training and show enough determination to master Fuinjutsu, I can help her learn Yandame's Hiraishin, Kazuki declared, looking to the old man for his permission. Kazuki didn't know what this world held in the future for him and his loved ones, so he was not willing to lose an absolute gem like Tenten, who could be raised to be a formidable kunoichi. The old man was baffled again by the kid's statement. A kid barely 6 or 7 years old was confidently declaring that he would help his great-granddaughter master one of the most complex jutsu in the known shinobi world. Old man, if Kazuki says that he can teach the little girl here, then trust me, he is absolutely capable of achieving it. Tsunade quickly defended her student's claims. However, the old man still held a look of disbelief on his face. It's not that I don't believe your words, Tsunade-hime. It's just that the kid is too young. The old man couldn't help but whisper. Ah, why doesn't anyone believe the words of a kid nowadays? Kazuki simply stepped back with a sigh and pulled out a short blade whose handle was marked with Fun symbols. With a forward thrust of the Tonto, he literally teleported in a straight line and reappeared outside the barrier. The old man and Tsunade both revealed their shock, as the move that Kazuki just executed was the infamous technique of Hiraishin, originally created by Nidame Tobirama Senju himself. What shocked the two adults was that, with his silver hair, an image of the second Hokage himself was seen when Kazuki executed the technique. Kazuki simply reappeared within the barrier using the same technique. Both the old man and Tsunade were shocked by what just transpired. Even Tsunade was not aware that Kazuki had mastered the technique to such a degree, as it had only been a couple of months since he got the technique and Nidame's notes. Well, the technique is still in the development phase, but this should be enough to prove that I can back my claim. Kid, I stand corrected. Earlier, I said it was your luck to have Tsunade-hime as your master, but now I think it should have been the other way around. Kazuki's talent sent shivers up the old man's spine, and after all these years, his shinobi blood started to boil again. Tsunade, who heard the old man's words, did not refute them but simply acknowledged them with a huge smile on her face. So, Old man, what do you think? Does my student have the ability to teach your little girl? Tsunade couldn't help but ask while brimming with pride. Yes, Tsunade-hime, I have no objections. Is he officially going to accept her as his student? Before Kazuki could speak, Tsunade declared, not for now. If he already accepts a student at such an age, I am sure he will start growing horns on his head. Let it go for a few years, and then we can think about it. However, Kazuki will train her to the best of his abilities. Poor little Tenten had no idea her life's decision was being made for her without her own consent. But this decision was something that she would be grateful for all throughout her life in the future. Shimura clan, Konoha. With Root being completely disbanded, Danzo chose to restrict his movements mostly within the Shimura clan and a few hidden root bases that still lay undiscovered. Currently, Danzo is perplexed with two issues: how to get more funds to support his endeavor, as well as his recent headache regarding a certain matter. Danzo, even after the recent setback, chose not to give up but only became more cunning and shrewd. In recent days, he has tried various methods to reconcile with Homura and Koharu. Homura was outright hostile towards Danzo after Hiruzen disclosed the matter of him being involved with Kagami's death, and as for Koharu, she chose to completely avoid him. With the new Uchiha elder among the council, Danzo continued to stay low for the time being. Seated at his desk, Danzo reviewed documents, contemplating how to secure a channel with enough funds for his ambitions and addressing recent complications with Root. Despite setbacks, Danzo's determination grew, and he became even more cunning and shrewd in his approach. He attempted various methods to win back the trust of Homura and Koharu, but with little success. Chapter 39. Danzo questioned a kneeling Root elite, who had integrated into the Shimura clan, about the recent losses of operatives. So, we lost more than 24 Root operatives, integrated into civilian life, and have no evidence on the perpetrator. The Root elite, displaying no visible emotions at the loss of comrades, reported the recent events. Well, we lost 3 more operatives yesterday night, Danzo-sama, and as usual, no traces were left behind. Danzo, frustrated, snapped the pen he held in his hand. The situation had been going awry since his exposure. The Root elite continued, updating Danzo on Nono's activities. Regarding Nono, there is no significant information yet, but she has mentioned that she may gain access to the Nara compound soon. A glint of interest appeared in Danzo's eyes. Uncovering the information he sought in the Nara compound could potentially turn the tide in his favor. Send her a message to expedite the process. Also, find out who is hunting our Root members. They must hold significant status and strength within the village to target my operatives. Danzo issued his orders, and the Root elite promptly left to carry them out. Just as Danzo was about to resume his work, a knock on the door signaled the entrance of the vice-clan head of the Shimura clan, accompanied by other elders. With Danzo's consent, they entered the room, and the vice-leader presented a scroll. Danzo-sama, this came from the village's financial department today. It bears the Elder Council seal along with the Hokage-sama's signature. Danzo took the scroll and began reading. The more he read, the more his expression soured. Leave. I will take care of this matter. My subordinate will come later, so allocate more funds from the clan treasury. As the others left the room, Danzo clutched the letter. It contained an order from the council instructing him to reimburse the funds he had embezzled over the years to strengthen Root clandestinely. If Danzo failed to return the money within a week, the debt would be collected from the Shimura clan itself. As the clan leader, if the clan couldn't pay the debt, their assets would be seized. It posed a significant challenge, and Danzo was troubled about how to resolve this new problem. However, the vice-leader and other elders hadn't left yet, and the vice-leader spoke again. About that, Danzo-sama, the clan will not be able to bear your personal expenses anymore. Even the debt owed to the village on your behalf will be settled by selling your personal assets within the village. The vice-leader conveyed this with an undertone of fear, unsure of how Danzo would react. It was a necessary stance, as the Shimura clan, which had once ruthlessly suppressed other clans during Danzo's peak, was now facing retaliation. With Danzo's recent debt, the clan would have to deplete most of its treasury. The elders felt compelled to take a stand in the face of these challenges. Danzo's countenance contorted into an expression of pure rage. In an immediate outburst, he seized the vice-leader by the neck. Before the other elders could react, a dozen Root elites, now dressed in Shimura clan attire, surrounded them. If I instruct you to do something, you do it without question. I am the clan head, and the Shimura clan will follow my commands without hesitation. Soon, I will reclaim everything that I have lost. Despite Danzo's significant contributions to the clan, the recent pressure had pushed its members to their limits. Danzo, aware that going to extremes might jeopardize the only sanctuary he had left within the village, his clan threw down the vice-clan head, collected the scroll, and left to devise a solution to the impending threat. Training ground, Konoha outskirts. It has been 2 days since Guy's team completed the last mission, and unlike the first mission, this was a regular escort mission, and there were not significant instances that took place during the mission. The need for such escort missions has increased significantly in recent days after the current turbulent state of the shinobi world. War was on the horizon, and everyone was waiting for the other to make the first move. 1016. Torun was holding a huge boulder on his back while doing push-ups, and Guy-sensei was encouraging him while doing a single handstand next to him. From Guy's words, Torun had a disadvantage when compared to the other two, so he was giving extra care to the Aberame youngling. A bit further away, near the waterfall, after completing their initial warm-up set by Guy, Kazuki was ready to start his taijutsu kenjutsu training. Kazuki manifested a blade using the shadows, as buying a simple blade was counterproductive as he ended up destroying them every time. As for his shadows, although he could manifest a sword, they were not as durable as a real sword. Although they could support his Kekii Genkai infusion, the inherent nature of his Kekii Genkai didn't have good compatibility with chakra, as it simply absorbed or corroded it. Ready or not, here I come. Kazuki dashed forward with blinding speed, utilizing his sheer physical strength and a hint of chakra on his feet to propel himself. Having learned taijutsu from both Tsunade and Guy, he had been mastering the art of compressing and releasing chakra in an instant. Itachi, ever improving, raised his Tanto blade to block the incoming strike. Recognizing that Kazuki's Kekii Genkai countered genjutsu, Itachi focused on enhancing his skills in other areas, particularly in kenjutsu, practicing alongside Kazuki. As Itachi adapted to Kazuki's pace, he couldn't resist taunting his teammate. "Come now, Kazuki, you're getting slower. Speed up, will you?" Grinning in response, Kazuki disengaged and readjusted his stance. Hachi no kata, Arashitsuki. With blinding speed, he launched a forward thrust towards Itachi's gut, transforming the shadow blade into a blunt pipe. Although Itachi could track the trajectory with his Sharingan, his body failed to react quickly enough. Just as he anticipated a trip to the hospital with potential broken ribs, Guy intercepted the thrust with his palm, the resulting shockwave throwing Itachi to the ground. Checking his reddened palm, Guy couldn't help but commend Kazuki's technique. The kid had refrained from using chakra, and the weapon was blunted, preventing serious injury. Apologizing with a sheepish smile, Kazuki dematerialized the shadow, while Itachi quickly stood up, assuring everyone that he was unharmed. "Kid, you need to be careful during sparring. Itachi could have ended up with broken ribs. I know you can use Iryo ninjutsu, but that doesn't mean you can use your friends as practice dummies," Guy sternly reminded Kazuki, who occasionally got carried away during training. Turning to Itachi, Guy questioned him about his understanding of the situation. "And you, Itachi, do you know where you went wrong?" "Yes, sensei. I was too reliant on my Sharingan. Although my eyes could follow Kazuki's attack, my body and mind were not fast enough to react to the threat," Itachi admitted, realizing the limitations of his current abilities. With those words of encouragement, Guy returned to supervise Torun, who continued with his push-ups. Meanwhile, Itachi, standing on the side, drew his Tanto and took up a stance. Kazuki smiled at Itachi's dedication to self-improvement and materialized a new blade with shadows, restarting their kenjutsu training. After another half-hour of sparring, the team gathered by the waterfall. Kazuki carefully diagnosed each team member's health. "Interesting. No matter how many times I see this symbiosis, every time I learn something new, it's really fascinating," Kazuki remarked aloud as he examined Torun's health. The ring kaicha were helping Torun mend his body from the inside, a feat achievable due to their nanosize. "Guy-sensei, I think you can increase Torun's taijutsu training up a notch. His body should easily handle the stress," Kazuki suggested. Torun gave Kazuki a bland look, and while making the suggestion, Kazuki took out a dozen bottles from his scroll, distributing the medicines among his teammates. Kazuki's proficiency in Iryo ninjutsu allowed him to help Guy eliminate internal injuries accumulated over the years. He had also crafted pills tailored to each team member's physique. "Oh, yes. I totally forgot. Kazuki brought out a glass container divided into various partitions and passed it to Torun. Upon closer inspection, everyone realized it contained various small bugs. Your birthday was last week, right? We were out on a mission then, so I couldn't give you anything back then. So here you go, everyone here is special. I have mentioned it in the scroll. There are only 2 bugs of each type, so breeding them is up to you. Itachi quickly pulled out a scroll from his pouch and handed it to Torun. It's an insect-based genjutsu technique. It should be compatible with you. Having shared Torun's birthday details with the team, they had prepared suitable gifts. Guy picked up a scroll and pulled out a complete set of battle gear, along with an outfit. Guy had personally asked Kazuki to design it for Torun. Being an orphan, Torun didn't have anyone to take care of him beyond the basic needs provided by the Aberame clan. His shinobi expenditures were substantial, and the Aberame clan, despite being supportive, couldn't cover the expenses. The gifts from his team were not just thoughtful but also addressed his practical needs. Grateful for the gesture, Torun accepted the items. So, Sensei, when are we going out on the next mission? Has there been any updates from Sandaime-sama? Itachi curiously questioned Guy about any updates because Sandaime had asked them not to take any new missions for the time being. Yes, I spoke to Hokage-sama in the morning. The Kumo delegation is coming to Konoha in a month. He wants us to be around and be on overwatch duty, Guy explained, explaining why they were still not taking any new missions for the time being. Guy's team was unlike other new teams that dealt with C and D rank missions. Guy-sensei, isn't this something the ANBU should handle? Why is the Hokage asking us to handle the overwatch duty? Torun, who was aware of the ANBU's workings, couldn't help but curiously ask. Honestly, our village is currently lacking manpower, and not just us but most of the major villages. That is one of the reasons why the war hasn't broken out yet. Currently, most of the ANBU teams are occupied, and it's not like we will be alone, there will be other ANBU teams. We are just filling the gap, Guy explained the situation to the team and continued sharing the news that he recently acquired. The Kumo might not have good intentions for coming to Leaf. Recently, there have been rumors flying around about both Kumo Jinchuriki being temporarily incapacitated. The team kept discussing the details of their upcoming mission, and Guy also mentioned that they would be taking barrier patrol duty while they are in the village for the month until the Kumo delegation leaves. After the training session, the entire team split up. Although the Uchiha clan was currently next to the Nara, Kazuki was heading to the Senju clan as he had to attend an important matter. As Kazuki walked towards the Senju clan, his senses picked up a small scuffle that was going on. Since it was snowing, the noises were muffled, but he could pick up the disturbance due to his keen senses. And what awaited Kazuki was one of the memorable scenes from his past life. Although he realized this world was different, he couldn't help but reminisce for a second as he observed from the treetop. Little Hinata, who had run away from home, was currently surrounded by 3 kids and was closing in to beat up the poor girl. Kazuki, who wanted to save little Hinata, simply didn't want to bully kids. So, he manipulated the shadows and formed snowballs, throwing them towards the kids who were closing in on Hinata. The snowballs rained down on the kids with precision. Chapter 40. Who, come out. I will punch you if you don't show up right now, shouted one of the kids. Kazuki couldn't help but smile at the kids' logic and rain down more snowballs from different directions. The kids started shouting more and more, and when they got no response, they started fearing. It must be some ghost, my big brother told me there are ghosts around these parts, one of the kids fearfully stated to his other 2 friends. Hinata was already crouched on the ground in a fetal position. Kazuki thought about pranking the kids and manifested the shadow to create a grotesque figure out of it, which rose from the pile of snow and started walking in the kids' direction. Upon seeing the black figure, the kids couldn't help but run screaming while leaving Hinata alone. Hinata, who also saw the figure, unconsciously used her Byakugan out of fear and realized that someone was using the figure to chase away her attackers. The shadow dissolved, and Kazuki flickered in front of Hinata, who was now sobbing softly. It's okay, they have already left. They won't hurt you again. It's safe now, you can get up, Kazuki softly comforted Hinata as he knew the shadow figure must have scared her. Hinata, who realized that someone was standing in front of her, slowly looked up to meet her savior's face. Hinata continued sobbing, and Kazuki couldn't help but crouch down to check if Hinata was hurt anywhere. His Iryo ninjutsu sent a warm current stream of chakra, making Hinata feel warm. Her sobbing calmed down, and Kazuki made sure that she wasn't hurt and healed the injuries on her leg. So, I am hungry, and I am going out to eat. Would you like to join me? Kazuki asked with a bright smile while crouching in front of Hinata. Hinata must have run without having eaten, so her tummy growled when Kazuki mentioned food. Little Hinata couldn't help but blush due to embarrassment and put down her head. Kazuki simply pulled her by the hand, and Hinata showed no resistance, so both started walking in the direction of Ichiraku. After reaching Ichiraku, Kazuki took Hinata to a table, and Ayam came to take their orders. When she saw Kazuki with Hinata, she couldn't help but send curious glances towards both of them, but she chose not to question after seeing Hinata's tear-stricken face. Big sister Ayam, 2 bowls of your special. Because Hinata didn't state any preference when asked, Kazuki simply ordered 2 specials. And within a few minutes, Ayam returned with 2 piping hot bowls of ramen. At first, Hinata hesitated to eat the food, but after repeated coaxing from Ayam, Hinata started eating the ramen. Maybe the ramen was delicious, Hinata finished the entire bowl. When Kazuki asked if she wanted another one, she simply put her head down and nodded. After having the second bowl, Hinata's hunger must have been satiated, so she had completely calmed down, but she was still shy. My name is Kazuki Nara. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself earlier. The moment Kazuki introduced himself, Hinata couldn't help but curiously lift her head and take a peek because this was not the first time she had heard his name. Her father had mentioned Kazuki's name many times as being a Nara prodigy. So would you like to tell me your name? Aren't we friends now? Friends should know each other's names, right? Kazuki understood Hinata's shy character, so he did not rush to get answers from her and simply went with the pace. Hinata, gulp Hinata Hyuga, Hinata whispered in a low tone with her head still bowed. Ah, the little Hyuga princess. Why was the Hyuga princess out in the snow all alone? Although Kazuki knew the answer, he chose to ask the little girl, and when Kazuki mentioned the Hyuga, she couldn't help but involuntarily flinch. Kazuki understood that the little girl must have been traumatized due to something. So, can you tell me why you were out alone, Hinata? Kazuki asked in a soft tone. Ran away, little Hinata, with her head still lowered, whispered again. So where do you plan on going after running away from home? Do you have anywhere to go? Don't you think everyone at home would be worried? Kazuki questioned, knowing that Hinata must have run away because she was afraid. She was too kind, and for all he knew, she must have been lost after running away and didn't know how to get back home because she was not used to leaving the Hyuga compound. I don't know, Hinata whispered, tears starting to stream down her eyes again. She realized that everyone back home must be looking for her, and with her shy nature, she was not comfortable approaching others to ask for help. It's all right. Come, big brother will take you back home. Would that be all right? Kazuki asked with a sincere smile on his face. Hinata, for the first time, looked up meekly and gave a quick nod while wiping her tears. Kazuki and little Hinata left Ichiraku after Kazuki bid his farewell to Ayam and Tuki. As Kazuki led little Hinata by the hand in the direction of the Hyuga clan, he began explaining the places they were traversing through since Hinata was unfamiliar with the surroundings, having mostly stayed within the Hyuga compound. Just as they were passing by the lake, Kazuki's acute senses picked up a chakra signature in a certain direction. After a dozen seconds, the other party must have detected them and rapidly moved in their direction. When Kazuki was preparing to explain the situation to the Hyuga guardian, the other party launched an attack at him with no consideration whatsoever. Hakurokuchingaki, 8 trigrams, 64 strikes. However, before the attack could connect, the place where Kazuki and Hinata stood was switched with a piece of log using substitution jutsu. Hinata, scared by the sudden attack, closed her eyes. Kazuki's anger flared because the Hyuga guardian had launched such a heavy-handed attack on a child. If it were any other 6-year-old, they might well have been crippled or stayed at the hospital for a few months. Hyuga, try something like that again, and I swear I will break your bones, Kazuki said, still simmering with anger from the latest assault. He had appeared about 10 meters away from his previous position, with little Hinata now hiding behind him. The Hyuga guardian, initially surprised by the kid's quick reaction, composed himself and disregarded the little child in front of him, commanding, "Unhand the princess, you little brat. Do you want to end up a cripple? Haven't your elders taught you how to treat your betters?" Kazuki, realizing the arrogance of the Uchiha and Hyuga clan members, particularly from the main branch, propelled himself forward with chakra surging from his fist. He compressed the chakra in his fist and launched a devastating punch. The Hyuga member quickly countered, feeling the threat from the little kid's punch. Haka sh Kaden, 8 trigrams palms heavenly spin. Although he executed a defensive form, the punch was too much to handle, and his rotation was broken, causing him to slide a few feet back. Kid, you are asking for death, the Hyuga warned as he caught the casual punch that Kazuki threw next. Ha, are you sure you are a Hyuga? You should have used your Byakugan, Kazuki taunted, further provoking the Hyuga and making him angry. However, just before launching the next attack, the Hyuga realized that he was unable to move anymore. The earlier casual punch that Kazuki threw was meant to connect their shadows, and, unlike other Nara, due to his Kekii Genkai, Kazuki didn't have to maintain a hand sign to bind his opponent. His shadow bind was much more potent, and he could materialize his shadows. The Hyuga member, now immobilized, understood the kid's earlier words about having activated the Byakugan. Once caught by Kazuki, what followed was a one-sided pummeling. As promised, Kazuki made sure to break a few bones in the Hyuga. Just when he was about to continue, Kazuki realized that a little hand was holding his jacket, trying to pull him back. It was none other than little Hinata, with a tear-filled face, trying to defend the Hyuga member from experiencing any more punishment. Caught up in the moment, Kazuki had completely forgotten about little Hinata, who had witnessed the entire scene. Just then 3 more Hyuga led by an old man reached the scene. With the new arrivals, little Hinata went back to hiding behind Kazuki. However, the familiar face of the old man made her peek out again. Kid, give me some face and let him go, would you? The old man made a sincere request. The old man was none other than the senior medic who had saved Kazuki's life when he first came to this world. Kazuki had shared a warm relationship with the old man since then, and the old man had also helped Kazuki find his way when he started learning Iryo ninjutsu. Kazuki did not want to make it difficult for the old man, so he stepped back and released the main branch Hyuga from the shadow bind. The 2 Hyuga branch members quickly supported the now battered Hyuga, and the old man began treating him. Meanwhile, Kazuki was coaxing little Hinata not to cry and trying to explain that they were just sparring. After a brief treatment and making sure that there would be no lasting after effects, the old man gestured for the other Hyuga members to take the battered Hyuga back to the clan and address them. Let the main family know that the princess has been found. I will explain the situation when I return along with the princess. You guys can go ahead and admit him to the infirmary. Although the old man was also a branch family member just like themselves, he held a higher status because of his expertise in the medical field. The other 2 Hyugas simply nodded and proceeded to execute the order. Once the other Hyuga left, the old man approached little Hinata and crouched down next to her. Who made our little princess cry? Was it this rowdy boy? The old man asked with a kind tone. Hinata quickly jumped and hugged the old man with a tear-filled face. It's all right, Grandpa is here. I will take you back home. The old man gently picked up Hinata and carried her. Would you like to accompany this old man until we reach the clan compound? We haven't met in the past few months. It would be a nice time to catch up. The old man offered, and Kazuki obliged, following along as the old man carried little Hinata. Hinata had already fallen asleep on the old man's shoulders, and Kazuki realized that the little girl must have been quite exhausted. Kazuki and the old man started having a leisurely conversation as they walked towards the Hyuga clan. Mind sharing what exactly happened, old man? Kazuki wanted to know the exact reason, as in the anime, Hinata only ran away after the Hyuga affair when she was almost the age to start the academy. In this world, Hisashi is still alive and fine, and Hinata is only 3 years old. Kid, you have always been smarter than your peers by a huge margin, and being a Nara, I am sure that you know a few things about the main and branch family of our Hyuga, yes? Kazuki simply nodded in acknowledgement to show that he was aware of it. Normally, I shouldn't be sharing these things with outsiders, but then I feel that you are trustworthy enough, and it's not like a huge secret, and everyone will know soon enough. Kazuki maintained his silence, not wanting to disturb the old man's flow. This little child is the heiress of the Hyuga clan. She recently reached 3 years old, and according to our family tradition, the child's cousin, who is said to be a once-in-a-generation genius among our Hyuga, was branded with the cursed seal in the recent ceremony. The child did not take it lightly, being branded and all, and lashed out in anger at this poor little girl. The old man shared the happenings within the Hyuga clan, and now Kazuki understood why little Hinata ran away from home. Chapter 41. Originally, Niji and Hinata were close as siblings, and after having his fate sealed by the curse mark, he must have lashed out at Hinata, and with her soft character, this must have hurt her badly. After a brief silence, Kazuki questioned, "My understanding is that the original intention of the cursed mark was to protect the Byakugan, isn't that right?" However, the old man chose to keep his silence, and by the same time, they reached the Hyuga clan compound. "Kid, thank you for taking care of the princess. It's already getting dark, you should quickly head back home." The old man, after sincerely thanking Kazuki, left with Hinata. Kazuki understood that the old man was not comfortable discussing topics related to the cursed seal. Kazuki had not explored the Hyuga's curse mark, so he was not exactly sure about how the curse works. Just before Kazuki left, he saw Danzo, followed by 2 of his Shimura guards, leaving the Hyuga compound. Although Kazuki was far away, he could discern that Danzo was in a very foul mood. Senju clan compound. Kazuki meticulously laid down a ritual circle, ensuring that every detail was in place. Once satisfied with the preparations, he walked into the room where his master, Tsunade, along with Shizuan, Kakashi, and Naruto, were sleeping soundly. Kazuki knew it was time to perform the chakra-enhancing ritual. "Master, are all the materials prepared?" Kazuki inquired about the items needed for the complex Fuinjutsu ritual. While he had agreed to assist Tsunade and the others, the Senju clan head had to arrange for the necessary materials, and each ritual incurred significant costs. "Yes, kid, I've already gathered everything you requested. I also have one more favor to ask. I hope you can fulfill it," Tsunade said, catching Kazuki by surprise. He raised an eyebrow in confusion. "I'd like to give up my slot for someone else." "Don't worry, they've already been put under the sleeping drug. I understand the ritual is complex and places a burden on you. With our limited resources, it's better if I give up my spot," Tsunade explained, expressing concern for Kazuki's well-being. Kazuki questioned, "So, who is the person you're willing to give up your slot for?" He wanted to understand Tsunade's motivations. She quickly moved to a nearby room and brought back Tenzo, who was peacefully sleeping under the influence of the drug. "This is Tenzo, he recently joined the Senju clan. He will be taking my spot." Tsunade gently laid Tenzo down with the others. "Master, you're putting me in a tight spot." "Sigh, it's fine. I hope you've procured an additional set of materials. You don't have to give up your spot. I can handle one more ritual," Kazuki replied, not wanting his master to miss out on the enhancement. He chose to compromise and perform the ritual on Tenzo as well. Kazuki had to redraw the ritual circle each time, making the process time-consuming. "Of course, kid. I knew you wouldn't let me down, so I procured a few more additional sets," Tsunade said, and Kazuki couldn't help but squint at his master for seemingly anticipating his reaction. She must have known he would act this way, considering she had prepared additional materials beforehand. Each set was not only costly but also challenging to find. Once everything was in order, Kazuki and Tsunade established the sequence for the chakra-enhancing ritual. The Sunin herself would be the first to undergo the procedure, followed by Shizuan, Tenzo, Kakashi, and, lastly, Naruto. Earlier that day, Kakashi's Sharingan issue had been addressed. After being rendered unconscious, Kazuki applied a special Fuinjutsu to help Kakashi consciously control the Sharingan without experiencing the usual backlash. This fix ensured that Kakashi could regulate the Sharingan like other Uchiha members. Kazuki chose to perform the ritual on Naruto last, as they needed to take extra precautions. Tsunade had obtained Hiruzen's consent to modify the Hakken no Finshiki, 8 trigram sealing style, seal on Naruto, replacing it with a more robust and intricate seal of Kazuki's own design. If Kazuki hadn't undergone the chakra ritual earlier himself, it would have been challenging to handle so many consecutive rituals. He had made ample preparations and medicines specifically for today's occasion. "Ready, sensei?" Kazuki couldn't help but ask the Sunin with a smile on his face. "Ready when you are, kid," Tsunade responded, and Kazuki directed Tsunade to the chamber where the ritual was arranged. The massive Fuinjutsu ritual altar stood in the center of an expansive chamber, bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. Crafted from a combination of polished stone and intricate metallic materials, the altar exhibited a seamless blend of ancient design and advanced craftsmanship. Its dimensions were imposing, dominating the space with an aura of mystique. The surface of the altar was adorned with an array of meticulously inscribed seals, forming an elaborate pattern that seemed to pulse with a faint energy. The symbols and characters etched into the stone radiated an otherworldly luminescence, giving the impression of an arcane script from a bygone era. The intricate patterns seemed to tell a story only decipherable to those well-versed in the art of fuinjutsu. At strategic points around the altar, smaller pedestals held various ritualistic implements, a collection of scrolls containing sacred texts, vials of rare and potent liquids, and ornate tools crafted for the delicate process of sealing. Each item was positioned with precision, contributing to the overall symmetry and balance of the ritual space. Kazuki directed his master to the center of the altar, and he stepped out of the ritual circle. The ritual began. 8 hours later, Kazuki had successfully performed the ritual on 4 people, and Naruto was the last one left. Tsunade was standing by the side. When Tsunade had completed the ritual earlier, she couldn't help but test her new chakra level. It was almost 6 times her previous level, and being of the Senju bloodline, the increase was quite monstrous. She felt like she could simply crush a mountain with a single punch. Now, Kazuki was meditating to bring himself back to his peak state. Sandame had vehemently opposed tampering with the 9-tail seals in Jiraiya's absence, not wanting to take chances. However, Tsunade was able to convince the old man, and with Kazuki's expertise and assurance, the old man reluctantly agreed. Hiruzen only knew about the part where Kazuki was applying a more complex fuinjutsu, which would help Naruto down the line. Kazuki had to take many things into consideration because the 8-trigram seal that Minato had applied to Naruto was a variation of the original. During the process of changing seals, he had to make sure not to destroy the chakra imprint left behind by Minato. He intended to transfer the imprint completely to the new seal. Kazuki woke up from his meditation after attaining a peak state and was greeted by Tsunade and the old man Hiruzen waiting next to her. What most in the village didn't know was that the Senju clan was now covered with more than a dozen barriers. Even Hiruzen had placed 2 barriers of his own as an additional precaution, even after Tsunade promised him that the barriers could easily subdue the 9 tails if something untoward happened. As an added precaution, Hiruzen had asked for his most loyal team of shinobi to form a perimeter around the Senju clan. Kazuki, however, had no intention of letting anything go wrong with Naruto's ritual. So, he made sure to triple-check everything before carrying the now sleeping little Naruto to the altar. Just before starting the ritual, he asked the others to clear the room, including his master. However, the primary reason was that Kazuki wanted to have a private conversation with Kurama. Once he changed the fuinjutsu, it would alter many things for both little Naruto and Kurama. Jiroku Shiren Tenfin, 16 ordeals, Heaven Seal. Kazuki initiated the Fuin ceremony by weaving a series of hand signs while simultaneously working on the 9-tail seal to ensure a smooth process. As the sealing ritual commenced, unlike the other participants, he plunged his consciousness into the 9-tail sealing space using the ritual. Inside the seal space, Kazuki was greeted by a colossal gate. The anime had not done justice to the sheer scale of the gate that confined the Kyuubi. The moment Kazuki's consciousness entered, the 9 tails stirred from its slumber. Slowly advancing towards the seal gate, a massive paw emerged from the darkness within, attempting to capture and crush Kazuki. Maintaining caution, Kazuki skillfully evaded the 9 tails claw. "Feisty one, aren't you?" Kazuki couldn't help but comment on the beast's blatant aggression. Finally setting his sight upon the most iconic entity in the Naruto world, Kazuki marveled at the magnificent chakra beast. Naruto's growth wouldn't have been the same without the 9 tails. Contrary to his expectations, the 9 tails was tightly bound with massive golden chains, each of its colossal tails staked to the ground with huge pillars, allowing no freedom of movement. Truly a pity, such a magnificent beast. Kazuki couldn't help but admire the creature sealed behind the gates. The 9 tails observed Kazuki, awaiting an opportunity to strike or perhaps manipulate him into opening the seal. Kazuki's subsequent actions rekindled the deep-seated hatred within the 9 tails. After executing a series of hand signs, Kazuki initiated the new fuinjutsu. Simultaneously, in the ritual room, altars and fuinjutsu seals glowed, while Kazuki, seated outside the ritual circle with closed eyes, maintained his consciousness within the sealing space. As the sealing commenced, the 9 tails became aware of the abnormality, thrashing around in an attempt to break free. Unexpectedly, the entire sealing space transformed, filling with black ink that rose to Kazuki's knee. Out of the ink, numerous pitch-black chains emerged, binding the 9 tails completely. "Now that you are truly bound, shall we have a talk?" Kazuki, cautiously maintaining his vigilance, walked toward the Nine Tails without fear, standing next to the massive gate. "Kid, who are you? How did you get here? How did you know I was not completely bound?" While conversing, Kurama attempted a sneak attack, but with a simple gesture, the black chains tightened, pinning the Nine Tails into the black pool of ink. It was then that the Nine Tails realized the black chains and ink were draining its chakra. "What do you think you're doing? Kid, I don't know how you made it here. Undo the seal, and I will make you strong, even beyond your wildest dreams. No one will be your opponent after that." The Nine Tails attempted to tempt Kazuki with promises of power, recognizing his proficiency in fuinjutsu. "Even Hago Romo Tsutsuki?" Kazuki asked casually. However, the mention of the name made the Nine Tails thrash around with renewed vigor, attempting to break its bindings. "You? How do you know father's name? Tell me who you are, and what else do you know?" The Nine Tails desired answers from the child standing before it. Once focused on ripping apart the child, Kurama now seeks information. "Calm down, Kurama. I am not here to harm you, I am just here to make a deal. It would benefit you if you listened." Kazuki wanted a peaceful dialogue with the Nine Tails, hence mentioning the Sage of Six Paths and the Kyuubi's true name. "Benefit, haha. What kind of benefit are you talking about? Don't tell me you are willing to release me right now, that's the only benefit I can think of for myself." Kurama was now a bit more restrained, curious about Kazuki's intentions. "Well, that I cannot do. But I can help you with the next best thing if you are willing to cooperate." Kazuki aimed to strike a deal that would be advantageous for both the Nine Tails and little Naruto. "Haha, kid, all humans are the same. If you don't want to release me, you can leave. Humans just want to control everything. You can leave, I will not agree to any of your deals. I will find my own way out. Soon enough, I will rip this kid to shreds and be free." Kurama, now with Kazuki's interruption, contemplated a new plan for escape from the cage. Chapter 42. "Kurama, you speak as if you are innocent and the victim here. Yes, humans are at fault, but that doesn't mean you are innocent either. Didn't Hago Romo ask you to safeguard peace and protect this world? But what did all the tailed beasts do? You guys didn't care about anything. If something annoyed you, you razed everything to the ground. Since the time you guys were created, how many lives have you guys killed? 1,000, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands? I am sure you guys didn't bother to keep count, right? So, how different are you guys from the Shinju? Wasn't it the same?" Kazuki, empathetic to the tailed beast's current situation, couldn't agree if someone claimed they were innocent. Since their inception, the tailed beasts must have been responsible for more than 1,000,000 lives, at least. "Kid, why should we be responsible for the lives of such inferior beings? It's their fault for being so weak in the first place." Kurama, prideful as ever, dismissed the significance of the lives it had reaped, deeming them inferior. "So, shouldn't that be the same for you now, being weak and getting caught? Well, honestly, I am not here to discuss who holds the moral high ground. Little Naruto is important to me, he is a good kid. I hope you can get along with him." With that said, Kazuki initiated his discussion with Kurama. It had been an hour since Kazuki started the ritual for Naruto, and outside the ritual chamber, both Tsunade and Hiruzen were waiting patiently. However, Hiruzen was much more anxious than the Sunin, walking up and down the room in an attempt to lessen his anxiety. "Sensei, calm down. Kazuki will make sure that nothing goes wrong, and with his mastery over fuinjutsu, Naruto will only benefit in the future after upgrading the seal." Tsunade offered words of comfort to ease her master's concerns. "I understand, Tsunade, but it's the Nine-Tails seal. Even if it goes slightly wrong, then the entire village has to pay the price for it," Hiruzen expressed his worry. The memory of the last Nine-Tails attack was still vivid in his mind. There was something about that day that he hadn't shared with anyone. Even he himself did not know the answer to this question. During the Nine-Tails rampage, he was the closest to Minato while he returned to subdue the beast. Though he knew about the Shiki Fujin, dead demon-consuming seal/Reaper death seal, he wondered why he did not offer himself as a sacrifice in exchange for Minato's life. Even with himself as the sacrifice, Minato should have been capable of sealing the Nine-Tails. Back then, he only regained clarity after Minato had initiated a ritual, and a barrier was raised to prevent interference. Hiruzen understood that someone had subtly influenced him not to act, and due to his guilt, he did not share this speculation with anyone. After all, who would believe that the professor had been influenced by someone using mind arts? Just when the third Hokage was lost in thought, a monstrous amount of bloodlust mixed with Nine-Tails' aura burst forth from the ritual room. Even the shinobi forming the perimeter could feel the monstrous energy within the barrier, but none knew what exactly was going on within the Senju compound. Hiruzen and Tsunade quickly made their way towards the ritual chamber, which now lay in shambles. Right on the altar, the huge form of the Nine-Tails had manifested itself. Hiruzen, without any second thoughts, formed a series of hand signs. Ninpo, Kokiyos no Jutsu, Ninja Art, Summoning Technique. Monkey King Inma arrived next to Hiruzen, his eyes widening in shock and question. Hiruzen, don't tell me the fox broke free again. However, the Sunin was yet to take any action because she saw Kazuki standing up casually and dusting himself off to make sure that his clothes did not retain any dust. Ah, it's such a drag. I need to rest for at least a few days, Kazuki sighed, and as he did, the Nine-Tails that had manifested simply vanished into thin air, as if it were not there in the first place. Hiruzen composed himself after seeing that there was no accident and walked forward with Tsunade. Kid, what was that? For a moment, I thought the Kyuubi broke free from the seal. Hiruzen couldn't help but sigh in relief because he did not want to see another tragedy like the Nine-Tails attack. Old man, don't you have any trust in my Fuinjutsu prowess? That was nothing but the Nine-Tails stretching itself after a long time. Don't worry, he won't make any trouble in the future. Hiruzen, although confident in Kazuki, couldn't help but walk towards the altar where Naruto was sleeping soundly and check the new seal. The seal was so complex and advanced that he couldn't understand any part of it, but he maintained his dignity as a learned man. Good, Kazuki, the seal seems well done, and I am sure little Naruto will have no problems in the future. Hiruzen shamelessly shared his opinion, even though he didn't understand anything about the new seal. Kazuki, who understood the old man's acting, chose not to expose his act and simply nodded with an understanding smile. Tsunade, however, had no issue admitting her shortcomings in front of her student. Although she was proficient in Fuinjutsu, her knowledge was nowhere near Kazuki's. After admiring the new seal, she couldn't help but question. So what about the old seal? Will it still be retained? I have not completely removed the old seal. I have retained a part of it and modified the rest. As for the new seal, I have layered it over the old one, so it would act as a double safeguard. In the future, even if someone were to forcibly extract the Nine-Tails from little Naruto here, then they will be in for one hell of a surprise. Although Kazuki understood that this world was inherently different, he knew that the Akatsuki may still retain the same goal, so he did not want to take any chances. Digarashi Port, Land of Tea. A young lady was casually speaking to a fish vendor about the recent ongoings of the Land of Tea, and suddenly a little frog leapt to the fish vendor's side. The vendor nonchalantly pushed it aside. However, the young lady's demeanor changed for a split second, and she quickly excused herself and left. The young lady stealthily traversed through the forest in the direction of the fire country. After making sure that there was no one tailing her, she quickly headed towards a well-hidden crevice by a hillside. This must have been the young lady's hideout, as she was familiar with the place. She activated the barriers around the hideout and undid the transformation. A tall and robust man with a distinctive shock of white hair that stood upright appeared. He wore a simple black jumpsuit underneath his cloak, emphasizing both functionality and ease of movement during combat. It was Jiraiya. Jiraiya quickly performed a series of hand signs. After a brief moment, a black and orange toad emerged from his mouth. It was none other than Jirotora, a scroll toad that held the key to Naruto's 8-trigram seal. Jiraiya was anxious, and before he could question Jirotora, the summoned toad quickly revealed the emergency. The nine-tail seal has been broken. Jirotora's words were like the worst nightmare that Jiraiya never expected to happen. Jiraiya, though he received a letter from the old man, didn't return to the village but continued his pursuit of Orochimaru. From his last intel, Orochimaru was somewhere near the Land of Waves and the Land of Tea. He had personally come here a week ago to pursue that lead. It was not forcibly broken but unlocked without using the key. It seems like someone with higher mastery of Fuinjutsu worked and unlocked the seal. Jiraiya, you need to quickly return to the village. Jiraiya, momentarily distracted, understood the importance of the matter. If the Nine Tails had gone on a rampage again, it would have caused devastating losses for the Leaf. There are no phone masters that are capable of doing so, as far as I am aware. So how did this happen, Jirotora? Please recall it again. Did anyone get access to the key without your knowledge? Jiraiya, although anxious, couldn't believe that someone could unlock his student's seal. He questioned the scroll toad. Jiraiya, you should know better than the others. I hold the secrets I protect with more importance than my own life, and I have been sealed within you all this while. Would anyone be able to access it without taking you down first? The orange toad responded to Jiraiya's somewhat hasty question. For their species, the secrets they held were of paramount importance, and they would rather die than share them with others. Jiraiya quickly calmed down after hearing the toad's words, realizing that he had questioned Jirotora hastily without thinking properly. Jiraiya couldn't help but feel guilty for wrongly accusing the scroll toad, but his remorse was interrupted by Jirotora. Jiraiya, this is not the time to feel remorse, you need to move now. I will help you reverse summon to a place near the Leaf Village. Once we establish a transfer point, you should be able to cut short your journey by at least a few days. Gamaken offered an option because, even with Jiraiya's top speed, it would take more than a week to reach the Leaf Village. Establishing a reverse summoning transfer point in the Fire Country should help him cut his journey time by at least half. Jiraiya understood and quickly made the necessary preparations to depart. Now, with the seal unlocked, Jiraiya released Gamaken from his contract and undid his summoning so he could establish a transfer point. The next morning, out of the 5 people who went through the ritual, only Tsunade was awake. Kazuki was so exhausted that he chose to rest at the Senju compound. Hiruzen chose to stay back and keep an eye on little Naruto until he woke up. Hiruzen had already relieved the other shinobi, who had stood guard outside the Senju compound. Even Danzo was not aware of the things that happened within the Senju compound. Kakashi was the first to wake up from his slumber, and the moment he woke up, the entire world felt different to him. It was as if the shackles that held him back were no more, and his whole body was brimming with chakra. He had not felt so powerful all his life. Awake at last, are you? You know one should not train until they hit chakra deprivation. And, by the way, your eye problem is fixed now. The Sharingan should not hold you back anymore. You should train to get yourself adapted to your new condition. Tsunade, who was working on a few scrolls by the table in the room, couldn't help but comment when she saw Kakashi wake up. Kakashi, who heard the Sunin's words, knew that she was covering up, not wanting to share the reason, and as a shinobi, he was self-aware that he was not exhausted but knocked out using some sort of drug, and he chose not to question the Sunin. Upon hearing the slug sage's words, he couldn't help but unconsciously try to activate his Sharingan. His left eye turned from a normal eye to a 1-tomo and all the way to a 3-tomo Sharingan. He was able to flawlessly control his Sharingan and close it, and he also did not feel the massive drain or the backlash from his chakra network. He even felt that his chakra reserves had grown immensely, almost by half a dozen times, and he felt that there was still a large room for improvement. This was not something Kakashi had felt in a long time. He understood that Tsunade had something to do with his new changes in his body. Chapter 43. Kakashi stood up groggily and walked in front of Tsunade, kneeling down in a respectful manner. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. I shall remember this favor for all my life. Although Kakashi had not completely moved on, after Tsunade's recent therapy, Kakashi was now much more stable and mentally strong enough to face his past. Kakashi couldn't help but silently shed a tear because, after losing everything in life and giving up on himself, he never thought of a second chance. Tsunade's help made him feel eternally grateful for the Sunin. So, kid, why don't you check out your new power-up? Go and stretch out in the training yard. I need to look after these kids, so you can go by yourself. And you can return to your shinobi duties after you have adapted to your new state. Tsunade simply waved her hand, as if saying it was just a trivial matter, and she continued carrying on with her work. Kakashi nodded gratefully and walked towards the training yard. It wasn't until late in the afternoon that the last of them woke up. Kino was the last person to wake up, and none of them were aware of what exactly had happened. However, everyone who went through the ritual could feel the positive changes in their bodies. Naruto, especially, was brimming with so much energy that Hiruzen couldn't help but wonder if the kid had eaten something to make him so overactive. After making sure everything was alright with Naruto, Hiruzen left the Senju compound to carry on with his Hokage duties, which must have piled up due to his half-day absence. Tsunade and Hiruzen had decided that once Jiraiya returned, they would share the truth about Naruto's parents with little Naruto. As per what Kazuki mentioned about the new seal, Naruto will be able to interact with the Nine Tails from now on. So, they had decided that it was best not to keep this information from little Naruto, and with Tsunade being Naruto's guardian, his safety was assured. Kazuki, who was exhausted, only woke up late in the evening. When he opened his eyes, he saw his elder sister Shizuan sitting on a chair, going through a scroll. "Ah, big sister Shizuan, how long have I been sleeping? Is sensei not around?" Kazuki inquired. Shizuan, putting down the scroll upon seeing Kazuki awake, quickly moved towards him to ensure he was all right. "Kazuki, how are you feeling now? Are you experiencing any discomfort?" Shizuan wanted to make sure her little brother was doing well before addressing his questions. Over time, Shizuan had grown very attached to Kazuki and now considered him her own little brother. "Yeah, I'm all right, big sister. I'm just a little tired. I should be fine after having a good meal." "So, where are the others?" Kazuki, now almost recovered, questioned Shizuan again but did not disclose why he was so exhausted, as Tsunade must have provided some alternate reason for his fatigue. "Sensei went to help Sandaime-sama. As for little Naruto, he is out in the yard playing with Shikamaru and Koji. Your Aunt Yoshino had come by earlier to check up on you, and even your Jonan sensei had come." Shizuan shared the details as Kazuki got up and poured a glass of water to drink. Now, with most of his energy regained, Kazuki went towards the yard. Although Shizuan offered to cook a huge meal for Kazuki, he offered to help, but Shizuan insisted he leave the matter to her. As Kazuki neared the yard where the kids were playing, he could pick up hushed whispers with his heightened senses. It was none other than little Naruto sharing some secrets with Shikamaru and Koji. "Oi, I feel there is something wrong with this place, I think there might be ghosts here. I can hear a weird voice speaking to me," Naruto shared, fear apparent in his little voice. Kazuki, understanding the reason, quickly flickered next to the kids. With the sudden appearance of Kazuki, the three kids were startled initially, but they relaxed when they saw it was their big brother. "Big brother Kazuki!" The kids called out in delight after the initial surprise. "So what were you guys talking about?" Kazuki was questioned, and it was little Koji who answered. "Big brother Naruto says that this place has ghosts. He says they are whispering to him," Koji shared with a scared look. However, Shikamaru kept his silence, trying to figure out the reason and also considering if Naruto was trying to pull a prank. Then he thought Naruto was not smart enough to pull off such an elaborate scheme. "Naruto, why don't we discuss this with sensei later? Being from the Senju clan, she should be able to explain it. In the meantime, why don't I see how much you guys have progressed?" Kazuki knew that now, with the seal changed and a new deal with Kurama, Kurama must have tried to interact with little Naruto from within his consciousness. Kazuki thought it was better to explain things when Shikamaru and Koji were not around, so he chose to divert the topic for now. With their big brother's words, both Koji and Naruto calmed down. Only little Shikamaru started pondering deeper and understood that Kazuki was trying to divert the topic, choosing to ask his brother about it later. "So who wants to go first? If you guys perform the 3 basic jutsus properly, I will teach you something interesting." With Kazuki's promise, all the kids started showing off their progress in the 3 basics. Naruto, who had a previous surge in chakra due to the ritual, was not able to perform the 3 basic jutsus properly. Koji and Shikamaru couldn't help but mock Naruto, and the kids started a mock fight, with Kazuki keeping a watchful eye over them. The next morning, Guy and his team were at the Hokage building to take on a new mission that was going to be assigned that day. Being a special squad, unlike the other squads, most of their missions were issued by Sandaime himself, and they only had to approach the mission assignment desk if they had no missions assigned by the Hokage himself. Currently, Guy and his team were waiting in front of the Hokage's desk while waiting for him to approve their new mission. "This is a B-rank mission. You guys just need to patrol the barrier and the new grounds that we are going to expand our village into in the future. You will be taking the lead, Guy. Your team will be accompanied by a newly formed genin team and a barrier team. This mission might take a long time, so you need to make sure to map every single detail, as this information will be directly given to the Phone Grand Master. A cartographer will also join the barrier team to help you guys out." Hiruzen explained their mission briefly, and Kazuki had to survey the land around the village barrier and the future expansion area to help with the layout of the new defenses. So Hiruzen used this as a cover so that Kazuki could collect all the information up close. "Understood, Hokage-sama. We will make sure to complete the mission to perfection," Guy declared with full enthusiasm and led his team out of the Hokage's office. As Kazuki and his team made their way towards the village gate, Two teams were waiting for their arrival. One was a newly formed jonan team after the last graduation, and the other was a barrier team. Kazuki recognized that the jonan team included Gecko Hayate, and the barrier team was garbed in white with their faces covered to ensure their safety. An ANBU team was also assigned to secretly ensure the safety of the barrier team, and Kazuki was able to spot all the hidden ANBU with his heightened senses. I am sure everyone must have been briefed about the mission, so I will just go with the arrangements. Itachi, you will accompany the jonan team and form a perimeter around the barrier team as they survey. Torun, you will stay near the barrier team for immediate support and the exchange of information. Myself and Kazuki will act as the outer perimeter individually. Guy made a simple but efficient arrangement. The plan was designed to provide maximum assurance for the safety of the barrier team. Every single phone user in a village was a rare resource, so their safety was paramount. With the barrier team now venturing outside the village barrier and further, their safety needed to be assured. Currently, a few dozen miles away from the Leaf Village barrier, a team of shinobi was stealthily making its way towards the Leaf Village. The team leader decided to take a quick break and made a hand gesture for the team. As the team settled down for a quick break, the shinobi on the team set a perimeter. The team was led by a ninja who had one of his eyes sealed with a phone tag behind his ANBU mask. He was also the sensor ninja of the team. The team consisted of a dozen shinobi, and upon closer inspection, one could say that the team was an ANBU squad of the Kirigakure village. Captain, is the intelligence accurate? Are we sure that this is not a trap laid by the other party? A jonan from the infiltration team couldn't help but ask the mission leader as they traveled deep into enemy territory based on intelligence they received from the underground black market channel. Although the intel may not be authentic, we have received a mission from Mizukage-sama himself, so we need to execute it, no questions asked. There is no room for failure, and if the intel is authentic, then we may be able to capture or kill a few Fuinjutsu users from the Leaf. If luck is on our side, we may be able to get the barrier key for the Leaf, making their defenses ineffective. After resting for half an hour, the team once again started moving stealthily in the direction of the Leaf Village, removing all the traces. Kazuki was currently surveying the area around which the future expansion was planned. He was acting as the outer perimeter for the team, and with Guy on the other side, the barrier team was carefully surveying the outer barrier and efficiently fixing any damages that might have occurred. Normally, the barrier team would not have to leave the confines of the village barrier, as maintenance could be done from within. However, the mission included surveying for future expansion, so they had to venture further out. The mission progressed with no hassle until noon. As this was a long-term mission, the barrier team would return to the village after carrying out each day's task. Just when the team had concluded a short break, Torun, who was near the barrier team, received a message from one of the bugs he had assigned to Kazuki. Torun, now on full alert, conveyed that a group of shinobi was stealthily approaching in their current direction. Kazuki, who was out scouting, was also retreating as he laid various traps toward the direction of the barrier team. Torun made sure to relay the information to the ANBU squad and jonan squad so that they could prepare themselves in the face of the incoming danger. After making a quick decision, the ANBU team split in two, one heading to intercept the incoming shinobi and the other to help the barrier team retreat safely. Itachi, along with the jonan team, was assigned to escort the barrier team along with Torun, and Guy moved in the direction of Kazuki, who was laying traps to intercept the incoming enemies. The ANBU had already sent secret messages to the village regarding the incoming enemy team. As the ANBU and Guy reached the location where Kazuki must have been, they couldn't spot anything. A small pebble flew in the direction of Guy, which he caught, and when he turned around, he saw Kazuki gesturing for them to follow. Guy was not surprised, however. The two ANBU who had come to intercept the enemies were surprised that they were not able to sense a jonan who was so close to them. Kazuki was already aware of their arrival and was hiding behind an isolation barrier, and one of the ANBU caught Kazuki's attention as he knew who the shinobi was. Chapter 44. The Leaf ANBU, with Guy's assurance, followed Kazuki after reaching a good hiding spot. Once there, Kazuki reactivated the isolation barrier to enclose all the Leaf shinobi. Quickly pulling out a blank scroll, Kazuki started drawing a layout of the surrounding forest. The detail was concise and clear, earning a satisfied nod from the ANBU captain as the young jonan completed the layout of the assigned traps. When planning an ambush, it was crucial to ensure that teammates wouldn't fall victim to the traps set for the enemies. After everyone memorized the layout of the traps, the ANBU captain asked a pointed question. Do we have a count on the enemy's number and strength? The ANBU captain was direct, aware that time was of the essence and efficient planning was required. Despite sending a message to the village for reinforcements, it might take hours for them to arrive. The enemy shinobis are about a dozen miles out from our current location. I fell back immediately after sensing them. They are not aware that they have been spotted. I'm not sure about their exact strength, but I counted a dozen chakra signatures. Kazuki shared the information he had gathered with his unique sensing ability, which surpassed that of other sensory ninjas. After Kazuki shared the hand seals for the seal tags used on the traps, the ANBU captain quickly gestured for the other ANBU to recheck all the traps. Meanwhile, he asked Kazuki to maximize his sensing range and inform them the moment the enemy shinobi was detected. The ANBU swiftly rechecked and added more traps within a few minutes. When Kazuki signaled that the enemy was within his sensing range, the ANBU retreated inside the isolation barrier. The enemy remained unaware that their mission had been compromised, and the Leaf team lay in ambush. Kazuki felt two chakra fluctuations from the ANBU captain's eyes and the other ANBU. He recognized both as dojutsu users Hyuga and Uchiha. The Uchiha was Shisui, and Kazuki sensed the unique chakra of his Mangekyo Sharingan, although Shisui had only activated up to 3 tomo. The Leaf team waited anxiously for the enemy ninja. Meanwhile, a dozen Kirigakure ANBU, led by Ao, moved stealthily through the forest in the direction specified by the intel. Suddenly, Ao stopped and made a hand gesture, prompting the Kiri ANBU team to form a tight defensive formation. Ao activated his Byakugan to its maximum and began scanning his surroundings. However, just as he detected the explosion tag buried by one of the Leaf ANBU, all the Leaf ninjas acted simultaneously to detonate the traps. Katsu. Kazuki released all the traps near the Kiri ninja, and the explosion engulfed the entire Kiri shinobi team. Simultaneously, Guy and the other 2 ANBU launched a fierce counterattack. While it was earlier decided that Kazuki would stay back to provide combat support, Kazuki held back and released his shadow puppet to assist. Because the Hyuga ANBU had taken command, Kazuki was obliged to follow his orders temporarily so as not to cause confusion within the team. Ambush! Ao screamed at the top of his voice. All the Kiri shinobi reacted instinctively, as every ninja assigned to this mission was of Takibutsu Jonan level or higher. For Kirigakure, which had lost much of its higher-end combat power during the Third Shinobi War, this was a luxury lineup. Many among the team had questioned whether the Mizukage's orders were made hastily, but what they didn't know was that their current Mizukage was under the control of Obito, seeking revenge on Kiri for being responsible for Rin's death. If the Mizukage were self-aware, he wouldn't have sent such a team on a dangerous mission, even if the intelligence was valid. Sudden, Bakuzui Shha, water release, exploding water colliding wave, a Kiri Jonan with a monstrous amount of chakra launched an attack immediately, using the Kiri team as the center. They created a wave wall to defend the entire team from the explosion. The other Kiri ninja immediately executed the Kirigakure no Jutsu, hiding in mist technique, and filled the surrounding forest with a thick mist. The Kiri shinobi quickly regrouped with commands from Ao, who was assessing the situation with his Byakugan. Despite the swift reaction of most of the Kiri ANBU, the Leaf team, with the help of the well-placed explosion, managed to reap the life of one of the enemy shinobi. The Kiri team kept spamming waves after waves as the explosion traps set by Kazuki went off continuously, chaining one after another. In a span of a few seconds, Kazuki had triggered more than 100 explosive tags. Each of these tags was handcrafted by Kazuki himself, so their power and blast radius were much greater than the standard tags. The Kiri shinobi killed was also caught off guard because he underestimated the blast radius. Ao, who was scanning the enemy, now recognized his opponents and the specific chakra signatures of the Byakugan and the Sharingan. He pinpointed the Leaf ANBU with the Sharingan, remembering encountering this particular Uchiha during the Third Shinobi War. The explosion created by Kazuki's trap was so huge that even the retreating barrier team was able to witness the blast clouds, even though they were a few miles out. Everyone be careful, they have 2 dojutsu users among them, and one of them is Shunshin no Shisui. The other is a Hyuga. Reform the formation, they might be able to perceive us through the mist. Although Kirigakure's mist technique was known to counter most dojutsus, it all depended on the opponent's proficiency and the potency of the mist. If the opponent had a high degree of mastery over dojutsu, they might even be able to see through the mist. Guy unleashed his gates one by one, all the way up to the 4th gate earlier. Now, with Kiri shinobi hiding within the mist, Guy decided to release the 5th gate. With Kazuki on the team with his Iryo ninjutsu, Guy did not have to care much about the backlash. With the custom-made medicines he provided, Guy could offset most of the damage Kinjutsu caused. Hachiman, Kyakugen no Monday, Kai, 8 gates, gate of limit, open. Guy was shrouded in blue chakra as he opened the 5th gate and was ready to launch a counter-offensive once the blast subsided. Even the other 2 Leaf A and BU prepared themselves, however, they had a question in mind: how many tags did the kid even stack to create the traps? If they had not known about the trap layout and blast radius, even they would have been caught in the blast. The moment the smoke blast subsided, the Leaf Ninja slowly regrouped to launch the next offensive. Suddenly, a blade pierced through the mist, targeting Hyaga's blind spot. Both Guy and Shisui quickly reacted to intercept the attack but were blocked by multiple Kiri shinobi. They started engaging in a fierce battle within the mist. The Hyaga ninja, aware of the ambush, dodged, however, he was quickly surrounded by 4 jonan, including Ao, and launched a combination attack, pinning him in a pincer formation. Sudden, Senshokuk, water release, 1,000 feeding sharks. The 4 Kiri jonan launched a large-scale offensive on the Hyaga Anbu to eliminate him. The Kiri shinobi knew that the Hyaga specialized in taijutsu, and blocking such a large-scale ninjutsu would be quite a burden. Then they could take the chance to eliminate him. The Hyaga Anbu launched a large-scale defensive taijutsu as he had no way to dodge all the incoming attacks. Hakish Kaden, Zetsu, 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven, sever, he created a large barrier to counter the incoming attack. Although the Hyaga was able to defend himself, blocking all the incoming attacks, defending such a large-scale offensive would take a few seconds to steady himself again. This was the opening the Kiri jonan were waiting for, and Ao commanded the other 3 jonan to launch an offensive to finish off the Hyaga. 2 of the Kiri jonan released a dozen kunao tied with explosive tags, and Ao and the other jonan went in for the kill. They did not want to give the Hyaga any chance of escape. Doton, Ganper no Jutsu, Earth Release, Rock Pillar Prison. Tens of rock pillars suddenly rose from around the Hyaga and enclosed him in a defensive barrier. The barrier took all the damage from the explosive tags and also the 2 Kiri jonan blades that were meant to behead the Hyaga Anbu. The Kiri shinobi went on high alert because, originally, they were not aware of a 4th Leaf Ninja, and Ao quickly scanned the surroundings to identify the new threat. Everyone be careful, there seems to be one more Leaf Ninja hiding. Ao's command was transmitted through the mist using a special transmission technique. Guy and Shisui were handling 3 of the Kiri ninja simultaneously. While the Hyaga took on 4, Shisui and Guy were able to create a stalemate for the time being. The favor of the battle was tilting toward Kiri shinobi's side, with the Hyaga Anbu falling to a disadvantage. However, the inclusion of the 4th ninja stabilized the balance again. What the Leaf Anbu were not aware of was that the last Kiri jonan remaining, who had not engaged yet, was a jonan from the Hojiki clan. He had earlier merged with the mist and was stealthily approaching Shisui to launch a sneak attack. Just as he stepped closer to attack Shisui's flank, a sudden attack caught him off guard, as he was not able to perceive the enemy even through his connection with the mist. Raiden, Kaminari Shibari, Lightning Release, Thunder Binding. Kazuki was already aware of the Hojiki ninja. He stayed just at the edge of the mist, using his perception to track the enemies from within the isolation barrier. The Hojiki ninja caught in the thunder trap was electrocuted and had to exit his misty state. He was not even able to liquefy himself, as lightning was a natural counter to their bloodline. The ear-piercing scream of the Hojiki jonan carried within the mist, momentarily distracting Kiri shinobi. Shisui, taking advantage of the situation, launched a large-scale fire ninjutsu at a Kiri Takibutsu jonan, Katon, Kari and Dan. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The Kiri shinobi, although momentarily distracted, put up a counter, Sudden, Sujin Hiki, Water Release, Water Formation Wall. However, what the Kiri ninja forgot was what Shisui was famous for. The moment the Takibutsu jonan cut off the chakra for the water wall, a figure flickered past him, piercing through the mist. Shisui, using his extreme speed to his advantage, exploited the small opening to cleanly behead the Kiri ninja with his tanto. Ao, who perceived Shisui's intent earlier, wanted to help the Kiri ninja, but an immense threat made him duck at the very last moment. A pitch-black metallic blade brushed past the top of his head. If he had reacted any slower, he was sure that he would have lost his head. Ao rolled, and when he regained his balance, he saw a black construct moving rapidly towards the other jonan, who had earlier launched a killing strike on the Hyaga. Ao quickly shouted to warn his comrade of the incoming attack, and the jonan quickly reacted and blocked the incoming blade with his own. However, what the Kiri jonan forgot was that the earth pillar prison behind him enclosing the Hyuga was retracted. Coincidentally, the Kiri jonan's back was facing the now stabilized Hyuga Anbu. The Leaf Anbu didn't let go of such a chance for a counter. Hakurokuchian sh, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. He launched a blitzkrieg of attacks on the Kiri jonan's tenketsu points, although the other two Kiri jonan, who were attacking the Hyuga earlier, wanted to intercept. However, the black puppet used a multitude of hidden weapons to hold them back. By the time the Hyuga Anbu completed his relentless attack, the Kiri jonan was completely incapacitated. However, just before the Hyuga went in for the kill strike, Ao quickly intervened and saved the now fallen Kiri jonan. Ao started to weigh his decision carefully because now the balance was tilting to the other side. With the timely intervention of the 4th Leaf Shinobi, the Kiri team lost 3 shinobi. Chapter 45. Out of the original dozen ninjas, 2 were killed, 2 were incapacitated, and only 8 were still capable of battle. With 2 jonans down, they had to safeguard them now. So with a Leaf Shinobi still hiding in the dark and with the puppet's inclusion, it became a battle of 5 versus 8. Ao did not like such odds, especially with them facing such strong enemies and on the enemy's home ground. Originally, they never expected such a retaliation from the Leaf Village. It was supposed to be a quick grab or kill mission. However, before he could make a decision, the jonan facing guy initiated a large-scale ninjutsu to enclose the entire battlefield and form a water prison. Kazuki, who was on the outer perimeter, had to retreat to escape the attack range. Sudden, Dai Bakuzui Shha, water release, great exploding water colliding wave. However, the other leaf ninjas were not lucky enough to escape such a large-scale attack. Now the water barrier enclosed the entire Kiri team and the 3 leaf ninjas, along with the black puppet. With the formation of the water prison, the mist dispersed, and the 2 teams reformed and regrouped quickly. Ao made a quick hand sign. Though the leaf ninja were strong, the Kiri ninja made sure to protect the jonan who launched the water barrier. So the battle fell back to a stalemate again. The Kiri ninja had an inherent advantage when fighting in the water. Guy took the position of vanguard, as his movements were not impeded even under the water pressure. Suddenly, the Kiri ninja launched another combination jutsu, Sudden, Senshokuk. Water release, 1,000 feeding sharks. However, the scale was now completely different from what the 4 jonan had launched earlier because now the attack was launched underwater as thousands of sharks launched an offensive towards the leaf shinobi. Guy, who felt the pressure of the incoming attack, was ready to open the 6th gate. However, before he could do so, Kazuki, who had detected a new chakra signature incoming, went on the offensive. He placed his hand on the water barrier and inserted a water orb into it by continuously pouring a large amount of chakra into the orb. Sudden, Mujinsumi, water release, infinite sharks. A large number of water sharks, even more compared to the joint offensive of the Kiri shinobi, had been launched. As the 2 jutsus clashed, the sharks on both sides started tearing each other apart underwater. However, Kazuki's attack was more potent, as each shark of his exploded when they got defeated. So Kazuki was able to hold back the Kiri's joint offensive underwater. However, this type of attack was a huge drain on his chakra reserve. Kazuki only chose such a flashy method because of the incoming support. Just as the 2 clashes ended, Kazuki, who was just outside the water prison, heard the faint voice of the newcomer. Kukiyos, Yatai Kuzashi no Jutsu, Summoning, Food Cart Destroyer Technique. A humongous toad comparable to the size of the water barrier was summoned right on top of it. When the huge toad landed on the water prison, the Kiri jonan was not able to hold the water prison anymore and was knocked out due to the backlash. With the huge water prison shattering, the toad landed right in between the 2 teams, and a white-haired ninja was standing on top of the huge toad. Ao immediately recognized who the newcomer was, and it was none other than the toad sage, Jiraiya himself. Retreat, we are falling back. Ao didn't even bother to think of countermeasures the moment the Sunin appeared, all his plans went down the bin, but he simply ordered an immediate retreat. With the huge amount of water still around, they were able to fall back without any additional losses. They even made sure to destroy the corpses of the fallen comrades. Kazuki had intended to set up a trapping formation, but the sudden attack from the Kiri ninja left him with insufficient time to deploy the entire trap. This oversight allowed the enemies to escape, causing frustration. The Hyuga Anbu shared in the disappointment, knowing that the enemy leader possessed the lost Byakugan. However, he recognized the futility of chasing them, especially given his depleted energy after the clash. Jiraiya, too, opted not to pursue the enemy, his primary concern being the nine-tailed seal. As Jiraiya released the toad summoning and landed beside the jonan trio, he addressed the hidden shinobi, still not willing to come out? The battle is over. Kazuki, understanding that the toad sage's perception was formidable, dispelled the isolation barrier and emerged. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback when a young child appeared. Initially expecting an elite jonan due to the chakra fluctuations, he couldn't help but smile, recognizing the genius from Hidden Leaf Tsunade's young prodigy student, a child from the Nara clan. Doubting his assumption, Jiraiya inquired, "Little one, are you Tsunade's second disciple, the Nara kid?" He referred to Kazuki as a child, prompting a measured response. "Yes, Jiraiya-sama, I am Kazuki Nara," replied Kazuki respectfully, acknowledging the toad sage's status. He swiftly moved to attend to the injured leaf ninjas using Iryo ninjutsu. Jiraiya carefully observed the child's medical ninjutsu, noting its proficiency that rivaled or even surpassed that of the most senior medical ninjas. Delighted at Tsunade's choice of a worthy successor, Jiraiya watched as Kazuki efficiently treated the Anbu and Guy, restoring them to near-peak condition. "Let's fall back to the village. I've already sent a message to the border patrol team. If we're lucky, we might intercept the Kiri team," suggested Jiraiya. As the team made their way back, Jiraiya learned about the village's current state from Guy, who willingly shared the details. Relieved that there were no tragedies within the village, Jiraiya found himself more puzzled about the fate of the seal. Hokage's office, Konoha. Jiraiya, leading the Leaf Ninja, found himself waiting in the Hokage's office for Tsunade. Guy and his team had left after ensuring the safe return of the barrier team and other Leaf Ninjas. Hiruzen provided a brief breakdown of the situation, and Jiraiya couldn't help but feel uneasy when he learned that Tsunade was the one behind the decision to modify Naruto's seal. Aware of Minato's exceptional skills in Fuinjutsu, Jiraiya was intrigued by the identity of this new Fuinjutsu master, and he couldn't help but wonder about the level of trust Hiruzen placed in them. Although Hiruzen knew about Kazuki's involvement, he refrained from sharing the information with Jiraiya until Tsunade gave her consent. "So, sensei, you're saying that Naruto will become aware of the Baijuyu sealed within him?" Jiraiya questioned as Hiruzen explained the changes to Naruto's seal. Hiruzen nodded and handed a few documents to Jiraiya, who quickly perused them. As Jiraiya finished reading, there was a knock on the door, and Tsunade walked in, taking a seat. "Tsunade, how have you been? It's been quite some time since we met," Jiraiya casually asked, acknowledging the years that had passed since their last encounter. Tsunade huffed in response, though she was secretly pleased to see Jiraiya back in the village. Not one to be deterred, Jiraiya addressed the pressing matter. "Is Naruto doing all right? I had to return because Jirotora informed me that Minato's seal was broken." Worry was evident on his face, knowing that Tsunade was Naruto's current guardian. "He's doing fine, but it's no thanks to you. Aren't you the kid's godfather? Where were you when he needed you? Do you know how much Naruto suffered during your absence?" Tsunade expressed genuine anger about Jiraiya letting Naruto be under their sensei's care, leading to Naruto's early years of hardship. Jiraiya, feeling a sense of betrayal, glanced at Hiruzen. He had left the village only after Hiruzen promised to take good care of little Naruto. Hiruzen tried to defend Jiraiya by sharing the truth, but Tsunade redirected her anger toward him. "And what did you do, old man?" "Nothing, absolutely nothing. What kind of twisted logic made you think that making him suffer would keep him safe, and secure his identity as a Jinchuriki when most of the village knew that Naruto had the nine tails sealed within him?" Tsunade's frustration was palpable, fueled by Naruto's shared experiences. To prevent further escalation, Jiraiya intervened on his sensei's behalf. "Tsunade, forget it. It's all in the past. Talking about things will not change them. I would like to meet Naruto, and sensei has already informed me that we are going to tell Naruto about Minato and Kushina, so it's best that I share it with him directly." Tsunade, having heard Jiraiya's words, calmed down and stood up, asking for Jiraiya and Hiruzen to follow her to the Senju compound. As Tsunade and the others approached the yard within the Senju compound, Naruto was engrossed in a playful moment with Shizuan, attempting to include little Tenten in their game. As Shizuan noticed their presence, she quickly composed herself and greeted everyone respectfully. "Welcome, sensei, Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama," Shizuan greeted with formality, receiving a polite nod from Hiruzen and Jiraiya. Grandpa Hokage! Naruto, spotting Hiruzen, joyfully ran towards him. Although he was happy to see his grandfather, the white-haired uncle standing beside the Hokage remained a faint memory, elusive yet familiar. This? How is this possible? Hiruzen and Jiraiya, observing Naruto's heightened chakra level, were astonished. The abnormality had gone unnoticed earlier, but now it was clear that Naruto's chakra had surged to an unprecedented degree. Tsunade, choosing not to explain, gestured for Jiraiya to talk to Naruto first before addressing the seal. Naruto, intrigued by the prospect of learning about his parents, agreed to speak with Jiraiya privately. Tsunade assured him she would be in the next room, leaving Naruto and Jiraiya alone in the yard. Meanwhile, the others followed Tsunade into the Senju house. Jiraiya took out a green, toad-shaped wallet and handed it to Naruto, who looked at it with confusion. Take it. This is for you. I should have given this to you a long time ago. It belonged to your parents. Naruto, hearing Jiraiya's words, accepted the green toad wallet with trembling hands, treating it as a precious treasure. Seated cross-legged, Jiraiya gestured for Naruto to do the same. I know you're confused, Naruto, but don't worry. I am your godfather. I was your father's sensei. Naruto sat down in front of Jiraiya, and the Toad Sage began breaking the ice, sharing the details that Naruto had long yearned to know. Meanwhile, in the Nara compound, Kazuki focused on training young Shikamaru, evaluating his progress with the 3 basic jutsus. Shikamaru had successfully mastered all 3 basics, prompting Kazuki to introduce the next challenge, the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Considering Shikamaru's intellect and current chakra pool, Kazuki believed he could teach him the technique and that Shikamaru would grasp it quickly, given his nature. Shikamaru, what I'm about to teach you is a B-rank technique, and I need you to promise not to mention it to Aunt Yoshino, Kazuki warned with a stern tone. He began explaining the Shadow Clone technique, highlighting its advantages and emphasizing its drawbacks. Kazuki reiterated the importance of understanding the limitations of the jutsu, ensuring that Shikamaru grasped the complexities involved. So, Kazuki Naizen, if I master this jutsu, I'll be able to train and be lazy at the same time? Why didn't you teach me something this good earlier, brother? All those hours I put into training, sigh, such a waste. Shikamaru couldn't help but complain, realizing he could practically create a clone to do the work for him and gain knowledge effortlessly. Shikamaru, listen carefully. Although you have enough chakra to create a couple of shadow clones without backlash, I suggest you stick to just 2 in the beginning. Is that understood? And if you practice diligently, you should be able to create your own shadow clones in a month or 2, Kazuki shared his honest opinion, concerned about his little brother overextending his chakra and risking mental exhaustion. Chapter 46. Naizen, can you show me how so that I can memorize the chakra pathways and hand seals? Shikamaru showed much more enthusiasm for learning the jutsu, and Kazuki decided to teach it to him due to his character. Kazuki slowly executed the complete hand seals, allowing his little brother to follow and execute the technique. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. Ensuring Shikamaru wouldn't go exploring out of curiosity, Kazuki restricted him to 1 shadow clone, as he already had half a dozen clones working on various tasks like Fuinjutsu, Taijutsu, Iryo Ninjutsu, etc. Kazuki had a separate area within the Nara clan fortified with a heavy number of seals. He maintained a weekly schedule to release these shadow clones to assimilate knowledge, exploiting this loophole since the day he came into the world. Oh, this clone has a solid form compared to the regular clone. How many shadow clones can you maintain at a time, big brother, without them being a burden? Shikamaru observed the second Kazuki that had appeared and, under Kazuki's manipulation, changed into Shikamaru. I should be able to maintain more than half a dozen without it dragging me back. Any more, and the chakra split will not be a decent amount. Remember, Shika, this is a very versatile jutsu, it can give you complete feedback, including the shadow clone's death. So, you need to be absolutely careful with the number of clones you produce in the future. You don't want to be caught off guard in the middle of battle because the backlash was too much to handle. Kazuki made sure to clearly explain the precautions Shikamaru needed to take. Kazuki Naizen, is that why the upgrade of this particular technique has been listed as Kinjutsu and stored in the Scroll of Seals? Shikamaru, though lazy, liked to read, and Kazuki always made sure to provide him with any books he requested. Yes, the upgrade of this technique allows you to summon a large number of shadow clones. However, unless one possesses Baijiu level chakra and a strong spirit, Executing that technique is like asking for trouble, Kazuki patiently explained, addressing all the questions Shikamaru had regarding the technique. As Shikamaru delved into learning the shadow clone technique, Kazuki focused on devising a new defense layout. Despite reaching a high level of mastery in Fuinjutsu, Kazuki remained vigilant, considering every possible scenario, including regular methods that civilians could use to infiltrate the village. The real challenges lay in countering space-time ninjutsu, yin-yang release, and entities like Black Zetsu, along with other rare techniques in the ninja world. Kazuki was not arrogant enough to believe that he could design a phone barrier capable of countering everything, but he aimed to implement the best defense possible. His current project involved integrating an idea from the modern world, something akin to RFID tags. Kazuki was working on creating ID cards infused with Fuinjutsu, similar to modern RFID technology. The purpose was to immediately identify anyone without such a card. He planned to establish different clearance levels, with shinobi obtaining a higher clearance than regular civilians. Kazuki understood the enormity of the task ahead, ensuring each tag was tamper-proof and could not be replicated. With the help of his shadow clones, Kazuki was confident that he could achieve this seemingly miraculous feat. Kazuki and Shikamaru were deeply engrossed in their work, and time flew by unnoticed. If Yoshino hadn't come looking for them, they might have stayed there all night. Kazuki quickly apologized and returned home for dinner. The week passed swiftly as Kazuki and his team carried out their regular survey missions, needing an additional week to complete the maintenance and survey. During this time, Naruto mostly stayed at the Senju compound, avoiding the Nara compound even for playdates with Shikamaru and Koji. Despite the joy of discovering his parentage, Naruto couldn't shake the sadness of being mistreated by the villagers, a fact Jiraiya had shared about his parents sacrificing their lives for the village's safety. Understanding Naruto's emotional state, Kazuki decided to take him out. Kazuki had considered letting Naruto meet Minato, whose chakra imprint remained within Naruto's seal, but Tsunade advised against it due to Naruto's intense hatred for the Nine Tails. Kazuki, ensuring there were no vulnerabilities for Kyuubi to exploit, based the seal on the harmony between Naruto and Kurama. Currently, Kazuki and Naruto sat at Ichiraku, but Naruto hadn't touched his ramen, the noodles were now soggy. Kazuki had chosen not to bring Shikamaru this time, allowing a moment of solitude. A minute of silence passed before little Naruto spoke. Kazuki Naizen, did you know? About my parents, I mean. Naruto was still grappling with the recent revelation, and being just over 3 years old in this world, the truth hit him hard. Yes, I knew about them, Kazuki answered, staring absent-mindedly at his ramen. My parents died to save the village, so why do they hate me so much, big brother? Naruto whispered, tears streaming down his face. Naruto, not everyone hates you. Honestly, it's not you they hate, but what's inside you. Kazuki comforted Naruto by placing his hands on his head. Why did he put it inside me, big brother? Did he want me to suffer? Did my father not know that the village would start hating me for the fox inside me? Naruto's questions were filled with pain. Kazuki maintained a thoughtful silence before answering with his true feelings. Naruto, tell me, do you think that I hate you? Kazuki questioned, and Naruto quickly shook his head, confirming that he did not. Naruto, do you know I lost my parents on the day you were born, during the Nine Tails attacks while trying to evacuate the civilians? Kazuki shared something he hadn't spoken about since the tragedy. Despite not knowing about the parents of the original Kazuki, he still felt a deep connection to them, and their loss continued to hurt him. Naruto, unaware of Kazuki's parents' fate due to the Nine Tails, looked at him with sorrow-filled eyes. It wasn't that your father wanted you to suffer, I believe he trusted in his son. He must have believed in you to handle all this pressure and still shine, conquering the Nine Tails in due time, Kazuki spoke, realizing it might be more effective to show certain things directly than to convey them with words. Naruto, do you want to know how far the hatred for the fox within you goes? Upon Kazuki's question, Naruto simply nodded. Kazuki led Naruto to buy flowers and then towards the village cemetery. After paying respects to his family, Kazuki led Naruto to Minato's and Kushina's graves. Naruto laid the flowers and paid his respects. It was Naruto's first visit to the cemetery, and after paying respects to the deceased, Kazuki guided him towards a large memorial stone raised in memory of the people who lost their lives during the Nine Tails attacks. Minato's and Kushina's names were listed at the top, and Kazuki's parents' names were among the deceased. The memorial stone had thousands of names listed, momentarily shocking Naruto with the scale of the loss. He knew about the tragedy, but he didn't realize the magnitude of the impact. This should answer your question, Naruto. Our village has close to 100,000 people who call it home. On that particular day, you can say that everyone in the village lost someone: parents, children, friends, family, and more. You can't expect everyone to let go of such grief in such a short time. In the eyes of most survivors, you are the one who carries the fox that took their loved ones away from them. It doesn't mean it's your fault, Naruto. It's just that you got the short end of the stick. Kazuki shared his thoughts as he gestured towards the large memorial stone, quietly waiting for his words to sink into little Naruto. So, will they keep hating me forever, Kazuki Naizen? Naruto couldn't help but question, still trying to contemplate Kazuki's words. It's not hate, Naruto. It's more like extreme grief, the last act of love one gives towards their loved ones. If you are willing to try and understand them, eventually they will understand you too. So, don't worry. Everything will change, you just have to believe. Kazuki shared his genuine thoughts and waited while Naruto started paying respects to the people who died during the attack. There were a few villagers in the cemetery, but none spoke against it, even though they knew who Naruto was. __. Somewhere on the outskirts of Konoha, inside a detached house, two people were having a secret meeting. Both individuals were covered in robes to conceal their identities. So, how are our plans proceeding? Has there been any change? One of the robed figures questioned. Well, honestly speaking, we are doing great. My team has already taken down more than 24 root ninjas who were hiding among the civilians. If it weren't for the information that you shared, I wouldn't have known that there were so many root operatives posing as simple civilians. Danzo sure is cunning. The second robed figure shared the recent results regarding their operation. They had been hunting root ninjas who were loyal to Danzo and kept off the official records. Humph, that guy thinks he is smart, but he truly is not. If he hadn't had the support of the people around him, especially Hiruzen, he would have found his way towards an early grave. No matter what, I will make sure to bring him down and destroy him. So, why exactly did you ask to meet? Wasn't it decided that we only meet when it's something important? The first robed man questioned the other, as what they were doing was considered a crime. They were hunting root operatives without exclusive permission from the Hokage, and the people they killed were documented as civilians. Therefore, they made sure everything was done stealthily. Well, we seem to have come across a problem. I cannot say it's a problem, more like a small complication. Someone else is hunting Danzo's root members like we are, but I have to say they are doing a much more efficient job than my team. I wanted to know your opinion on this matter. The second robed figure shared the intel about a new party that had joined the root hunt. They had no idea who the party was, and they didn't know their motives. Have they targeted any innocents? The first figure asked, to which the second one simply shook his head. I have not received any reports from the ANBU regarding such incidents. All casualties were root members. I made sure to double check. Do you think we should try approaching the other party and form an alliance? The second figure couldn't help but ask, to which the first robed figure maintained a brief silence and then shook his head. No, we will not try to approach them. By your words, they seem much more efficient, so we can't risk it. There might be a possibility that Danzo himself is trying to remove any threats that might point back to him. He can be more cruel than you can possibly imagine. If it's to his benefit, he wouldn't blink to chop off his own limbs, the first figure advised, taking a cautious approach to waiting and watching. The more root members die, the less power Danzo holds. The only reason the council doesn't push for Danzo's execution is because of the consequences that would follow if Danzo were to defect, considering the many village secrets he holds. For now, we will stick to our plan. Bringing down Danzo is our priority, the first figure answered. So, has Danzo repaid the debt owed to the village? I heard it was quite a substantial amount, the second figure inquired curiously. That dog, of course, tried to wiggle out by stating that it was spent on the village's benefit. Hiruzen simply asked for the records, which that dog couldn't provide, so he had to return every last ryo. The poor Shimura clan had to empty out their treasury. Even Danzo himself had to sell all his personal properties and assets within the village. The first figure shared the news with evident delight in his voice. Chapter 47. They should have been prime properties for business. I wonder if I should ask my clan to buy these properties, the second figure wondered aloud. You are too late, kid. The Senju and Uchiha clans snatched up these properties even before that dog, Danzo, could walk out of Hiruzen's office. You should have seen his face, ha ha ha. Well, that aside, you guys need to be careful. No matter how timid Danzo seems, he is dangerous. Even I don't know how many more secrets he is hiding. As for the other party, as long as they don't harm the village, leave them be. The first figure stood up and walked out, leaving the second figure to contemplate the next course of action. It had been a week since Kazuki had a heartfelt talk with Naruto. Currently, Kazuki finds himself in the kitchen, assisting Yoshino in preparing a sumptuous breakfast for the entire family. As they laid out the dishes, the family gathered to enjoy their morning meal. Amidst the pleasant atmosphere, a white-clad ANBU suddenly appeared in front of their home. Shikaku stepped outside, engaging in a brief conversation with the ANBU, and returned with a scroll. After reading it, he safely stowed the scroll in his jacket. Once breakfast was over, Kazuki approached his uncle, and Shikaku handed the scroll over to him. Kazuki swiftly perused the contents and, understanding the situation, promptly burned the scroll. So, they'll be here soon, hey? Are all the preparations ready, uncle? Kazuki inquired, aware that the Kumo delegation was expected to arrive in the village within a day or two. Yes, I'll be leaving soon as part of the welcoming team. My squad needs to escort them to Leaf Village. I've also informed every clan holding a Kekii Genkai, especially the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. How about the preparations on your end? They're sure to look for the Phone Grandmaster, Shikaku asked with concern, considering the delegation's likely hostile intentions, given the recent tensions and the loss of their Jinchuriki. Let them come, uncle. I have a few surprises ready for them. Any idea who is leading the Kumo delegation? Kazuki inquired, curious about the impending encounter, especially considering Kumo's current disadvantage after their Jinchuriki suffered significant setbacks. The Reikage himself will lead the delegation, accompanied by one of Kumo's esteemed elders. Whatever it is, something big is going to happen. I'm sure of that, Shikaku replied, his expression reflecting the gravity of the situation. Kazuki delved into deep contemplation upon learning that the Reikage himself would lead the Kumo delegation. His mind churned through various scenarios and potential outcomes, considering the delicate political landscape. Shikaku, standing by his side, patiently awaited his nephew's thoughts. After a minute or so, Kazuki emerged from his contemplation and turned to his uncle. Uncle, we might need to prepare for Iwa's schemes. The Tsuchikage has been unusually quiet recently, and with the Reikage coming directly to the Leaf, it may prompt him to act. I suspect IWA might attempt something during the meeting. Kazuki shared his concerns, having meticulously processed the available information. The current state of the shinobi world hung on the precipice of war, with a single significant move capable of sparking widespread conflict. Onaki, the Tsuchikage, known for his fence-sitting approach, was not one to pass up such a strategic opportunity. What troubled Kazuki the most was the possibility of Kumo and IWA forming an alliance against the Leaf. If such an alliance had indeed taken shape, the upcoming meeting could prove perilous. Takigakure, a village hidden by a waterfall. Jinten, Genkai Hakuri no Jutsu, dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique, a bright beam of light ripped through the last line of Takigakure jonan, who were holding ground against the Awagakure shinobi. The devastating attack left the Takigakure shinobi in shambles. With their vast numerical superiority, the IWA ninjas quickly overwhelmed the remaining Takigakure ninjas. Most of the ninjas who continued resisting were killed, and the rest were captured. The Takigakure village was completely caught off guard by the IWA invasion, and the IWA army had completely entered their village. None of the Taki defenses meant for early detection worked as intended. The whole battle scene was littered with bodies, and the entire Taki village was almost razed to the ground. Onaki, who was flying in the air, landed next to the IWA jonan commander, who was passing down orders after the end of the battle. The moment Onaki landed, the IWA commander turned to him with admiration in his eyes. Tsuchikage-sama, we have the entire village under control, but we were not able to capture everyone. A few Taki shinobi managed to slip past our ambush. The commander shared the current battle status with Onaki, who simply gazed at the surrounding battlefield. Have all our ninjas secure a perimeter and build a forward base. The village is well fortified to suit our needs. Make sure that the package is delivered without delay. We don't have a lot of time. Now that the Taki shinobi are on the run, the whole shinobi world will not know about this, and it would only mean war. We cannot let go of this advantage. I have already made plans. Just get the package delivered safely as soon as possible. We only have 2 days at most before everyone gets wind of this news. Onaki passed his orders down to his commander for him to follow. Onaki was making his first move, and he was planning to make a grand one. With the Reikage on his way to the Leaf for a peace talk, Onaki couldn't let go of such an opportunity. Originally, even with Iwagakure's strength, taking down Takigakure so swiftly without anyone knowing was impossible. However, Onaki got the help of a Takigakure missing nin who had sold out the village along with all the details of its defenses, so the IWA army could strike the heart of the village directly. Tsuchikage-sama, why don't we take it for ourselves? It will surely bolster our military might by a huge margin. And are you sure about paying that mercenary such a large amount? It's not like he can do anything if we defer payment, the IWA jonan commander couldn't help but question when he knew what Onaki's upcoming plans were. No, taking it for ourselves will make all the major villages target us. We would have been put in a similar position as the Leaf village in the past 3 shinobi wars. Every major village will come after us as one, and Takigakure was not meant to have it in the first place. Even I have no idea they had possession of it until recently. Although saying such words made Onaki feel somewhat bitter, he clearly knew that IWA was not strong enough to face the combined might of all the major villages. Understood, Tsuchikage-sama. I will carry out your orders. What about the civilians and the captured shinobi? The commander asked, wanting to know the fate of the now captured Takigakure prisoners. There is no point in keeping the ninjas who resist, kill them off. Use the rest as cannon fodder against our upcoming attack on Kumo. Make sure to plant explosive seals in case they get any bright ideas or try to run away. As for the civilians, screen them properly, keep them confined for about a week, and then release them. Make sure there are no shinobi hiding among them. Onaki made a quick and cruel decision about the fate of the Takigakure survivors. He very much wanted to slaughter everyone, but he knew that when a major ninja village killed too many civilians unnecessarily, it would only create a huge backlash. Transport every last bit of resource back to the village. We will need everything that we can take for the upcoming war. And as for the mercenary, pay him, he might be of some use in the future. Onaki flew away towards their rear line, leaving the jonan commander to carry out his order. The elite IWA jonan quickly got to work to execute the Tsuchikage's order. Mountain's Graveyard. In an underground lab, a masked Uchiha was currently tinkering with a white Zetsu clone that lay on the operating table. Zetsu popped out of the wall with delight evident on his face. Obito stopped what he was doing and turned towards the newcomer. Zetsu, why are you here? Did I not ask you to keep an eye on Nagato along with Tobi? Obito walked past Zetsu and reached a basin to wash his hands. Zetsu sank down into the wall and popped back out from the floor next to Obito. I know, Obito, but I have important news. As for Nagato, I am sure Tobi will be able to keep an eye on him in my absence. Zetsu shared with a creepy smile on his face. What important news? Stop posturing and tell me quickly. I have other important things to attend to, Obito said in a neutral tone, gesturing towards the white Zetsu that lay on the operating table. Zetsu, understanding that Obito's patience was running thin, did not dawdle anymore. Takigakure has fallen. IWA has complete control of the village. Their army is moving towards Kumo as we speak, Zetsu shared as he danced around. Obito, washing his hands, paused as he absorbed Zetsu's news. He showed more interest because this meant war, and a war was always welcome to further his goals. Do the other villages know? There is no point if the villages are already prepared. Obito's mind couldn't help but form various plans as he questioned Zetsu about the current status. Well, there were quite a few spies who slipped past the Iwagakure net, but I made sure to silence them all. So you can rest assured that the other villages won't know about it immediately, Zetsu shared, as if wanting to hear some praise from Obito. Any idea how IWA was able to subdue Taki so fast? Their defenses should not have fallen so fast, and not without alerting the rest. Obito was now fully concentrating on Zetsu, waiting for his answer. Zetsu stopped dancing and answered Obito's question. It was a missing nin from Takigakure, Kakuzu, who helped IWA completely bypass all of Takigakure's defenses and led them straight into the village. The Takigakure shinobi were completely caught off guard. Zetsu then started explaining all the details that he had collected, and the more he shared, the more ecstatic Obito became. He couldn't help but chuckle. Guess it's time I get back to Kirigakure. I can't let them stay out of such a bloodbath. I still have to properly pay them back for causing Rin's death. Obito quickly walked towards a shelf and picked up a few scrolls, addressing Zetsu. Zetsu, I have a mission for you. Make the journey for the IWA army as easy as possible by concealing yourself. I don't want the major villages pulling back out of the war at the last minute. Obito casually mentioned the upcoming mission for Zetsu. Say, Obito, what about the Seven Tails? Are we not going after it? Zetsu wanted to know what their plans were going to be because, as it is, the war seemed inevitable. No, it's still too early to go after the Baijiu. However, let Nagato know about the war and inform him about the Takigakure missing nin. He should be a nice addition to Akatsuki. Tell Nagato that it's time to start recruiting more members. We will have to move up our plans a bit. Obito passed his instructions on to Zetsu. What about the Rain Village, Obito? Are we going to take part in the coming war? Because I am sure the border countries will not be spared if a full-scale war breaks out. Zetsu shared his concern, as Akatsuki was still relatively new, and although they had a few members, they were still not strong enough to expose themselves to the shinobi world. Chapter 48. No, have Nagato restrict his actions as much as possible. Rain Village will not be part of the upcoming war. However, if any shinobi venture into the village, have Nagato kill them all. I am still in need of a large number of corpses for experimentation. Oh, and send some of your clones to keep an eye on the leaf. After Obito passed his commands, he used Kamui and vanished. Zetsu, letting out a light chuckle, merged back into the ground. __. Senju compound. Naruto had calmed down in the past week since he visited his parents' grave, and Jiraiya had stayed with Naruto to help him recover. Jiraiya, upon Tsunade's request, had agreed to become the Senju clan's guest elder. Currently, little Tenten is pestering Naruto to tell her more about the slug sage. Being around someone his own age had helped Naruto mellow down his turbulent emotions a lot. Why don't you go ask Tsunade Abakan yourself? She is not going to eat you or anything, you know. Naruto couldn't help but tell Tenten because, when it came to admiring Tsunade, he hadn't seen anyone so crazy. Naruto, how dare you speak about Tsunade-sama like that? She is the greatest kunoichi in the whole ninja world. Someday, I will be as great as her. Big brother Kazuki has promised me. Tenten scolded Naruto and shared her aspirations. What's so great about old Granny Tsunade? My godfather said it's a miracle that she was able to walk properly carrying all that burden when he was drunk. Guess what? I am going to become the greatest Hokage just like my father. Just before Naruto could complete his posturing, a hand quickly grabbed him by the ears. Naruto turned around only to see Tsunade glaring at him with anger radiating out of her body, and that's when he knew that he had messed up. Tenten couldn't help but chuckle at Naruto's condition and admire Tsunade's greatness at the same time. What did you just say, you pipsqueak? Care to repeat that one more time? Tsunade, who heard Naruto's words while she was passing by, couldn't help but want to tear Jiraiya apart for teaching little Naruto such perverted things. Grandma Tsunade, it was Erosenin who told me this when he was drunk the other night. He has been rambling about things in his sleep. Little Naruto blurted it out in the face of his guardian's anger. Wait, why did you call him Erosenin? Tell me, did he teach you other demented things in this short time he was here? Tsunade couldn't help but ask why Naruto called Jiraiya that. Oh, that's what Big Brother calls him. He said that my godfather learned all his perverted habits from Grandpa Hokage, and they both are perverts and like to peep. Naruto shared the details that Kazuki had told him. Tsunade couldn't help but sigh when she heard Naruto. She was partially happy, though, at least her apprentice was smart enough to see them for who they really were. Jiraiya! Tsunade bellowed, wanting to find the Toad Sage and teach him a lesson for trying to corrupt little Naruto. Master, it seems like things are really lively within the Senju clan. I just saw Jiraiya-sama running out of the Senju compound while you were shouting out his name earlier. Did something happen? Kazuki entered along with Shizuan, who was giving an amused look at Tsunade's false anger. I am going to break quite a few of his bones when I lay my hands on him later. As for you, Naruto, stay away from that pervert. He is a bad influence, Tsunade said while releasing Naruto's ears from her grip, which he rubbed furiously. Big brother, Kazuki! Tenten couldn't help but scream happily after seeing Kazuki, as he was the second person she admired after Tsunade. He was also teaching her the basics of chakra and fuinjutsu. Hey, Tenten. How are you? Have you been studying diligently? Kazuki asked with delight because the little girl was a genius when it came to Funjutsu arts, learning at an exceptional pace, making her a delight to teach. After Tsunade reprimanded the kids, she sent them away with Shizune while she herself accompanied Kazuki towards the Hokage building. As Tsunade and Kazuki reached the old man's office, there were already people there involved in a deep conversation within the meeting room adjoining the office room. The entire Elder Council, except for Danzo, was present. Even Elder Kenji from the Uchiha clan was there. In addition, the meeting room was occupied by Jiraiya, the Jonan commander Shikaku, the head of the Konoha medical department, the head of the torture and interrogation department, and also the ANBU commander. Hiruzen was carefully reviewing the scroll that he held at hand. Kazuki was initially surprised because Shikaku was supposed to leave on a mission to escort the Reikage, yet he was here, part of a high-profile impromptu meeting. When Tsunade entered the meeting hall, Kazuki, who followed her in, was the odd one out among everyone present. However, breaking protocol, Hiruzen allowed Kazuki to observe from the side, and he quickly moved to a corner. "It's good that you are here, Tsunade. I was about to send someone to find you." "Take a seat," Hiruzen said with a grave tone. Whatever information he had received must have been grave to call in such an urgent meeting. "We just received valuable intelligence from one of our undercover ANBUs. Although the Aberme clan ANBU was not able to make it out alive, he was able to send out the intel using a special method. Thanks to his sacrifice, we may be able to avert an upcoming disaster." Hiruzen stressed the importance of the scroll he was holding. Everyone in the meeting hall maintained silence for the now deceased ANBU as a show of respect. "So, what is the intel about, Hiruzen? Is it so important to call such a meeting hastily even without the presence of clan elders?" Koharu couldn't help but anxiously ask. However, Hiruzen maintained his grave silence but glanced at Shikaku to share the news with the others. "Takigakure has fallen. Iwagakure caught them off guard and completely obliterated them. The Tsuchikage personally led the battle, and they have converted the entire village into a fortified forward base to launch attacks." Shikaku shared the intelligence that they had received earlier. Shikaku was just about to exit the village gates when an ANBU recalled him back to the Hokage's office, and a different team was sent to escort the Reikage's entourage. "Hokage-sama, is this true?" If what Shikaku said is true, then it just means one thing: war. What are we going to do with the incoming Kumo delegation, and are the other villages aware of this attack? The head of the medical department couldn't help but blurt out her question, as war is not a simple matter, and no matter who wins or loses, everyone is sure to suffer at the end. However, Kazuki, who heard this, had a different reaction. His mind worked on overdrive, and all the information fell into place. His eyes widened in shock. Hiruzen, who sat across from the corner where Kazuki was standing, noticed this. Kazuki quickly manipulated his shadows to discreetly write a few words on the table so that they were visible only to Hiruzen. Hiruzen's eyes widened when he read the content of the message, and he couldn't help but look to meet Kazuki's eyes, who simply acknowledged the authenticity of the information with a quick nod. "Well, that is not all. From what I know, Takigakure must have had the 7 tails hidden amongst them, so it is very much possible that it has fallen into Iwagakure's hands by now." Hiruzen, choosing to believe Kazuki's words, quickly shared the information that the Nara prodigy had provided. "Hokage-sama, how sure are you about this intel? Because if what you said is true, then the power structure would completely change with IWA having possession of 3 Baijiu." The head of the information department couldn't help but question the authenticity of the news. The 7 tails' whereabouts had been unknown since the time of the Shodei Hokage. It was the only Baijiu that was smart enough to escape from Leaf's control before the exchange was made after the first Cage Summit. Everyone has believed it to be in hiding ever since. However, now Hiruzen was sharing that a small village like Takigakure had controlled the 7 tails, which was unbelievable for the others. "Hiruzen, are you sure? Because if that's the case, without our Jinchuriki, we will have to face 3 Jinchuriki at the same time if IWA chooses to attack us head-on." Homura questioned him with worry and unease etched all over his face. "Not necessarily, Homura-sama. IWA might not outright take control of a 3rd Baijiu because then every major village would target them to curb their power. What I am afraid of is that they might use the Baijiu for some underhanded tricks, like how Kirigakure tried it in the last Shinobi War." Shikaku quickly added his insight, sharing the possibility of the enemy trying to sneak the Baijiu into the village and then release it. Everyone, including Hiruzen, started contemplating Shikaku's words. Upon careful consideration, the jonan commander's words made sense. Iwa might not attempt to take control of the third Baijuyu unless they were sure they could take on all the major villages simultaneously. However, that didn't mean they couldn't release the Baijuyu right in the middle of an enemy village. Damn that Onaki, you cannot put it past that fence-sitter to carry out such an underhanded scheme. If it assures him victory, he is willing to go to any lengths. Now the question is, do the other villages know, and if not, do we tell them, especially Kumo? Because now that Iwa has control of Takigakure, their first attack would be either on Leaf or Kumo. Sharing this information might bring us some benefits. Elder Kenji, who was from the same era as Onaki, couldn't help but curse the Tsuchikage and suggested the option of sharing intel. No, I think it would be unwise to do so. The incoming Kumo delegation has nothing but ill intent in coming to our village, and if we inform them of the current situation, there are high chances that the Cloud and Stone will form a coalition and attack Konoha together. So it's better to wait and see what Kumo's true intentions are. If they genuinely come in peace, then we can form an alliance and face Iwa together. It was Tsunade who countered the Uchiha elders' suggestion of sharing intel. From the earlier discussion with Kazuki, she knew that Kumo's intentions were anything but peaceful. If that's the case, then helping Kumo at this stage would be like planting a knife in their own back. Sensei, Tsunade's words make sense, although they come in the name of peace, we do not know their true intentions, or if they truly come in peace, then it wouldn't be too late to stand together. Jiraiya voiced his support for Tsunade's words. Hokage-sama, it's better we start making preparations. Although the war mobilization order from earlier is still active, we are still lacking if it comes to a full-scale war if we have to face all the major villages at the same time, so I humbly ask you to request Tsunade-sama to take over the medical department and lead it like before. The head of the medical department couldn't help but place a request in the face of the upcoming war because the next shinobi war was all but set in stone after Iwa's actions. Hiruzen made a gesture, and an ANBU flickered next to him, waiting for his orders. Call for a meeting. Don't tell them it's a war council, just say it's a clan heads meeting like last time. I want them all in the meeting by 6 in the evening. The ANBU, acknowledging Hiruzen's orders, quickly flickered away to carry out the instructions. The meeting continued, and Tsunade sent the previous medical head to the Konoha hospital to make preparations. Kazuki was given a casual excuse to leave, but the moment he returned, he started preparing for the upcoming war. Chapter 49. Kazuki had not stepped out of his personal chamber for the past 2 days while producing specialized tags in large quantities. He even halted his shadow clones from practicing to assist him with the war efforts. Only Yoshino was allowed to enter to deliver his meals, and as smart as Shikamaru was, he knew not to disturb his big brother, though concern was evident on the little child's face. In the morning, as the Kumo Envoy was to reach the Leaf Village, Guy and his team were already assigned their duties to keep an eye on the Kumo delegates along with other Leaf Shinobi teams. Kazuki was waiting near the village entrance to see the people that accompanied the raikage, assessing their threat. To avoid drawing attention to himself, he mingled with kids his age who were waiting with flowers to hand them over to the guests as part of the welcome. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Kazuki saw the Kumo Envoy team approaching the village entrance. Jiraiya was personally waiting to welcome the raikage. When the raikage's eyes fell on Jiraiya, he gritted his teeth and looked at Mabi, who was walking next to him, and simply shook her head. From their latest intel, there was no mention of Jiraiya being in the village, and their plans did not accommodate such an anomaly. They had to modify the plans, so the raikage couldn't express his frustration openly and walked forward to meet the Sunin. Welcome, Raikage-sama, welcome to Konoha, Jiraiya cheerfully greeted the raikage, not caring about the obvious dislike on the raikage's face. The Leaf representatives also stepped up to invite the other delegation into the village. Kazuki carefully observed as the group of kids passed the flowers over. He personally gave his flowers to Mabi and welcomed her while trying to place a seal on her discreetly. However, he was unsuccessful, as Mabi had a counter seal for marking placed on her body. If he wanted to break it and place his seal, he would need to make physical contact, which would make it suspicious. Realizing the Kumo team had come completely prepared, Kazuki didn't push his luck. What the Kumo team failed to recognize was that the Leaf had made complete preparations and was waiting for the Kumo delegation to make one wrong move. Your village seems quite bleak. I thought with the rumors about Konoha going around, I thought the village would be much more vibrant. The old man who was part of the Kumo delegation standing right next to the raikage couldn't help but comment after noticing the dull atmosphere. Well, you know how it is with the word out there about war and all. The villagers are only a bit tense. If our two villages meeting goes well, then our villagers should be able to relax a bit, Jiraiya shared a comment casually while scratching his head. Is one of the Sonins suggesting that Kumo is pushing for war? The Reikage, who heard Jiraiya's question, couldn't help but ask in a loud voice. No, that's not what I meant. I was only sharing the reason why the mood was so dull within the village. Jiraiya chose not to irate the Reikage much and simply made an excuse, leading the Kumo delegation towards the Hokage building. Are we directly going to meet the Hokage? I was under the impression that we would settle down for the day and then proceed with the meeting the next day. The way you are rushing us feels like you are leading us to an ambush, the Reikage couldn't help but question, as they needed time to plan things out. Although they had made plans for every eventuality, having time to make thorough plans would be to their advantage, and with the number of targets they had in mind, they couldn't afford any mistakes. Well, it was just that our Hokage-sama did not want to make esteemed guests such as yourselves wait. So, I thought you would prefer to meet the Hokage directly, Jiraiya countered. He knew that if the Kumo had come with ill intent, giving them more time to settle down would only be dangerous. But he knew he couldn't push the envoy team if they were not willing to meet the Hokage right away. Sir, we have traveled quite far, and it would be better if we could start such an important discussion after ample rest rather than being hasty. I am sure the Hokage-sama would understand. It was Mabi who came up with a decent excuse, so Jiraiya couldn't deny it and led the Kumo delegation team towards their prepared accommodations. The moment the old man laid his eyes on the building, he couldn't help but squint. The Reikage noticed the subtle change in the old man's face but chose not to question him with the leaf shinobi around. Reikage-sama, these are the quarters arranged for the entire delegation. If you find something lacking, please notify us so that we can arrange it for you and your team. And I would kindly like to notify you, please refrain from moving alone, and in case you would like to look around the village, we can arrange separate escort personnel for each of the envoy members. I am sure you know that moving around in the village without authorization will be considered an act of aggression against the Leaf Village. An ANBU member of the Leaf gave a standard introduction and also made sure to add the last statement as per Hiruzen's orders. The Reikage simply snorted and moved with the envoy team to the building assigned to them. The moment Reikage entered the meeting room, he punched the wall in pure rage and frustration. Contrary to his expectations, the wall took the complete brunt of the impact without a scratch, leaving the Reikage astonished. Calm down. The entire building has been reinforced with Fuinjutsu. You need to do way better than that to bring down this building, the old man couldn't help but comment while admiring the Fuinjutsu used for reinforcement. Elder Kare, were you able to discern anything about the Fuin Grandmaster? I am sure you told me if he tried to probe us, you could locate him. The Reikage calmed down a bit and couldn't help but question the elder. Do you think finding such a master is a child's play, especially if he or she doesn't want to be found? You really need to stay patient sometimes. I did not detect any probing, and I don't detect any marking seals as well, so the phone master should not have shown up yet. The elder patiently explained their current situation and moved forward to explore the seals in depth to gain more knowledge and inspiration if possible. The Reikage couldn't help but sigh after seeing the elder's actions, but he couldn't comment because the man did his job when it really counted. So he turned toward the rest of his envoy team. Out of the 18 members of the envoy team, except for himself, the elder, and Mabi, everyone was like a death warrior. Even if they were to die while executing their missions, they wouldn't care. Their priority was the Reikage's safety and then the mission. Every Kumo member that was part of the envoy team was at least at the jonan level, and the elder and himself were at the cage level. So they had confidence in completing the mission they had come to execute in the Leaf. If they were successful, the Kumo village would reign as the strongest shinobi village. Before the Reikage started the meeting, he asked the elder to set up a barrier to ensure that the Leaf couldn't eavesdrop on the contents of the meeting. Even so, they stuck to a special gesture language to communicate. The Kumo secret meeting went late into the night in sessions. The envoy members, under the guise of sightseeing, tried scouting their respective targets. The Kumo delegation pushed the meeting with the Hokage all the way into the evening, stating that they were sightseeing. When all their preparations were set, the Reikage agreed to a meeting with the Hokage. Out of the Kumo delegation, only the Reikage, the elder, and Mabi, escorted by 3 Kumo ANBU, went to meet the Hokage. The rest stayed behind in the building allocated to the Kumo team. The moment the old elder from Kumo left Kazuki's visual range, he flickered next to the building and placed his palm on the exterior, The Kumo ninja inside the building were preparing for the upcoming assault. However, what they were unaware of was that as Kazuki placed his palm on the building, a special formation that lay dormant was activated. Everyone within the formation was tagged with an invisible Fuinjutsu mark on their soul. If the Kumo elder was around, he might have detected this, but now it was acting as a beacon to show their location to Kazuki and anyone with access to Kazuki's special scrolls linked with the formation, provided by the Hokage. Even if the Kumo shinobi used special methods, the leaf shinobi would be able to track their real bodies thanks to the phone marking on their souls. The Kumo ninja within the building were gearing up within a barrier set up by the elder. Each of them created a special clone using a simple phone ritual. The clones were so perfect that it was nearly impossible to distinguish them from the real shinobi. The Kumo ninja decoys split up, wanting to sightsee again, and were escorted by leaf shinobi. The Kumo shinobi chuckled in confidence, thinking they had fooled the leaf ninjas. However, what they didn't realize was that 12 different shinobi teams were tracking them, one team for each enemy shinobi. Guy's team was also assigned one enemy shinobi team to track. Meanwhile, the Reikage and his entourage reached the meeting place where Hiruzen and the council elders were waiting to start their peace talks. The Reikage and Elder Kare sat while Mabi stood next to them, and the 3 Kumo ninjas stood a bit further away from the table, close enough to react under any circumstances. On the Hokage's side, Hiruzen was accompanied by Homura, Koharu, and Kenji, the 3 elders. The Kumo elder looked at the leaf side and couldn't help but question, "I don't see Elder Danzo here. Are we going to wait for him to appear or start without him?" Hiruzen's face changed for a split second, but he composed himself before answering, "There is no need to wait. Elder Danzo is dealing with some important matters, so we can start without him. In that case, let me start. Hand over the Fuinjutsu master who was responsible for harming our Jinchuriki." The Reikage didn't care about subtlety and directly dove into the matter. "Haha, in that case, why don't I ask you to unconditionally surrender Kumagakure to Konoha?" Elder Kenji, originally from the Uchiha, didn't like the tone in which the Reikage was making demands. "You." However, before the Reikage could flare out, Elder Kare gestured for him to stop. "Reikage, if this is how you are planning to act during the whole meeting, we might as well end this meeting now to save both our time," Koharu couldn't help but comment. The Reikage calmed down a bit, and he knew he would only have to endure this for a bit longer, so he hid his frustration and huffed. "Well, maybe our Reikage's words were a bit harsh. The matter remains, if we are to talk about peace, don't you think you need to take responsibility for trying to kill our Jinchuriki? Tell me how the leaf would react if someone tried to harm your Jinchuriki." It was Elder Kare who intervened on behalf of the Reikage and put forth the first topic they wanted to discuss. "Are we talking about taking responsibility here, Elder Kare? Don't you know what led to this incident in the first place?" Homura couldn't help but ask the Kumo elder, as they shamelessly tried to push the blame on Konoha. Chapter 50. We know the details, and being a shinobi, such things are an everyday occurrence. That said, at the end of the day, it was Kumo that was harmed, so it is only right that we seek some sort of compensation, and it's not like you lost anything of significance, right? The Kumo elder nonchalantly stated, as if the actions they took were just trivial matters. "You tried to assassinate me, that I understand, but then you went after my son's life. Is that how Kumo wants to justify its actions?" Hiruzen, for the first time, spoke in the meeting, and anger seeped when he mentioned Kumo's attempt on Asuma's life. "Hokage, this is the world of shinobi, and being a shinobi himself, he should be aware that such things might happen. If you are so afraid for your son's life, maybe you should lock him up at home. It's not like such tactics are new to the leaf. Did you not assassinate our previous 8 tails, Jinchuriki?" The Reikage couldn't help but intervene and mock Hiruzen. For someone who believes that might makes right, Kumo's actions were justified from his point of view, and Fukai's death was something like a bitter pill that he couldn't swallow to this day. Hiruzen, who heard Reikage's words, couldn't help but grit his teeth. Although there was no evident proof of Konoha being responsible for the previous 8 tails Jinchuriki's death, as the Hokage, he knew better. So he chose not to refute the Reikage's words. Those were all things that happened in the past. We are gathered here today to discuss our upcoming future, and Kumo genuinely wishes for peace. I am sure, as strong as the leaf is, it wouldn't be able to handle another war after losing Yandere and most of your elites during the 9 tails attack, right? Elder Kare intervened to keep the meeting on track. If they started delving into each other's past actions, the discussion could drag on for days. Their target was to stall and keep this meeting going as long as possible while the other Kumo ninjas completed their tasks. Kumo Envoy Building, Konoha. Gai-sensei, we have movement, they are moving. The Kumo ninjas had already deployed decoys, and their real bodies used a special technique to blend in, making them invisible. However, Kazuki was still able to detect them using his senses, and the rest of his team tracked them with the scroll that Hiruzen had provided earlier. Gai's team moved stealthily, and so did each of the other Leaf Shinobi teams tasked with keeping track of the Kumo Shinobi. The Kumo ninjas had their respective targets, with 3 moving towards the Nara compound, 2 towards the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, and the rest heading to various locations within the city. As the meeting progressed and the Kumo ninjas stealthily attempted to reach their targets, 2 other parties were quietly working towards their goals. In a house within the village, a group of mercenary shinobi prepared to carry out their nefarious plans. They carried a large container sealed with fuinjutsu, waiting for a particular signal within the city. Damn, is this all that remains? Did IWA not say that we would have the support of close to 100 shinobi, while all that remains is less than a dozen people? Are we sure that we can still pull this off? One of the mercenaries couldn't help but ask, as originally, they did have close to 100 shinobi. However, after the Leaf increased security, most of the mercenaries were hunted down, and only less than a dozen survived. Fortunately, the package was still intact. Shut up! The fewer people alive means more money for each of us. We simply have to complete the mission and escape, the man acting as the temporary leader commented when he sensed hesitation among the group. Once everyone understood that it would benefit them more, they didn't care about losing their comrades anymore. In the dark confines of the Shimura clan, a sleek figure emerged from the shadows, moving toward a man who awaited with impatience. Well, Danzo, it seems like you've been waiting for me for quite some time. I am honored for such a warm reception. Orochimaru couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Danzo's anxious face. Orochimaru, you are late. The meeting has already started, and from the intel I have gathered, Kumo might make their move on Hiruzen during the meeting. I want you to move now. Danzo had a plan to execute, and even if Hiruzen were to survive the encounter, Danzo aimed to create enough chaos to regain control of the village. To achieve that goal, Danzo was willing to go to the extreme. Tisk, tisk, that's not how things work during a trade, Danzo. First, provide me with what you promised, and if it's to my satisfaction, then we can continue with your plans. The Snake Sage didn't care about Danzo's urgency. The only reason he had returned to the village, even with so much risk, was because the things Danzo had offered were too good to pass. With a disgruntled look, Danzo passed a storage scroll. Orochimaru opened the scroll to confirm the contents, and what he saw satisfied him. So, everything I was promised is in there. Now, about the plan, I want to make sure that the moment you complete the mission, you leave. Is that understood, Orochimaru? Danzo took a stern tone with the Sunin. If Danzo had the confidence to take down Orochimaru, he would have done it long ago. He could only make deals that would benefit him. As Orochimaru read the mission details in the scroll, he raised his brows in surprise and turned to Danzo with a cold gleam in his eyes. Are you sure, Danzo? Doing this means you will lose half the village. I thought you wanted to sit in Sensei's place, not destroy half the village. And how did you manage to even find something like this? Well, sometimes sacrifices are necessary. If they are to sacrifice their lives for the village's sake, then they should be happy about it, Danzo nonchalantly justified his actions. Orochimaru chuckled. I wonder how Sensei would react if he were to know about your scheme. Orochimaru, know your place. I have given you what you wanted. It's now for you to fulfill your side of the bargain, Danzo said with an ugly expression, wanting to make his point. Orochimaru simply chuckled, not caring about Danzo, and vanished into the shadows to carry out Danzo's plan. As Orochimaru exited, Danzo made a gesture, and a Shimura shinobi flickered next to him. Have all the preparations been made? Danzo questioned with a cruel glint evident in his eyes. Yes, Danzo-sama, but are we sure we should carry out such a plan? If we are exposed, the whole clan will be slaughtered, the Shimura jonan couldn't help but question their clan head's decision. Humph, just follow my orders, don't question them. After tonight, I will rebuild the Leaf Village as Hokage. Now leave, make sure that nothing goes wrong. Danzo, after sharing his instructions, moved towards the interior of the clan to wait for the results. Normally, he wouldn't have assigned such an important mission to his clan shinobi, but the severe lack of root elites made him choose such a drastic measure. The Shimura clan shinobi, along with a few existing root elites, split into 2 teams and stealthily moved towards the Hyuga and Uchiha compounds. Hokage Meeting Room, Konoha. The meeting had been going on for over 2 hours, and neither party was willing to give up the advantages they held. Hiruzen, although genuinely seeking peace, couldn't help but deny the outrageous requests that Kumo made. Each proposal from Kumo was more outrageous than the last, and the Leaf side clearly understood that the Kumo team had no intention to pursue peace. Enough, Reikage, Elder Kare. I genuinely thought Kumo wanted to establish peace between our 2 nations. Still, from both your attitudes, I see that you have no intention to do so. Why don't you drop this act and tell me the true reason for your visit? Hiruzen, someone who pursued peace, didn't mean he was a coward. When the Kumo team blatantly mocked his efforts to establish peace, he couldn't help but get angry. Hokage, what do you mean by your words? Aren't we placing our requests for peace? If your village truly wants to establish peace, why don't you concede to our simple requests? Reikage couldn't help but mock in a surprisingly jovial tone. Hiruzen and the other Leaf Council elders couldn't help but feel angry. Simple requests? You call these simple requests? Unconditional surrender of our village, conceding 1/3 of our territory, surrendering the Fong Grand Master, transferring the Nine Tails control to Kumo, surrendering 10 dojutsu children from Uchiha and Hyuga main branches, and yearly taxes to be paid to Kumo. Tell me, do these sound like simple requests to you? Do you think Konoha is a joke? Elder Kenji stood up from his seat in anger. From the older generation, he knew how much effort both the Senju and Uchiha clans put into building this village, so the Kumo delegate's words felt like a blatant insult to him. If this were not a peace meeting, he was sure he would have launched an attack. Just when the Reikage was about to mock the Uchiha elder, Elder Kare's eyes widened in shock as a huge explosion shook the entire Konoha village. No one knew exactly what was happening, except for a few. Before the Kumo elder could advise because he felt something was wrong, the Reikage quickly sprang into action, cloaking himself fully in lightning armor. Mabi, now! The Reikage's secretary, who was simply standing by the side, made a series of hand signs, and the whole meeting room was filled with phone seals, causing everyone in the meeting room to vanish. A few minutes ago, outside the Uchiha clan, the shinobi ordered by Danzo were patiently waiting when about 3 dozen ninjas stealthily approached them. Is everything ready? The root elite, leading the operation, spoke to confirm if all preparations were carried out properly. Here, this will let you bypass all the barriers set around our clan. As promised, make sure you only take out the Uchiha leaders. If even a single person not on the list is harmed, we will personally hunt down Danzo and the Shimura clan. Is that understood? The person who spoke was from the Hawk faction of the Uchiha. After the Uchiha clan reintegrated with the village and smoothly acquired a position on the council, support for the Hawk faction within the clan dwindled. Danzo, known for his schemes, convinced the Uchiha dissidents to help him eliminate the Uchiha higher UPS under the promise of aiding an Uchiha in reaching the Hokage position. Have the explosive tags been set? The root shinobi questioned again without acknowledging the Uchiha's threat, which made the Uchiha member squint in anger. Still, he chose to nod his head lightly to answer the root elite. Are you absolutely certain that all the tags employed are the Fong Grand Master's creation? The root shinobi questioned. The Uchiha member's anger only flared at the root ninja's behavior, but the lead Uchiha ninja raised his arm to calm the others. Yes, those were the tags that Fugaku personally commissioned from the Fong Grand Master with the help of the Nara clan. Good then, let's move. The 2 dozen Shimura members, along with Root, were followed by the Uchiha Hawk faction. They bypassed the Uchiha security barriers with ease, and just when they reached the vicinity of the clan compound, they stopped. The Root ninja nodded towards the Uchiha faction leader to act. Danzo's original intentions were clear, he was going to use the Uchiha to eliminate the Uchiha and, if possible, try to pin the blame on Fong Grand Master too. Once the commotion created by Orochimaru unfolds, he plans to use it to eliminate the Hawk faction. This way, his Shimura clan and Root could emerge as saviors of the remaining Uchiha, and he could manipulate them as he liked once he became Hokage. He even sent a team to the Hyuga to repay them for the recent insult that they made him go through when he went to them for financial aid.
Thanks for listening.